T E T T T T T T E T Control T and T. Don't staff. H T Control T Shift T and T. Don't. So I don't business. Don't T L T full top tab YouTube tab to Tabernacle no table. Ending table. Full table. The table. Wonderful table. The table. Coffee table. Or picnic table. Picnic table. 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 Chip table. The table. The table. Coffee table. Coffee table. The table. This table. This table. This table. The table. Another table. The table. The table. The table. The table. The table. Details. Table. That table. Getting table. The table. A table. Table. That table. Negotiation table. The table. A table. The table. The table. Dinner table.
Dining table.
The table. Coffee table. The table. On a table. A table. Patio table. The table. Table. The table. The table. The table. Table. The table. Tableau. Beautiful tableau. Or just tableau. The tableau. The tableau. This tableau. Little tableau. Little tableau. The tableau. The tableaus. Table. The tables. The table. The table. The tables. Tables. Flipping table. Table. Flipping table. Table. Tables. Flipping table. Flipping table. Two tables. The table. The table. Make tables. The tables. Chess tables. Flip table. Flip table. Flipping table. Nice table. Four table. A tablespoon. Table. Four tables. Three tables. Our tables. Two tables. Three tablespoons. Two tablespoons. Three tablespoons. My tablet. Tablet. Stone tablets. Tabletop. Tabletop. Tablets. Tabloids. Taboo. Completely taboo. Tomfoolery. Tabaratus. Tabria. Play. Tap. Bitter tap. Tack. The tackle. The tackle. 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 Or tackle. Tackle. Using tackle. Tackle. The tackle. 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 The tackle. 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 To tackle. 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 A little tackle. Use tackle. Using tackle. A tackle. Tackler. Tackle. Tackle toast. The tackle. Be tackle. For tackle. Keep tackle. For tackling.
Of tacky.
Tackle. Tactical tactic. Real tactic. Running run tactic.
Thieves return in this tactical.
Tactical. Tactical. No tactical. 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 Get tactical. Tactical. Get tactical. Tactical. Too tactical. Me tactical. Good tactical. Those tactics. Tactical. Me tactical. The tactics are tactical. Tactical. Tacticians. The tactics. Like tactic. And tactic. The tactics. Run tactic. Tacticality. Tactics. Run tactics. My tactics. Or tactality tactics. Using the tactics. My tactics. The tactics. Run tactics. The tactics. Do tactics. Run tactics. Up tactic. My tactics. The tactile. Tact and tag. Ta-da. Tadabosh. Tadelphi. Abatadorka. Ted. Tay-chan. Eating tag. Tag. Game tag. Tag. D-tag. Tag. Battle tag. The tag. Tato tag. Game tag. Game tag. Game tag. Game tag. Game tag. The tags are game tag. Mutant tags are tag. Me tagging. Tag. Am tagler. 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 Am tagman. And tags. The tag. Game tags. Three tagson. Tagson. Three tags. Tagson, the Tahad, little tahini. Tahini, the tahini, the tahini, the tahini, tahini. Do Tybo, Tybo, what type? Tybo, Tybo. His tail, the 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 tail. This is not the tail, the tail, the tail, that tail, that tail, the tail, the tail. That tail, that tail, the tail, that tail, this tail, the tail, the tail, the tail, the tail, the tail, that tail, or tail, your tail, that tail, that tail, the tail, that tail, the tail. The tail, 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 this tail, the tail, the tail, where's the tail? That tail, your tail. Tail, the tail, tail. My tail. The very tail. This tail. That tail. The tail. This tail. This tail. This tail. The tail. This tail. This tail. The tail. The tail. The tail. The tail. This tail. The tail. This tail. 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 The tail. The tail. The tail. Will tail. The tail. 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 Then tail. Blue tail. Burger tail. Burger tail. Big tail. 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 That tail. Tail. The tail. Tail. The tail. 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 That tail. That tail. That tail. The tail. Your tail. This tail. 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 Another tail. That tail. That tail. Your tail. Tail. The tail. Tail. Your tail. This tail. Tail. This tail. That tail. The tail. This tail, the tail, that tail, tail, the tail, that tail, the tail, that tail, the tail, the tail, the tail, 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 that tail, tail, the tail, the tail, the tail, the tail, my tail, keep tail, his tail, your tail, that tail, your tail, this tail, this tail, the tail, this tail, the tail, that tail, this tail, tail, this tail, but on my tail, the tail, that tail, the tail, the tail, this tail, the tail, the tail, the tail, that tail, the tail, getting tailed, tail, Taylor, ooh, tail, tail, got Taylor, the Taylor, the Taylor's like tailors, go tailors, tails, tails, hey, tails. Tails. 9 tails. Okay. The tails. Tails. This tailwind. Add taint. Taint beard. Taint beard. Taint beard. Was tainted. Been tainted. Just tainted. Tainted in Taiwan. Pitaka. Takahashi. Like Takayak. It's taking a. Just take and take. Let's take. I'll take. Take. I gotta take. I'll take. I'll take. I will take. Go take. Must take. Just let me just take. I'll take. Take over. Just take. Take. We'll take. Go take. I'll take. We'll take. We'll take. Go take. I'll take. It's gonna take. Just gotta take. Take the take. This take will be. Maybe this will take and take. To take and yeah. No. I'm still gonna just take. I'll take. I just want to take. I'll take. I'll take. Wait, just I take. I'll take. Take. Just take. Probably take. Just to. Take. I'll take. Go take. Then take. Just take. And I can. I'll take. Take. Ooh. I take. Just take. I'll take. I'll take. Take. To take would take. I'll take. Would take. Go take. And take. Another take. Go take. Just take. Do. I'll take. Always take. It's gonna take. Just take. I take. And take. Take. I'll take. And take. I'll take. Go. Let's go. Take. I'll take. I take. Take. We gotta take and take. I'll take. I'll take. Friends. I'll take. Actually, take. Go take and take. Just take. Take. I'll just take. Take. Good take. Please take. Gotta take. We'll take. I should take. Take. We'll take. Must go. Just take. I would rather take. It's take. Take. I'll take. We'll take. Take. I'll take. Just take. We'll take. I can take. Take. I take. I take. Take. Not take. To take. Take. I take. Just take. Usually take. Just take. I take. I'll take. 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 Come to now. Spikes. Take. 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 I'll take. I'll take. I'll take. I will. You probably take. Take. And take. I'll take. I'll take. I'll take. 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 Let's just take. I'll take. I'll take it. I'll take. I'll take. I'll take. I'll take. 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 We'll take. I'll take. I'll take. I'll take. 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 I'll take and take down different take I would take just to take and take is take I take and different I'll take and take and take I'll take and take go take and take we'll take take we'll take I'll taste I take just take and take probably take always take you when you take take only take them take gonna take then take I'll take I'll make take gotta take I'll take gotta take I'll take you gotta I'll take you take let me we'll take even take to take I'll take gotta take got to take to take be to take takes and take to take to take just take me take just take me I'll take even take actually take I'm gonna take
Please take.
I'll please take I take I take we'll take gotta take I'll take go take I'll take taste take I'll actually take gotta take don't take I take and take on take we'll taste let's just I'll take gonna take still take come to take I'll take some of the rest take just wanna take things take I'll take stuff yeah gonna take we'll take I take you take I take just take I take I'll take take let me do a better take just take I got to take I take really I'll take probably take I'll take we'll take I take you take and take just take you take take I take I'll take I'll take I'll take they take gonna take just take I take gotta take yeah take just take to take gotta take we'll take only take we'll take my take to take everyone take take just take I take I'll take I will take I'll take gonna take Bonnie I take gonna take here I'll take I'll take I should do some time now to be take go take let me probably take let me take I'll take you just take and tell take go to take go to do take oh take gonna take I'll take probably take I'll take I'll take and take I take we'll take I take you take I'll take I'll take really take I'll take I take good take I'll take good take let me just take I'll take let me I'll take good day take also take I take really take I might take we can definitely take brain take good take I'll take I'll take and I can so take I'll take they would take to take go come to you take just take I'll take go take To take and takes. Take and take and take. And take takes. It does to take. Test. To take. Just take. I'll use take. I technically take. I'll take and take. We'll take. I'll take. I'll take. Take. Yeah. I take. Just take. Go. I'll take. To take. Take. Probably take. I'll take. Take. I take. 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 Go. Take. You take. Go. Take. Go. Take. 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 To take. Take. I'll take. And to take. Take. Go. Take. We'll take. Take. I'll take. I always take. I'll take. I'm gonna take. Take. I'll take. I'll take. I take. I'll take. And take. Take. Gotta take. Gotta take. I can take you. I'll take. 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 I'll take. I'll take. Take. Go. I'll take. 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 Go. Take. Take. Not take. Gotta take. Take. Not take. I'll take. Take. I'll take. I want to take. I'll take. I'll take. Go. Take. Take. Just take you. Take. Take. Let me. I'll take. Take. I'll take. Let's take. 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 Gotta take. It might. They not take. Absolutely. Take and take. Take. Gonna take. 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 Not take. I'll take. I'll take. 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 I take. Let's take. I take. We'll take. I'll take. Just take. 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 Let's take. And I take. Me take. I take. The take. I take. I'll take. Take. You take. You take. You take. I'm just gonna take. 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 I take. I take. Let's go. Let's go. I take. The takes. Take. Take. The take. I take. And take. And take. 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 Over. Take. Say these. Take. Take. Gotta take. Oh, let's take. 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 I take. Go take. I take. Take. I take. Take. We'll take. We'll take. 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 Go. Gotta take. Take. I'll take. Take. I should. Take. Take. You take. 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 I take. I take. We'll take. 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 Just take. Go. Take. Gotta take. And take. Only take. 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 And take. Take. Always take. Only take. I'll take. Go. Take. I'll take. Take. Just take. Take. I take. Go. I take. Just take. Go. Take. Take. We'll take. Take. We'll take. Good take. Or just take. This. Get good. I'll take. Take. Just take and take. Takes. Let's just take. 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 Like take. You take. I'll take. You. Take and take. I take. I take. Go. Would take. Sure. I take. I take. It'll take. 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 We'll take. Take. Gotta take. Take. I'll take. 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 I take. Gotta take. I'll take. Damage. Take. You. Take. We'll take. We'll take. Take. Go. Take. 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 And they take. I'll take. We'll take. No. Take. 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 Good. Take. Go. Take. I'll take. We'll take. Take. Gonna take. 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 To. Take. Take. We'll take. 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 I. Take. To take. Take. Go. I take. I'll take. Take. To take. I. Take. Oh. Take. To. Try take. Just take. Take. To. Take. I'll take. Or take. The take. I'll take. Take. Gotta take. Just take. Take. Or take. Take. I'll take. 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 We'll take and take. So take and take and take and take. We'll take. I'll take. We'll take. I'll take. Just take. I'll take. Take. Just take. Literally. Oh. Take. No. Take. 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 And take. I'll take. 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 Go ahead and just take. Oh. Take. Take. To take is. I'm gonna take. 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 Go. Take. 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 To like. Take. 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 To take. Take. I'll take. Take. I'll take. Just take. Take. We'll take. Take. I'll take. 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 I'll take. Y'all. To take. Take. To take. We'll take. I'll take. To take. Just take. Go. Take. You take. 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 I take. Just take it. Take. Take. I take. They take. And I'll take. We'll take. Take. To take. I'll take. To take. I take. To take. To take. Okay. Can I take? Take. Gonna take. Gonna take. Gonna take. I'm just gonna. To take. I'll take. You take. 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 Come take. Take. You take. Gonna take. Take. You take. Just take. Take. Just take. I'll take. I'll take. 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 Gotta take. Gotta take. Go take. I'll take. I'll take. Take. I'll take it. Come take. 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 Take.
Please
Me take. Please take.
Please take.
Gotta take. 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 To take. Gonna take. Nice. Take. Gonna take. We'll take. 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 Gotta take. 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 I'll take. I'll take. Gonna take. I take. Gonna take. To take. I'll take. Take. Maybe I'll just take. Let's and take. 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 To take. To take. You take. I'll take. To take. I'll take. Gotta take. I'll take. I take. To take. To take. Go take. Take. I'll take. To take some. Let's take. I take. I take. To take. To take. If I just take. Just take. 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 Gotta take. Take. Said. Take. But. Take. Take. Just take. Can take. Can hit. Can take. I'll take. I'll take. I take. I take. I've been taking. Take. Take. to take, I'm gonna just to take and take, to take, take, to take, I take, I'll take, gotta take. Jeez, take, or take, let's, we take and take, gotta take, so take, I take, just take, to take, we'll take, go definitely take, we'll take, I tax, gonna take, I'll take, take, they take and take and take, I'll take and take and take, gotta take, I take, I take, gotta take, take, Thomas, take and take, gonna take you, take, I'll take one, take, I'll take, here, I'll take, gonna take, do take, take and take, will, I'll take and take, gonna take, please take, do take, you take, I'll take, I'll take, and I can take, gonna take, just take, just take, gonna take, I'm gonna, gotta take, take, you, also take, gotta take, gotta take, take, you take, you want to take, please take, I'll take, gonna take, take, just take, I'll take, I'll take, we'll take, gonna take, please take, take, go take, take, I take, I'll take, go take, you take, I'll take, then take, I'll take, I'll take, to take, I'll take, take, and take, you take, I'll take, child, shall take, you take, will shall take, take, go take, I take, to take, did take, I'll take, just take, I take, why did you come take, will take, take, I'll take, can take, and I can take, go take, great, I'll take, gotta take, we'll take, go, let's go, I'll take, you take, we'll take, gonna take, you take, I'll take, go to this, I'll take, I take, I'll take, and take, you take, I'll take, I take, you take, go take, gonna take, come to, I'll take, to take, go take, and take, Z take, you take, I'll take, take, and take, take, you take, I'll take, we'll take, you take, take, test, take, to take, I take, out of 10, take, go take, I take, still take, I'll take, I'll take, go, let's go, take, even take, I'll take, only take, I take, go take, taste, and take, gotta taste, just take, gotta take, I take, take, I'll take, only take, let me just take, good, take, I'll take, I can't, take, we take, take, let's person take, take, I'll take, I did take, you take, you take, I take, and take, and take, just take, I can take, now, just take, gotta take, take, just, I take, just take, take, just take, I'll take, I take, I'll take, you take, my hot take, I'll take, I can, they take, we take, I take, come to take, probably, take, would take, and take, I'll take, let me just, take, would take, let's, would take, I would take, and take, we take, they take, take, gotta take, I'll take, this take, I'll, you take, I'll take, I take, take, and take, east, take, does take, I'll take, let me take, I'll take, and take, I take, and take, can take, I'll take, I take, I'll take, take me take take you take gonna take we take and take you take I take to take and take is take come take turn take come take take just take just take I take will take I take take for you said take go take all to take does take I'll take will take and take always take you take take I will take I'll take we will take I'll take I take please take will take and take I'll take will take go take please take gonna take gotta take will take I take I gotta take I take I take perfect take one take perfect take really you really I take I'll take take you take I take like take gotta take I'll take let's I take take just take this take I'll take really take I take and take will take these take my take and take brains and take and taste down a take I take will take I'll take I'll take and take plastic take I'll take if I take I'll take to take just take I'll take to I love to take I take to take just take and take to take I take and take I'll take you know I can take I'll take go take I'll take be take I'll take to take just take I take so take good gotta take I take I'll take never had to take a second take perfect take and take push takeaway second takeaway main takeaway take backseat takeda take down takedowns forge decay take baby just take it taken be take image taken been take is take I've taken just take it is take taken finally been taken just take been taken you take blood to take being taken was taken was taken as take as take of takes take was taken yes image taken was taken is taken is taken already take is take she's taking just take of take already take you've take it take is taken not take it's taken even taken just take of take had take you've taken image taken the take was take is get take just take been taken you take been take has take just take get take just take not take it take be take be taken are take is take take band take fully take bees take I've already taken just take it has take I've already take it as takes it's take I was to take was take never take and take just take be take how take it takes not taken really take be taken was takes take image taken has takes already take I was not taking please take over style takeover the takers and then take it takes you get take just take green takes it's tactic where it take just take not take green it takes she takes ours take she takes franchise takes fitness to take it take just take just take it takes It takes, take, usually take, take, it take, take, takes, it takes, takes, take, this takes, another take, it takes, takes, also takes, take, takes, just take, it take, just take, it takes, it takes, aura, it takes, just take, really? It take water, take, breaks, take, never take, taken, it is level takes, it takes, it takes, just to take this take down takes, that's it takes, exercise takes, it takes, life takes, it takes, takes, entertainer takes, take, blast, really take, that take, that, take, just take, it takes, just take, it takes, that, take, who takes us, just take, it takes, no take and take and takes it takes just take only take first take it takes only take it takes venture takes just take he take it take him take it go Taki be take guess we're just take I'm taking be take not take that's what I'm keep not take just take not take be take not take that take after take this take by take so take we're taking I'm taking be taker take take always take take by take taking keep take take mama take not take and take is taking just not take her take with take I'm not take this take definitely takes it's take just take I'm take and take take stop take be take or take before taking take it just take be take just take be take just takes take taking or take it oh take thanks for take pun take just take I would take culty take is take or take just take our take I'm taking be take just take I'm take no take just take I'm taking currently taking we're take just take taking you're take out take I'm taking take just take I'm take take so take just take I'm take we take also take take for take I'm taking take even take and play I've been Dr. Take I'm take just take just take I take for take I'm take only take just take not take are taking I'm taking me take I'm take or take be taking be take keep take just take not take be take take by take and take first take only take be take I'm take just take I'm take just take I'm take take by take just take I'm take out take just taking take I'm take just take when take just take I'm just take to get just take absolutely take for take currently take after take just take it just take after take keeps take Take in. Take. Take your take. Take. Now I'm take. Just take. Absolutely take. Not take. Just take. Really take. For take. 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 Even take. For take. 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 Not take. Take. For take him. Take. For take. Just. Take. Boy. Take. 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 Just take. Just take. From take. Just take. Be take. 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 For take. 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 Be take. Be take. Be take. For take. Take. Just take. Not take. For take. Be take. Take. For take. Be taking. Take. Just take. Take. Like take. 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 Be take. I take. Been take. Hates take. Just take. 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 Been take. On. Takiously take. Or take. 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 Taste. Take. Be take. By take. Be take. Be taking. Be take. I'm take. 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 Be take. 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 The take. Take. Or take. Take by take, be take, be taken. I'm take, be take, be take, for take, taking, just take, take, just talk, just taking. Be talk back and to Talano, into lurk, Talcoon, sick tail, just tail, fairy tail, killer tail, fairy tail, or tail, a sick tail, fairy tail, the tail, good tail, my tail, the tail, fairy tail, tail, a sick tail, tail, the tail, sting tail, the tail, taking tail, the tail, classic tail, good tail, good tail, range tail, a tail, the tail. This tail, the tail, fairy tail, a tail, talent, your talent, your talent, very talent, especially talent, talented,
True talent.
so talent, very talent, other talent, new talent, or talent, any talent, your talents, all talents, his talent, your talents, my talents, such fairy tale.
The journey of world regeneration begins anew.
Fairy tale, the tails, from tails, and tail, no tail, the tail, or Talia, Italian, talisman, Gale, talisman, my talisman's talisman, this talisman's talisman, the talisman, need talisman, field talisman, break talisman, ghoul talisman, full talisman, new talisman, sting talisman, that talisman, break talisman, my from my talisman, a talisman, is it a talisman? A talisman, talisman, is that a talisman? A talisman? The talisman? Big talisman, holy talisman, blade talisman, break talisman, another talisman, sword talisman, the talisman, canvas talisman, their talisman. What talisman? The talisman. Talk. Go talk. Come talk. Go talk. Let's talk. Go talk. Can we talk? Let's talk. We talk. Talk. Go talk. Let's late talk. Go talk. Talk. You talk. Come talk. Talk. Please talk. Talk. We talk. Go talk. I gotta talk, come talk, man, talk, come down and talk. If we're gonna go talk, I don't need to talk. Come talk and talk. Like talk. To talk. I want to talk. Come talk. Really. Talk. Always talk. Bye. Talk. Straight talk. Talk. Go talk. Let's go talk. Talk. They talk. Go talk. Just talk. And talk. Come talk. Really talk. Go talk. Come talk. Talk. You talk. Talk. Come talk. Big. Go talk. You talk. Talk. Me. Talk. Come talk. And still talk. Talk. Come talk. Just talk.
Talk and talk.
Just talk. Come talk. Come talk. Go. I gotta go. Talk. Just talk. Let's get to that talk. Go talk. Come talk. We talk. Self-talk. Go. Talk. We'll go talk. We talk. Let's talk. Go talk. To talk. Come talk. Go talk. She talks. Come talk. Go talk. And talk. I talk. You talk. Just talk. You want to talk. Talk. Let's just talk. Talk. Just talk. You talk. I need to talk. To talk. Go talk. How do I talk? Go talk. Can I talk? You talk. Actually talk. Chips talk. And talk. Still talk. Everyone talk. You talk. Talk. And talk. To talk. Go talk. Come talk. Go talk. Talk. You can talk. Talk. I can't talk. You talk. Let's talk. Talk. We talk. Come talk. And y'all gonna talk. Go talk. Come talk. Stop. Little talk. Yes. Talk. Go talk. Real talk. Come talk. Go talk. Talk. Stop. Talk. Let's talk. And talk. Go talk. Come talk. Go talk. Go talk. Go I didn't mean to talk. To talk. Talks. Let's talk and talk. Freaking possibly talk. You can talk. Enough talk. Let's talk. talk, just talk, I'm talk. You're talking, you talk, just talk, I'm talk, just talk,
Just talk.
the talk, nice talk, no talking, you talk, you're talking, talking, not talking, we're talking, keep talking. Continue talking. Maybe he's talking. We're talking. Always talk. Keep talking. Oh, talking, talk. We're talking. Let's talk. I'm talking. Let's talk. We're talking. You're talking. Just talk. People talk. So talk. At talking. Just talk. People talk. Don't talk. Been talking. I'm talking. Talking. I'm talking. You're talking. Talk. Been talking. Not talking. Been talking. You talk. Like talk. We're talking. Talk. Like talking.
You talk.
I'm talking. Just talk.
We're talking.
You're talking. Talk. I'm talking. You talk. Who's talking? Who's talking? I'm talking. We're talking. Stop talking. I'm talking. They're talking. Who's talking? No talking. I'm talking. You talk. Not talking. No talking. Not talking. Talking. Who's talking? Who's talking? I'm talking. We're talking.
Birds talk.
I'm talking. Is he talking? Still talking. We talk. I'm talking. I'm talking. Just talking. I'm talking. No talk. We're talking. You talk. I'm talking. You talk. I'm talking by talking. We were stop talking. We talk. Was talk. We're talking. No talk. I'm talking. I'm talking. No talk. No talk. You talk. The talk. I'm still talking. I'm talking. You talk. Hard talk. Stop talking. Talk. You talk. Stop. Keep talking. I'm talking. Talk. You talk. I'm talking. Just talk. No talk. You talk. I'm talking. You talk. You talk. I'm talking. We're talking. You're talking. Talk. Just talking. Keep talking. Just talk. Keep talking. Keep talking. I'm talking. Did you talk? I'm talking. I'm talking. We're talking. We talk. My talk. Start talking. I'm talking. You're talking. No talking. You're talking. Keep talking. We're talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. Started talking. Talking. By talking. We're talking. I'm talking. By talk. Still talking. Just talking. I'm talking. Just talk. Talking. I'm talking. Stop talking. Everyone talk. Big talk. Everyone talk. Here. Talk. Big and talk. Water talks. Because you talk.
Aaron talk.
Still talk. Everyone talk. Fort talks. Fort talks? You talk Saj. Feet tall. Feet tall. Too tall. Tall. Feet tall. Ending tall. Tall. Too tall. Feet tall. Such tall. Very tall. Very tall. Too tall. So tall. Tall. It's a tall. I'm too tall. Too tall. Tall. Too tall.
Which is tall.
So tall. Tall. Feet tall. Ending tall. Too tall. Tall. Too tall. So tall. Too tall. Somebody tall. Too tall. Too tall. So tall. Too tall. Not tall.
This tall.
Pixels tall. This tall. Feet tall. This tall. Feet tall. Tall. So tall. Tall. Very tall. You're the tallest. The tall. Feet tall. Half tall. I'm taller. Taller? I'm taller. Much taller. Oh, taller. I'm taller. Tall.
This tallies.
Tal noisemaker. Hello, Talon. Talon. Maybe talent. Other talent. Talent. Man, talent is talent. Talent. Oh, Talos! Not Telluric. Telluric. Talos. Hi, Talos. Talos. You Talos. Telluric. Hi. Telluric. Own Talos. Tamagotchi. Demaratus. Tamaratus. 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 The tamer. The tamer. Tamaratus. 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 Lion tamers. Lion tamers. In Tamo. The tamer. Tam. Tammy. Tam. Tam. Tammy. Tam. Tam. Tammy. And Tammy. Tammy. Sweet Tammy. 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 And Tammy's tamper. Different tampers. Tan. In tan. Tank. The tank. This tank. Little tank. The tank. 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 The tank. Tangela. Tangela. The Tangela. Oh. Tangelas. Oh. Tangelas. Tangent. Sure. Tangent. The tangent. Big tangent. Little tangent. Little tangent. Little tangent. On tangent. On tangent.
Tangent.
Tangent. This tangerine. This tangerine. This tangerine. Not tangible. This tangent. Tangleweed. I tango. 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 Come tango. 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 Freaking tango. 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 Tango, 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 the tango, 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 the tango, 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 the tango, the tango, tango. Let's tango, 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 the tango, tango, the tango, the tango, 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 tango. Let's tango, 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 tango. We're tangoing? Tangola, 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 tangola. Tango, tangs, tangs, tango. Tangy. Tan-ish. Stana. The tank. The tank. The tank. Good tank. You take and tank. Energy tank. Tank. Using tank. Another tank. For tank. A tank. The tank. Air tank. The tank. Same tank. Two tank. Two tank. Absolutely tank. The tank. Good tank. Good tank. 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 The tank's tank. Good tank. Tank. The tank. A tank. Tank. Your tank. Absolute tank. Tank. A tank. A tank. Absolute tank. The tank. Orc tank. Absolute tank. Energy tank. The tank. Blood tank. Tank. Oxygen tank. The tank. 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 Empty tank. The tank. Water tank. My tank. The tank. One tank. Energy tank. Energy tank. Energy tank. Energy tank. Energy tank. G. Tank. Tank. Oxygen tank. Energy tank. The tank. Gas tank. Energy tank. Good tank. Energy tank. Energy tank. Energy tank. Energy tank. Energy tank. Water tank. Tank. My tank. Tank. My tank. Oxygen tank. The tank. Energy tank. Absolute tank. Absolute tank. Absolute tank. Contain this tank. A full tank on my tank. Tank. And tank. Just tank. Then tank. Tank. And it. Tank. The tank. The tank. Either tank. A tank. We'll test tank. Tank. A tank. A tank. Tank. Oxygen. Tank. One tank. Round tank. Tank. A tank. Stoppable tank. 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 Fighter tank. Fighter tank. Fighter tank. Come tank. Tank. Just tank. I'm just gonna tank. Oxygen tank. Fighter tank. Fighter tank. Filling tank. Sammy. Tin tank. Tank. Your tank. Tank. A tank. Big tank. Big tank. Sammy. To tank. To tank. A tank. Big tank. A tank. A tank. 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 The tank. The tank. Buddy tank. Go and tank. Tank. The tank. 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 I'll just tank. Big tank. Tank. The tank. The tank fully. Tank. Tank. Gonna tank. Tank. Up. We're just gonna tank. Tankard. A tanker. Thomas tank. Tanking for tanking. 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 Be tanking. I should be tanking for tanking. I'm tanking. 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 Then tanks. Fighter tanks was tanks. Energy tank. Oil tanks. Energy tanks. Energy tanks. Energy tank. Energy tanks. Energy tanks. Energy tank. Energy tanks. Tank in the tank. Tanks. Fish tanks. Fish tank. Big tank. Tanks. And tanks. Tank tanks. Very tanky. Ugly tanky. Yeah, tanky. Tanner. Tanning. The tanning from Tampopo. A tantalizing. Darlintante, 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 Valentante, 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 Tantrum, Sonya's a Taoist, special double tap, can tap, briefly tap, double tap, do it.
It was the year when
On tap, really tap, let me, I tap. Just tap, tap. Tap, my tape.
the tape.
Right, tape.
And tape. Add tape.
New tape.
Tape.
One tape. New tape.
Have tape. That tape of tape. Just tape. Some tape. Some tape. More tape. And tape. I tape. Oh, tapes. Those tapes. The tapestries. These tapestries. The tapestry. Tapestry. The tapestry. It's tapestry. Well, tapestry. See tapeworm. The tapeworms. Tapeworms. My tapioca. Tapioca. I'm a tapioca. The tap. Little tap. Tap. Both taps. Be taps. Little taps. Be taps. Guitar. Watched. Guitar. Terra.
Xterra.
Tarantula. Tarantula. Tardigritato. Z target. Target. Other target. The target. That target. Other target. Long target. That target. Little target. That target. The target. Our target. The target. On target. Down target. There is target. Z target. Target. Ring target. Their target. The target is a target. The target's a target. Next target. Murder target. This target. Color target. More target. Target is in target. Life is target. By target. The target. Conscious target. That target will target the target. Other target. The target. This target. The target. Z target. Z target. Target. The target. My target. Move target. Sincerely. The target. Big target. Little target. The target. Other target. Your target. The target. Target. Z target. This target. Z targeting. Targeting. Z targeting. Z targeting. Z targeting. Z targeting. Z targeting. Z target. Z target. Z target. Z targeting. Z targeting. Z targeting. Z target. Z target. Z targeting. Z target. Z target. Z targeting. Z targeting. Z targeting. Z target. Z target. Target. Z target. Z targeting. Z target. Z target. Z targeting. Z target. Z targeting. Z targeting. Z targeting. Of targeting. Z targeting. Strictly target. Z targeting. Z targeting. Z targeting. Targeting. Z targeting. Z targeting. The targeting. New targets or target. Two targets. Target by targeting targets. Targeted targets. Or targets. Or target by target. By targets. Targeting targets. Sun targets. Team targets. The target. The targets. Good target. Or target. Or target. Target. The target. Target.
Your target.
Other targets. Target. New targeting targets. Any target. Retarget.
Target destroyed.
Crush. More tariffs. More tariffs. Or Tarly. Frickin' tarmac. I'm tarnished. Be tarnished. Tarnished. A tarnish. The tarnish. You're tarnished. A tarnish. I tarnish. Tarnish. I'm tarnished. The tarnish. Guitars. Tarot. Another tarot. That tarot. The tarot. Or tarot. I tarot. This tarot. This tarot. Or tarot. That tarot. Or tarot. This tarot. The tarot. That tarot. Another tarot. Tarot. That tarot. Wait, it's not a great tarot. A tarot. The tarot. Or tarot. Any tarot. Tarot. Our tarot. The tarot. This tarot. Another tarot. Good tarot. Another tarot. Any tarot. Guitar. Top like guitar. The Terry. Tarsi. Extra tart. Tardigritato. Tartarus. Fish Tartarus. Tartarus. And Tartarus of Tartarus. Taru. Over Tarzan. Stashy TV. My task. Task. Cool. Task. New task. Doing task. My task. The task.
Difficult task. My task.
A little task.
This task. A task.
The desk. Hard task. Or tire task. The task. Rough task.
This task.
The task.
Huge task.
It's already task. Good task. Tasked. Blank. Tasked. Double tasking. My tasks.
Heroic tasks. Heavy tasks.
Group tasks. Task. Task.
Like task.
The tassel. The tassing. The tassing. And tassing. Tassing. Little taste. It's the taste. The taste. Little taste. It's taste. Any taste. The taste. Little taste. One. Three taste.
Little taste.
A taste.
Does taste. A taste. Got a taste. You taste. I taste. I taste. Taste. A taste.
The taste. Taste. Bad taste.
A taste. Little taste.
Taste and taste. Little taste. Bad taste. They taste. 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 Little taste. Optional taste. 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 Nice taste. Quiet taste. And taste. And taste. And taste. 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 Taste.
Little taste.
A different taste. Taste. My taste.
First taste. My taste. Twice. Taste.
Just taste. Root taste. The taste. Little taste. Incredible taste. The taste. The taste. The taste. The taste. Little taste.
To taste.
Taste. Taste. The taste.
A taste.
The taste. The taste. More taste.
Would taste.
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 Taste. Little taste. A taste. A taste.
The taste is to taste. A taste.
A taste. The taste.
A little
taste. 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 A taste. Taste.
I taste. Taste.
Have a taste. I have taste. Taste. Only taste.
Very tasteful. Tasteful.
It's a tasteful. Tasteful. Super taste. Super taster. Super taster. Super taster.
Most taste.
The taste. Taste. My taste. My taste.
Everything taste.
Food taste.
English taste. Your taste. Come on. Taste.
The taste. Other taste. My taste. My taste. Their taste. Tastes. Blood taste. Fantastic. Tastiest.
Taste. First taste. Best taste.
Our taste. Our taste. Tasty's taste.
Very tasty. Remarkably tasty.
Tasty. Taste. Tasty. Nothing tasty. 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 It's tasty. Very tasty. Very tasty. Something taste. A taste. Good taste. Taste. So tasty. How tasty. Something taste. A taste good. Tasty. You gotta eat my that tastes tasty. Some taste. It's taste. It's tasty. It's nice taste. Have taste. I'm tasty. 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 I'm tasty. I'm lamb. Taste. 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 Or taste. Taste.
Tasty.
Tasty. Tasty. Be tasty. Really tasty. Very tasty. So tasty. Very tasty. Very tasty. Some taste. That taste. Good taste. Some taste. Some taste.
That tasty.
Taste. The taste. Very taste. Tasty. Oh, tasty. Nice taste. Some taste.
Very tasty. See, look
The top. Oh, the top. Tater. Tater. Tater.
taters. Tater.
More tattered. A tatter. Looking tattered. Thing tattered. A tattle. A tattletale. Like that too. Your tattoo. 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 Chin tattoo. Chin tattoo. A tattoo. Arm tattoo. 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 Obvious tattoo. The tattoo. Name's tattoo. Tattoo. Lady tattoo. The tattoo. Tattoo. The tattoo. He's tattooed. It's tattooed. See, tattooed. Getting tattooed. Name tattooed. Mark on there. Tattooed. Some tattoos. Some tattoo. Tattoos. The tattoos. You. Tattoo. The tattoos. They're tattoos. Tattoos. The tattoo. Tattoos. 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 The tattoos. These tattoos. Tatty. We're taught.
Apparently, taught.
Already taught. No, taught. You Tom. Taught. I'm taught. Be taught. I taught. You taught. I taught. To be taught. Who taught? The taught. I taught. Is taught. Taunt. The taunt. Learn taunt. Taunt. The taunatress. The taunatress. Taunting. Stop taunting. Taunting. Little taunatress. Any taunatress. Tauntorian. Taurus. Taurus.
The Taurus.
Tavars.
Taven.
The tavern. The tavern. Oh, tav. From Tavelin. And tag. My tactic. August. Pentax. And the tax. Property tax. Tax. Attack. Your attack. The tag. Attack.
Or tax.
Attacks. Free taxes.
Deductible.
It's taxes. Your taxes. Right. Taxes. 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 All. Taxes. Your tax. Taxes. And tax. Your tax. You taxes. You taxes.
Pay tax and taxes.
Taxes. No taxes.
Tax free. Tax free.
Tax. The tax. I was in a tax. The tax. The taxidermy. Taxidermy. Taxing. Very taxing. Taxing. Taxis. Like taxis. Tax. The taxonomic. Need a tailor. That tailor. Tailor. And Taylor. Tayson. TBD. TBH. 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 How TBH? TBH. 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 TBQH. 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 TBS. T-burn. TD. J. TDM. Some T. Little T. Little a little T. The T. T. Some T. A weird T. Double T. T. Some T. T. My T. T. O T. The T. I'm T. 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 Green T. T. Running T. 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 The T. Drink T. The T. 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 My T. T. Of T. Green Tea. Some tea. Smelling tea. The T. The. In the T. Some tea. The T. The T. The T. The T. The T. Are you gonna T? T. I T. T. Immediately T. Games.
Not a T. T.
Is T.
To teach.
To teach. I teach. They teach. You teach. They teach. While I teach. I'll teach. Food teacher. Teacher.
Verbal teacher.
Fiction teacher. Fiction teacher. 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 Teacher.
A teacher.
The teacher. The teacher. The teacher. 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 The teacher. Teacher. Hiring teacher. Your teacher. Hiring teacher. Hiring teacher. Spell teacher. Spell teacher. Your teacher. Hiring teachers. Teach. Spell teacher. Playing teachers. The teachers. My teacher.
Them teachers. The teachers.
The teacher. Your teachers.
Teacher. Teachers.
The teacher. The teachers. The teachers. The teachers. The teachers. Street teachers. My teacher. The teachers. Detroit teacher. Teacher. Teachers. Teacher. Teacher. Teacher.
Like teach. That teach.
Master teacher. Teaching. Finally teaching. Teaching. Book teaching. Teaching. For teach. Teacher. Teach. For teach. Teach. Teaching. Teach. 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 Be teach. Of teachers. Teach. Teachers. Teachers. Teach. Really teach. Teach. Boys teach.
Teach. Not teach.
Or teaching is teach.
Wonderful teach.
Teach. Teach. Teach. The teachings. My teach. Teach. Your teacher.
A teal.
Teal. A teal. A teal. Teal. Full teal. 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 Be teal. Good teal. 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 Team. My team. My team is this old team. Powerful team. Team. My team. My team. Research team. Whole team. Good team. Team. Wim team. Wim team. The team. Two team. Getting teams. Team. Wim team. Organization team. On team. Team. Bug team. The team.
Horses team. Build team.
Solid team.
Elite.
The team. Cool team. Whole team. Strong team. They healed my team. Stood team. My team. Solid team. A team.
Red team.
My team.
Bing team.
Cool team. The teams. Team. Tag team.
Great team.
Team.
Better team.
Strong team. The team. Good team. The team. Powerful team.
One team.
Team. The team. Tag team. The team. My team. My team. My team. My team. Team. The team. My team. 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 My team. My team. My team. Team. My team. You team. Team. My team. Team. The team. Whole team.
Skew team.
The team. The team. Team. The team. The team. Team. My team. My team. My team. From team. The team. Team. Search team. Eagle team. Team. Your team. Relevant team. Full team. Team. Our team. Ever team. 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 Good team. 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 Solid team. A team. Team. Whole team. My team. My team. My team. My team. This team. My team. The team. Team. This team. My team. My team. Whole team. Whole team. The team. That team. This team. The team. Final team. The team. Our team. The team. Perfect team.
Back team.
My team. My team. This team. My team.
Friend team. The team.
Team. Your team. My team. Your team. My team. Team. Your team. Productive team. This team. Your team. Your team. My team. My team. Team. The team. My team. My team. My team. My team. My team. Tree team. My team. Your team. Team. Your team. Your team. This team. Your team. The team. Your team. Full team. Full team. Your team. Full team. Oh, team. Team. My team. Team. The team. Your team. Only team. Yes, team. Team. Small team. Small team. Your team. The team. My team. Team. My team. Whole team. My team. My team. This team. This team. Great team. On my team. 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 Your team. other team, top team, team selves team. Team, my team, the team, my team, this team, my team, my team, got team, the team, the team, my team, the team, my team, the team, the team, the team, team, strong team, solid team, the team, 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 the team, team, my team, your team, my team, the team, fantastic team, strongest team, this team, strong. Team, the team, then team, the team, the team, my team, the team, the team, the team, the team, my team, the team, team, my team, team 17, team build. I'm my team, team, your team, all teaming, two teammates, the team, several teams, new teams, this team. We're just trying to get to the top already. Our team's several teams.
Their teams.
Bad teamsmanship. Teamwork. Great teamwork. 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 It's teamwork. Bad teamwork. Good teamwork. Good teamwork. Their team. Teamwork. Teapot. Is that the teapot? Teapot. Teapot. That teapot. For teapot. The teapot. The tier. The tier. 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 Tiers and tier. 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 Double tier. Crystal tier. Good tier. And tier. 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 Nick tier. 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 Nick tier. Tier. Nick tier. Tier. Double tier. 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 Crystal tier, good tier, absolutely my tear, sacred crystal tier, crystal tier, double tier, tact tier, tier, double tear down. Tear down and tear down. Teardrop. First teardrop. Doing tearful. Doing tear. Absolutely tear. Folks, tear. Tears. Tears. Good tears. Tears. The tear. The tear. And tears. Good tear. Good tear. And tears. 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 And tears. Tears. Good tears. Double tears. Tears of tears. And tears. And tears. Sacred tears. Good tears. 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 Or. Tears, good tears, good tears, and good tears, tears of tears, 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 my tears, of tears, my tears, and tears, and tears, and tears, of tears, of tears, tears, of tears, good tears, 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 still tears, still tears, still tears, good tears, good tears, tears out, tears, little tears, tease tech shot. To teaspoon. A teaspoon. A teaspoon. Teaspoon. 2 teaspoons. Tebin Killer 6. Tebow. Part tech. Half tech. The tech. Nation tech. Some tech. Half tech. Tech. The tech. Tech. The tech. The tech. The tech. The tech. The tech. My tech. The tech. My tech. Tech. The tech. We're just gonna be tech. 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 Okay. Tech. 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 City tech. Tech. Some tech. Tech. The tech. Tech. Come tech. Tech. Keep tech. I gotta do a little twin tech. 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 Tech, the tech, my tech, my fun attack, tech, advanced tech, speed tech, sometimes another tech, all tech, terrible tech, dream tech, table tech, my table tech, some tech, entirely, tech ABs, heavy technical tech, the technical is technical. Some technical. Very technical. Some technical. I love some technical. That is technically. So technically, I could technically, technically. So technically. Good technically. She technically. So technically. Good technics. Technically. Now technically. Not technic. And technic. Technic. I could technically. Technically. So technically. Pair technique.
Build technician.
Pair technician. Techno technique. Armed technique. New technique. Picking nana technique. Add technique. Good technique. Technique. Special technique. That tech gun technical technique. Cool technique. Gun technique. Tech mine technique. Advanced technique. Any technique. Specific technique.
Tech.
Run technique.
Boosting tech.
Bug technique.
This technique. This technique. Each technique. This technique. This gradation technique. Every
Technique. Little tech blade technique.
I'm gonna tech.
Technique. Some technique. Techniqueful technique. Hitting technique. Powerful technique. A classic technique. Pro technique. Level tech. Through technique. Techniques are technique. 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 Technique.
This technique.
Good technique. Technique. Zing technique. Far tech. Better technique.
Editing technique.
Technique. Official technique. Your technique. Technique. My technical
Technique.
technique.
The technique.
Dance tech. Sing tech. Game technique. Combat techniques. Bug techniques. Survival techniques. Techniques.
Different techniques. These techniques.
Fitness techniques. Fitness techniques.
Same technique.
The techno. Technical. Techno. Techno lich. Oh, really techno.
To technological.
Technology. To technologies. Cycling technology. Same technology. 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 Or technology.
Science technology.
Wonderful expensive technology. Stand technology. The technology. Stand technology. Well, clown technology. The technology.
And technology.
Clown technology.
Well, technology.
It's technology. X streaming.
Teddy, you're so.
Just T. More TD.
I'm T.
Like T. It's T.
The T.
Oh, teenage. My teenage. The teenage. Three. The teenage. Of teenagers.
Hated teen.
Of teenagers.
The did teen were teens. These teen.
Teeny is teeter. Teeter. Teeth. Bottom teeth. Big teeth. Your teeth. Fish teeth. Some teeth. My teeth. I'll make the teeth. The teeth. My teeth.
Teeth.
Trying teeth. 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 The teeth. Turning teeth. With turning teeth. The teeth. Turning teeth. My teeth. The teeth. My teeth. Your teeth. I need to make the turned teeth. The teeth. Front teeth. The teeth. Some teeth. Old teeth. Teeth. My teeth. Type. And to draw. What he does telegraph. That telegraph. He's telegraphed. Not telegraph. The telegraphic.
Telekinesis.
Telephone. The telephone. Can only teleport. Teleport. Can teleport. You teleport. Can teleport. Can teleport. 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 Go teleport. Why can't I teleport? Teleport. I teleport. Teleport. You teleport? Let's teleport. The teleport. Teleport. Is teleport? The teleport. Teleportal. Which teleportal? Teleportal. The teleportal. This teleportal. Teleportation. Another teleportation. Teleportation. The teleportation. 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 For teleportation. The teleportation is teleportation. Teleportation. No teleportation. Is teleportation. 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 When teleportation. The teleportation. The teleportation. 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 No teleportation. They're teleportation. Teleported. Oh. Teleported. Teleported. I teleported. Just teleported. Just teleported. I teleported. Be teleported. Again. Teleported. I teleported. I teleported. I teleported. Teleported. I teleported. I teleported. Teleported. Teleporter. Yes. Teleport. The teleporter. Teleporter. The teleporter. The teleporter. The teleporter. That teleporter. The teleporter. Teleporter. The teleporter. The teleporter. It's teleport. Teleport. Teleporters. They're teleporters. The teleporting. Not teleporting. I'm teleporting. 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 And teleporting. I shouldn't be teleporting. Keep teleporting. I teleporting. I hate teleporting. Like teleporting and teleporting. Teleporting. The teleporting is teleporting. Try teleporting. Try teleporting. Keep teleporting. And teleporting. I teleports. I teleports. He teleport. I teleport. The teleport. Teleport is teleport. Telluric. Then telluric. 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 Space. Telescope. Telescope. Big telescope. A telescope. 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 With telescope. Teletubbies. Great television. Watch television. The television.
T-television.
On television. Good television. The television. The television.
T-television.
Good television.
With television.
For television. 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 Reality television. Good television. Reality television. No television. Television. Good television. The televisions. All televisions. All television. Telework. Good tell. They tell. Good tell. You tell. You tell. Already tell. Good tell. Good tell. I have to tell. Please tell. I'm gonna tell. Please tell. 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 You tell. And tell. To tell. And tell. Please. Please. Tell. They tell. 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 Always tell. 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 Tell.
Until next.
You tell. You tell. Good tell. And tell. Good tell. You tell. Tell. And tell. Everyone tell. 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 And tell. 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 It's hard to tell. 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 Tell.
Got a relic of some
Yeah,
sort.
tell. Tell. Even tell. To tell. Everyone tell. To tell. Even tell. Please tell. Just tell. To tell. Oh. Okay, tell. They tell. To tell. You tell. Can tell. To tell. Let me even tell. 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 You tell. Tell. To tell. Out of tell. You tell. Can tell. Gonna tell. Tell. Out of tell. Gonna tell. Please tell. Tell. We'll tell. Can tell. I'll tell. 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 To tell. Just tell.
Anything troubling you? Or is there perhaps?
Can tell. Oh, tell. 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 Please. Please. Tell. Please to tell. To tell. Tell. To tell. Already tell. To tell. To tell. To tell. Already tell. Can tell. Just tell. To tell. And tell. Gonna tell. Tell. And tell. We'll tell. 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 And tell. Please. Tell. 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 And tell. And tell. 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 Please. Tell. 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 Please. Please. Tell. Tell. Now tell. Tell. To tell. I'll tell. Can tell. Already tell. Please. Tell. Tell. Please. Please. To tell. 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 Please. Already. Tell. 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 Please. Tell. Tell. Please. Tell. Tell. Please. Tell. Can tell. Can tell. I'll tell. I'll tell. Tell. Out of tell. Tell. I'll tell. Tell. Please tell. We'll tell. Does tell.
Feeling good.
Right. Tell. Please tell. You tell. We'll tell. Tell. Please. Please tell. Tell. Please tell. We'll tell. 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 Can tell. Already tell. You tell. Can tell. Tell. I'll tell. I'll tell you. Tell. 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 Gotta tell. Tell. Can tell. Can tell. Tell. Gonna tell. 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 Can tell. Tell. Already tell. Please tell. 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 Or tell. You definitely tell. Go tell. Tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. Tell. Everyone tell. Tell. Can tell. Obviously tell. Can tell. Still tell. Can tell. Can tell. Can tell. Can tell. Not tell. To tell. To tell. Tell. To tell. Can tell.
To tell. Good. To tell. To tell. To tell.
Two new men.
To tell. Tell. To tell. Go to tell. To tell. To tell.
Incoming.
What do I already tell? Already tell. Can tell. I'm tell. I'll tell. Please tell. Can tell. Can tell. Tell. Just tell. Please to tell. Like this one's already tell. Can tell. Please tell. Please tell. 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 You tell. Tell. You tell. To tell. To tell. I tell. Tell. To tell. I'll kill. To tell. Tell. To tell. 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 Can tell. Can tell. I'm gonna tell. Tell. Can tell.
Tell.
Please tell. Please tell. To tell.
Still tell.
To tell. To tell. Please tell. I tell. 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 Already tell. Goes tell. To tell. To tell. Either tell. Even tell. To tell. Even tell. Can tell. Just tell. Tell. Can tell. 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 I tell. We'll tell. 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 Even tell. I'll tell. 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 Already tell. I'll tell. 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 Yeah. To tell. I tell. Tell. I'll tell. Already tell. Please just tell. Already tell. To tell. To tell. 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 Can tell. Can tell. Can tell. Please tell. Even tell. Tell. Everyone tell. I'll tell. Can tell. 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 You tell. Tell me. Tell. Just tell. 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 I can tell. I'll tell. Tell. Go tell. 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 Already tell. Hard to tell. Please to tell. To tell. Already tell. 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 Go. Go time. Tell. To tell. I'll tell. Good. Tell. Please tell. I'll tell. Please tell. Even tell. Even tell. 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 Can tell. Please to tell. Please tell. Please tell. Even tell. Please tell. To tell. Tell. To tell. 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 Please to tell. Really tell. Can tell. Can tell. Already tell. To tell. To tell. Can tell. Can tell. Already tell. Already tell. Already tell. Tell. Did tell. Please tell. 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 To tell. To tell. Whew. Gotta tell. Please tell it. Tell. I'll tell. 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 Just tell. You tell anyone. Tell. 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 Please tell. Tell. I tell. Tell. Please tell. You tell. 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 Also tell. Tell. You tell. Tell. You can tell. 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 Already tell. Tell. I'll tell. Already tell. Tell. Can tell. Please tell. 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 Just tell. 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 Please tell. Good tell. 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 Please tell. Ha. Ha. Just tell. 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 Please tell. 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 Please tell. Even tell. Just tell. 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 Please tell. 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 Obviously tell. Will tell. Tell. Already tell. 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 You tell. 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 I'll tell. Never tell. You never can tell. Usually tell. 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 Can tell. 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 Already tell. You tell. Can tell. Please can tell. Tell. Can tell. Tell. Really tell. 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 Immediately tell. Tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. Can tell. 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 You tell. Tell. Immediately tell. Don't already tell. 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 They tell. Tell. Please tell. Please tell. Just tell. Tell. I tell. Tell. You tell. 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 Go tell. 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 I tell. 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 Please tell. I tell. I tell. I'll tell. Tell. Please tell. I tell. To tell. Already tell. Yeah. Tell. 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 Really tell. Always tell. Can tell. Tell. Shoo. Tell. 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 Please tell. Tell. I can tell. 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 Never tell. Please. Please tell. Tell. Gonna tell. Really tell. To tell. Tell. To tell. 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 To tell. 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 Already tell. Tell. Just tell. 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 To tell. Sure. Baby. Tell. You tell. You tell. Tell. Just tell. Just tell. Just tell. 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 You can tell. Don't tell. Tell. You tell. 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 To tell. Just tell. Just tell. 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 Please tell. Tell. Please already tell. 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 Please tell. 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 This. Tell. Tell. Already tell. I tell. You tell. To tell. 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 To tell. Tell. Already tell. Already tell.
Please tell.
Can tell. Can tell. Can tell. Please tell. Hey, did you tell? Tell. Tell. Someone tell. Can tell.
Tell.
Tell. Gonna tell. Please tell. Can tell. 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 Can tell. Can tell. Can tell. Already tell. Can tell. Already tell. 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 Somebody tell. Please tell. 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 Just tell. To tell. Just to tell. Tell. To tell. Tell. I just need to tell. Tell. To tell. To tell. 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 Already tell. Can tell. 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 To tell. Please tell. Tell. Oh, even tell. Even tell. Already tell. 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 Even tell. You tell. Tell. Only tell. To tell. To tell. Already tell. Can tell. To tell.
Get out of here! Get out!
To tell. Please tell. To tell. Can tell. To tell. So tell. Can tell. Can tell. To tell. To tell. You tell. 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 Can tell. Can tell. Tell. Please tell. Can tell. Tell. Can tell. Please tell. Tell. Can tell. Tell. Already tell. Please tell. Can tell. Tell.
But we
Tell. Tell. You tell. Tell. Tell me. Tell. 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 Please. Tell. 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 She tell. Tell. Not tell. Even tell. Already tell. Already tell. Can tell. I'll tell. Please tell. Already tell. I'll tell. Please tell. Tell. Please tell. 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 Can tell. I tell. Tell. Can tell. Tell. Already tell. 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 I already tell. Already tell. 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 Can tell. Like tell. 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 Really tell. Can tell. Please tell. 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 You tell. Please tell. Tell. Yeah. Tell. 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 You tell and tell. 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 Can tell. Tell. Can tell. 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 I tell. Can tell. I tell. Tell. I just to tell. Can tell. Gonna tell. 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 Please tell. You tell. Can tell. Can tell. Tell. Can tell. 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 They tell. Tell. Please tell. Well. Tell. 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 Please tell. Please tell. Tell. I'll tell. Please. Please. Please tell. Please. Please tell.
covered, we can put them to use.
Nice. Already tell. Tell. Can tell. Please can tell. 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 Not. Tell. Please tell. 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 You tell. 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 You tell. So tell. 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 Tell me. Just tell. 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 Can tell. Tell. Whew. Can tell. Tell. Ever tell. To tell. To tell. I can tell. I'll already tell. I gotta tell. Tell. You tell me. Tell. I tell. I tell. Even tell. Can tell. So tell. Can tell. Tell. I tell. 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 You tell. 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 Please tell. 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 Already tell. I tell. Tell. Already tell. 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 I tell. I tell. Actually tell. Will tell. Please tell. I'll tell. 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 Please tell. Go tell. You tell. You tell. Touch. Tell. Tell. To tell. Please tell. Please tell. To tell. To tell. Not tell. Tell. To tell. Just tell. 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 Let's tell. Can tell. Please tell. Already tell. Tell. Even tell. Even tell. Can tell. 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 To tell. To tell. Just tell. 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 Just tell. Tell. Already tell. Already tell. Already tell. Please. 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 Already tell. Can tell. Even tell. Really tell. 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 And tell. And tell. Instincts tell. Can tell. Tell. Please. Cannot tell. Yeah. Can tell. I'll tell. Tell. Just tell. To tell. Please tell. 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 I tell. Even tell. They tell. They tell. They tell. Tell. Can tell. We'll tell. 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 Don't tell. 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 Already tell. Tell. Totally tell. Totally tell. Please. Please tell. 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 Please tell. Tell. You say to tell. Tell. Just tell. To tell. To tell. I'll tell. Tell. I gotta tell. Let's tell. Already tell. Can tell. Please tell. I'll tell. Good tell. Good tell. You could tell. Already tell. 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 Please tell. 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 Please tell. To tell. 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 Already tell. Can tell. Tell. Already tell. Tell. Please tell. Please tell. 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 Can tell. Can tell. Please tell. Please tell. Can tell. Can tell. Can tell. Can tell. 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 Just tell. 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 Yes. To tell. To tell. Go tell. Tell. Please tell. I gotta tell. 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 Already tell. Tell. Please tell. Already tell. 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 Please. Please. Please tell. Tell. Please tell. I'll tell. Tell. Not tell. Really tell. The tell. The tell. You didn't tell. 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 Whew. Tell. 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 Already tell. Already tell. Please tell. Please tell. Please tell. Tell. Please tell. To tell. Just tell. Not tell. Tell. Please already tell. Tell. Please tell. 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 Already tell. Already tell. You tell. Tell. Already tell. 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 Already tell. Please tell. 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 Already tell. Please tell. Tell. Already tell. 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 You tell. Tell. Go. Tell. You can tell. Please tell. Please tell. They tell. Already tell. Already tell. Tell. Already tell. 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 Good to tell. To tell. To tell. To tell. Tell. Already tell. Did tell. Should tell me. Tell.
To tell.
Tell. Can tell. Please. You tell. Tell. To tell. To tell. I'll tell. 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 Can tell. To tell. Can tell.
Well, tell.
Already tell. Please tell. Woo. To tell. To tell. I'll tell. Please tell. To tell.
To tell.
To really tell. Gotta tell. Tell. Please tell. Please tell. Immediately tell. Tell. You tell. Really tell. Already tell. I tell. Never. Tell. Already tell. Can tell. You tell. You tell. Tell. To tell. Can tell. Already tell. Please. Tell.
You tell.
Tell. You tell. I'll tell. Gotta tell. To tell. I'll tell. Can tell. Can tell. You tell. You tell. Please tell. Please tell. Can tell. To tell. To tell. To tell. Gotta tell. To tell. To tell. To tell. To tell. Can tell. Woo. Tell. Gotta tell. 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 See. Tell. 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 Please. Please. Tell. Tell. Please to tell. Can tell. To tell. Can tell. You tell. Can tell. Can tell. I can tell. Tell. You tell. All right. To tell. Tell. Please tell. You tell. Please tell. 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 Act. Please tell. You tell. You tell. Please tell. Just tell. Please tell. Please tell. So tell. Please tell. Please tell. Please tell. You tell. Tell. You tell. 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 Please tell. Please tell. Tell. Already tell. Please tell. Please tell. Please tell. 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 Can tell. Please to tell. You tell. To tell. To tell. To tell. Tell. I'll tell. Please tell. Already tell. Even tell. Already tell. Tell. I'll tell. Tell. Even tell. Tell. You tell. Please tell. Already tell. Tell. I can't. To tell. You tell. Hey. Tell. 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 Please. Please tell. You tell. Tell. You already tell. Tell. Gotta tell. 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 Already tell. Tell. Already tell. Please. Already tell. Not tell. Please tell. 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 Please tell. Please tell. Tell. Gotta tell. 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 Please tell. Can tell. Can tell. Whew. You tell. Already tell.
Tell. Tell.
Tell.
Teller.
You tell. You tell. I'm telling. I'm telling. Just tell. You tell. This tell. You tell. You tell. Keep tell. For tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. And tell. You tell. I'm tell. You tell. You tell. I'm tell. Tell it.
Tell.
You tell. It's tell. Tell. You tell. 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 For tell. Tell.
Tell.
For tell. You tell. Stop. Tell. For tell. You tell. You tell. Keep tell. 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 Tell.
Tell. I'm tell.
You tell. Tell. You tell. You tell. For tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. Keep talk. Tell. I'm tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. We'll tell. You tell. You tell. Keep tell. 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 Not tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. Tell. Or tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. Stop. Tell. You 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 tell. Telling. I'm telling. You tell. You tell. Or tell. They tell. 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 You tell. You tell. You tell.
You're tell.
You tell. Intelligent. You tell. You tell. You tell.
You're tell.
For tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. 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 Keep tell. Tell. Stop. Tell. Tell. You tell. You tell. 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 You tell. You tell. Tell. You tell. You tell. Telling. You tell. You tell. You tell. Tell. Be tell. You tell. Tell. You tell. You tell. Tell. You tell. Tell. You tell. You tell. Right. Tell. Tell. You tell. Tell. Just tell. 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 You tell. Or tell. Tell. You tell. I'm tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. Not tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. 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 You tell. You tell. Both tell. You tell. Tell. Be tell. Keep tell. 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 He's tell. You tell. 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 You tell. You tell. Tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. Tell. You tell. You tell. So tell. Tell. You tell. Tell. You tell. Tell. You tell. Tell. People telling. Tell. 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 Is tell. I'm telling. You tell. You tell. The tell. I'm telling. Tell. And tell. You tell. Keeps tell. You 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 tell. Don't. Tell. You 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 tell. Or tell. I'm telling. Tell. Tell. You tell. Tell. I'm telling. You tell. Of telling. You're telling. Tell. Keep tell. You tell. You tell. You tell. Tell. You tell. Tell. Tell everyone. Tell. Tell. The word. What keeps tell. You tell. You tell. And tell. You tell. Nothing. Tell. You tell. 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 And tell. Tell. You tell. 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 What do you tell? Still tell. Tell. Not tell. 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 Alone. Tell. That tell. That tell. Thing. Tell. That tell. Yada yada. Zelda. Cat. Tell. Who. Tell. 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 Game. Tell. Really tell. Just tell. Just tell. Just tell. Who tell.
Guarantee.
Immediately tell, and he goes, tell, she tell, age, somebody tell, who tell, chat, tell,
Anyone tell someone tell
just tell, that tell, you tell,
Billy tell someone tell
nature, tell, town, tell, the telltale, telleric, the telly, Telugu,
help temper
my temper,
temperament
or temperature,
Temperature.
the temper,
not tempered temperatures average temperature tempering
the tempest, the tempest, right, temple, beautiful temple, my temple, this temple, that temple. My temple, final temple, more temple, first temple, my temple, the temple, water temple, and temple, the templing temple, this temple, side temple, the temple, in the temple, this temple, ice temple. A temple, the temple, spirit temple, my temple, water temple, the temple, ice temple, spirit temple, this temple, water temple, the temple, fire temple, the temple, tempest temple, shadow temple, the temple, yes temple, then temple, the temple, shadow, spirit temple, this temple, water temple, shadow temple, the temple. Temple, fire temple, the temple, higher temple, water temple, shadow temple, fire temple, this temple, water temple, first dragon temple, fire temple, water temple, the temple, tempo,
beat temp
with the tempo on tempo, temporal and temporal, temporally,
the temporal
temporary, only temporary, temporary, tempos, the temptation, I'm tempted, very tempted, really tempted, very tempted, very tempted. I'm tempted. Very tempted. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Very tempted. I'm tempted. I'm kind of. I'm tempted. 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 Very tempted. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Very tempted. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Tempted. Very tempted. I'm tempted. Much tempted. Not tempted. Very tempted. Very tempted. I'm tempted. Tempted. I'm tempted. Being tempted. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Tempting. Always tempting. Oh, tempting. It's tempting. It's tempting. Very tempting. Very tempting. It's tempting. Very tempting. It's tempting. Very tempting. It's tempting. So tempting. Very tempting. It's tempting. It's tempting. It's tempting. All tempting. Very tempting. Very tempting. Very tempting. It's tempting. Very tempting. Tempting. This is tempting. It's tempting. It's tempting. Tempting. It's tempting. So tempting. Very tempting. Tempting. Very tempting. We're at -10 plus 10. Here's 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. What's 10? 10. 10. 9. 10. 10. 10. Got high to 10. 10. Got 10. 10. I'm 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. The 10. 9. That's 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 9. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. Another 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. For 10. 10. 10. Like 10. My top 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 30. 10. 10 to 10 to 10 to 10. 10 like 10. 10. Got 10. Got 10. 10. 10. Like 10. 10. Attack is 10. Have 10. Have 10. What? A 10. 10. For 10. 10. 10. Oh. Top 10. Or 10 for 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. Another 10. Oh, 10. Maybe 10 after 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. Oh. 10. 10. He's 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. For 10. 10? Last 10. My 10 was 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. It's a 10. He's maybe 10. My. On my. 10. 10. He's 10. 10. Every 10. Every 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. Full 10. 10. For 10. Like 10 for 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. Just 10. But 10. 10. Have 10. 10. 10. 10. Only 10. Only 10. 10. Every 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10 in 10. 10. Gone. Take 10. Like 10. Thought about 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. Intently 10. And like 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. Horizontally. 10. 10. Probably. Text. In text. 10. 10. 10. 10. Because tenacious. Tenacity. Go tenacity. Or tenant. Tenants. My tenants. My tenants. Tenants. Go 10. Go 10. 10. You. 10. I 10. You 10. I 10. So I don't. They 10. I 10. Do 10. I test 10. They 10. I 10. They 10. They 10. I 10. They 10. 10. 10. I 10. I 10. I 10. 10. I 10. Not 10. I don't. Does 10. Really 10. I 10. I 10. I 10. I 10. 10. We 10. I 10. Apps 10. 10. 10. 10. Not 10. Just 10. 10. 10. I 10. Do 10. Go 10. Go 10. I 10.
Just ask the house contractor since you're too.
We test 10. I 10. I 10. I 10. I 10. I 10. 10. 10. My tendon. My tendons. Or tendencies. The tens. Tender. 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 10 or 10. 10. Tenders. Your tendonitis. Go 10. Please tendon. Please tendon. Become tendons. Last tendril. Red tendril. Icky tendril. Bigger tendril. Tendril. Me tendrils. Those tendril. Big tendril. That 10. Our 10. 1 tenor. 10. Go 10. 10. It's that 10. That 10. That 10. That 10. That's 10. Important tenant. 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 30 tenants. The tenants. Tenfold. Your 10. 10 to 10. 10 of tennis. 10 of 10 in tennis. Was 10 tennis. Mario tennis. Power tennis. Mario tennis. Mario tennis. Mario tennis. 10. 10. 10. The tens. For tens. My 10. Past 10. You're tense. So tense. Still tense. Very tense. You're tense. Extremely tense. A 10. Tense. Very tense. Is 10. Tense. A 10. Intense. Intense. Very tense. Tense. 10. The 10. The 10. Some 10. Some 10. The 10. The 10. The 10. The 10. The tension. The 10. The 10. The tension. Tension. Or tension. Tension. The tension. 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 My tension. My yellow. I want a yellow tent. Yellow tent. New tent. The tentacle. Left tentacle. The tentacle. Tentacle. Weird tentacle. In tentacle.
Miss Tentacle.
The tentacles. Tentacle.
The tentacles.
Tentacles. The tentacles. Two tentacles. Tentacle. Of tentacle. 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 Tentative. Tentative. My tentative. Tentative. A tent. A tent. One tent. The tent. The tent. The tents. The tent. Tenule deserves 10 year. 10 year. More Teostra. 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 It's Teostra. 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 Another Teostra. 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 Tepid. Terag. 404. Artery. The term. You're a term. Correct term. Wrong term. The term. The term. The term. The term. Term. Wrong term. Term. Wrong term. Right term. Correct term. Wrong term. The term. The term. The term. The term. The term. The term. Wrong term. Correct term. The term. Legitimate term. Term. Very good. The term. The term. Scientific term. Simple term. Wrong term. The term. Term. The term. Correct. Term. The term. The term. The term. The term. The term. The term. That term. That's a specific term. Right term. The term. That's a British term. The term. English term. The term. Scientific term. Long term. The term. The term. This term. The term. 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 The term. The term. The term. Wrong term. The term. Correct term. One term. The term. The term. The term. The term. Wrong term. Long term. Long term. Short term. The term. Specific term. The what's the term? The term. The term. The term. Term. The term. Wrong term. Wrong term. The term. The term. The term. The term. The slang term. The term. That's another term. That term. Correct term. Have a term. The term. The term. A wrong term. Wrong term. The term. Right term. Term. Wrong term. Term. The term. Lego term. Hello term. Term. Terminal. Term. This term. This term. Next terminal. The terminal. The terminals. These terminal. Blue terms. Terminate.
Terminate.
Terminate. Terminate. Insurance terminology. Scientific term. Terminology. 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 Terminology.
Terminology.
The terminology. The terminology. Termite. Hey, termite. Weird termites. Inter. 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 Terms. Inter. 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 Terms. Inter. 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 These terms. Inter. 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 Inter, 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 good term, inter, 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 these term, inter, 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 more term, these term, inter, 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 term, terms, my terms, these term, inter, 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 no terms, inter, 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 terms. Own term, 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 terms. Inter, 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 inter. Inter, 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 these terms, inter, 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 certain term, inter, the term, inter, 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 certain terms, inter, 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 terms, inter, 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 term, on terms, inter, terra, terra, terribly terror, of terror, the terrace, 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 the terrace, the terraphage. Terraphage. The terraforming. For terraforming. The terraforming. Terrain. 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 The terrain. The electric terrain. Terrain.
Or terrain.
Terrain. Nor terrain. Terrain. The terrain. Terranarian. Terranese. Terrapixel. Terrarium. 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 With terras. With terras. Terras is terrible. Terra was terrible. Terra was terrible. Was terrible. 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 That's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. 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 It's terrible. The terrible is terrible. The terrible. The terrible. 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 Not terrible is terrible. Terrible. Terribly terrible. Oh, terrible. 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 Seems terrible. That was terrible. 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 A terrible, it's terrible, a terrible, not terrible, a terrible, 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 a terrible, 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 this terrible, he's terrible, 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 this terrible, 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 terribly, terrible, terrible, the terrible is absolutely terrible, such terrible, wow. Terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Terrible. Terrible is terrible. And terrible. Is terrible. You. Terrible. 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 So terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Not terrible. 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 Not terrible. 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 Is terrible. Terrible. This terrible. Terrible. He's terrible. Oh, terrible. Terrible. Terribly. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. 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 It's terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. Oh. Terrible. 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 Yeah. Terrible. Yeah. Terrible. 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 It's terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. Be terrible. The terrible. 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 How terrible. Terrible. They're terrible. Really terrible. Terrible is terrible. The terrible is terrible. Terrible. Well, terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. The terrible is terrible. I'm terrible. Terrible. Something terrible. Higher. Terrible. Terrible. This terrible. Terribly terrible. It's terrible. That's terrible. It's terrible. Terrible. What terrible. 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 Terrible.
Terrible. A terrible is terrible. They're terrible.
It's terrible. It's terrible. Well, terrible. Terrible. A terrible. It's terrible. A terrible. 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 In a terrible. 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 Much terrible. Much terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. 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 Indeed terrible. 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 Absolutely. Terrible. 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 Is terrible. Is terrible. 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 Is terrible. Absolutely terrible. 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 This is terrible. 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 It's terrible. So terribly terrible. These terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. 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 Not terribly. Terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. The terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. The terrible. It's terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. 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 It's terrible. 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 It's terrible. And terrible. It's terrible. Be terrible. Terrible. Be terrible. Terrible. Not terrible. Absolutely terrible. Terrible. Terribly, terribly, was terrible. That was terrible. Terrible. And terribly, terribly, terrible. 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 Was terrible. Terrible. Was terrible. 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 Quite terrible. Quite terrible. 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 Terrible is terrible. 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 And terrible is terrible. 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 Oh, terrible. 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 This terrible. Terrible. The other coming terrible becomes terrible. Through terrible. More terrible. It's terrible. This is terrible. 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 A terrible. 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 Not terrible. 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 How terrible. 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 A terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. A terrible. This terrible. 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 He's terrible. 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 Being terrible. Terrible. And terrible is terrible. You terrible. Wow. Terrible. 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 Truly terrible. So terrible. 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 Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. It's terrible. But terrible. So terrible. 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 How terrible. 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 How terrible. Absolutely terrible. Or terrible. This is terrible. It's terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. 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 It's terrible. That terrible. This is terrible. Not terrible. This terrible. Terrible. Are terrible. This terrible. 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 Absolutely terrible. That terrible. 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 Terribly terrible. Terrible. This terrible. Terrible. My terrible. Most terrible. 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 The terrible. This terrible. This terrible. 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 Not terrible. 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 It's not terrible. A terrible, 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 terrible. It's terrible. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. 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 It's terrible. It's terrible. Terrible. Oh, terrible. Not terrible. Oh, terrible. Oh, terrible. Oh, terrible. It's terrible. You're terrible. Oh, a terrible. Terrible. Quite terrible. Terrible. Oh. Terrible. 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 It's terrible. Terrible. You terrible, terrible. It's terrible. So terrible. It's terrible. 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 Oh, terrible. Oh, terrible. How terrible. Too terrible. 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 My jumps are terrible. He's terrible. 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 It's terrible. It's terrible. Oh. Terrible. Terrible thing. Terrible thing. Terrible. Terrible thing. Terrible. Is terrible. That. Terrible. 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 Those. Terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. It's terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. Not terrible. Oh, terrible. Oh, terrible. That was terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Terrible. That's terrible. That's terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Not terrible. It's terrible. Being terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. In this is terrible. Absolutely terrible. He's terrible. It's terrible. He's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. The terrible. Not terrible. It's terrible. 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 It's terrible. The terrible. As terrible. A terrible. Just terrible. It's terrible. This terrible. This terrible. Three terrible. 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 The terrible. It's terrible. Terrible, 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 terrible is terrible. The terrible. No, terrible. This terrible, terrible, terrible. Oh, terrible. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. A terribly terrible.
Terrible. Terrible. Terrible.
It's terrible. It's terrible. Dang, terrible. It's terrible. They're terrible. A terrible. It's terrible. Really. A terrible. A terrible. Terrible. A terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. 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 This terrible. Terrible. Oh, terrible! Terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. 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 And terrible. 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 It's terrible. Terrible. So terrible. 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 Oh. Oh, terrible. Nah, this seems terrible. Seems terrible. Seems terrible. This terrible. This terrible. You're terrible. 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 God, terrible. 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 Terrible, 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 absolutely terrible. He's terrible. Is terrible. Terrible. Is terrible. A terribly terrible. Is terrible. As terrible. You're terrible. You're terrible. Is terrible. 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 It's terrible. Terrible. How terrible is terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Terrible. Oh, terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. 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 Just terrible. 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 Not terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. 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 Sounds terrible. It's terrible. 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 It's terrible. 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 Such terrible. 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 Just terrible. Just terrible. It's terrible. 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 It's terrible. It was terrible. Terrible. This terrible. This terrible. This terrible. This terrible. This terrible. This terrible. So terrible. These terrible. It's terrible. 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 It's terrible. The terrible. 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 Oh, terrible. 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 The terribly terrible. This terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Whatever. Terrible. The terrible. What are these terrible? Not terrible. 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 It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. 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 It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. 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 That terrible. Terrible. Pretty terrible. This terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. Oh, terrible. 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 Terribly terrible. It's terrible. 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 Not terrible. I can. Terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. 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 That terrible is terrible. The terrible is terrible. The terrible is terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Terrible. The terrible. Never terrible. 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 Sounds terrible. Terrible. Whatever. Terrible. 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 The terrible. 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 Really terrible. 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 Oh, terrible. Other terrible. Terrible. Ah, terrible. 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 Oh, terrible. Just terrible. Just terrible. Just terrible. Just terrible. It's terrible. The terrible. Oh, terrible. Terrible. My terrible is terrible. 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 It's terrible. Terrible. Oh, terrible. Be terrible. Be terrible. That terrible is terrible. Terrible is terrible. 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 That terrible. That terrible. That terrible. It's terrible. The terrible sounds terrible. It's terrible. You terrible. It's terrible. Terrible is terrible. A terrible, 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 a terrible, terrible. A terrible, terrible, the terrible, the terrible, 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 my terrible, this terrible, terribly terrible. It was terrible, terribly terrible, terrible, this terrible, this terrible, terrible, but terrible, 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 is terrible. Terrible, terrible, whatever, terrible, terrible, is terrible. Terrible, is terrible, absolutely terrible. Be terrible. Terrible, 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 so terrible. It's terrible. Sounds terrible. But terrible. It's terrible. Truly. It's terrible. It's been terrible. It's terrible. 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 It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. 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 It's terrible. It's terrible. 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 It's terrible. 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 It's terrible. It's terrible. Not terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Not terrible. Terribly. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Terribly terrible. It's terrible. 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 The terrible. The terrible. Terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Most terrible. 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 The terrible. 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 It's terrible. 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 It's terrible. Terrible. All. Terrible. Terrible. Terrible looking. Not terrible. Just terrible. Terrible. Going terrible. Doing terribly. Get terrible. And terrible. Doing terribly. Terrible. Terrible. Terribly. Not terribly. Terrible. Terrible. How terrible. How terrible. It's terribly. Terribly. How terrible. It's terrible. That's terrific. It's terrible. Terrible. Are terrible. Terror. It's absolutely terrible.
Terrified.
It's terrible. Terrifying. Still terrible. It's terrifying. A terror. Still terrifying. Terrifying. Unbelievably. It's terrifying. Very terrifying. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. But terrifying. Still terrifying. Still terrifying. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. Just terrifying. 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 It's terrifying. Still terrifying.
It's terrifying.
Especially
Still terrifying.
It's terrifying. Sounds terrifying. It's terrifying.
Is terrifying.
A terrifying. It's terrifying. How
Most terrifying.
terrifying. Terrifying. Terrifying. Terrifying. Territory. 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 It's territory. It's territory. It's territory. It's territory. New territory. My territory. Neutral territory. Neutral territory. Lost territory. Spoiler territory. Spoiler territory. Lost territory. Territory. Lost territory. Engine territory. Room territory. Territory. Territory.
Dangerous territory.
Castle territory.
Known territory.
Known territory. Territory. Up territory. Down territory. On territory. The territory. Lost territory. Neutral territory. Neutral territory. Like territory. New territory. Lost territory. Neutral territory. Neutral territory. Dangerous territory. Terror. Of terror. Of terror. The terror. Oh, terror. The terror.
The terror. No terror.
Of terror. Of terror. Absolute. Of terror. The terror. The terror. Funding terrorism. The terror. The terrorism. Child terror. Evicted terrorists and terrorize terrors. Night terror. Then and Terry. And Terry. Terry. And Terry. Dirty Terry. Terror. Of terror. Of terror. Terry. Oh, Terry. 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 So Terry. Have terrible Terry. Is Terry. And Terry. Terso of Turua. Tesby by Tesco. Tesco. Loose. Tesseract. Tesseralis. That test. A test. A little test. It was a good test. A test. Ability to test during test. Test. Little test. Little test. We'll huge test. I'll test. Intentional. The test. We might test. We'll test. Other. We'll test. We'll test. Test. Little test. The test. The true test. A test. Crash test. The test. A test. A test. 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 Go test. 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 Really test. Focus. Test. Just go to little test. Always test. The test. Speed test. Speed. The test. Also little test. For other test. And test, little test, for a test, by test, other test, during little test, to test, probably test, to test, really test, little test, I might test, another test, 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 another test, little test, I just want to test, I'm just gonna test, by test, little test, to, let's just first test, to, test. I want to mess. No, test. You test. Oh, test. My test. Good test. 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 Tendency test. The test. It'll be a little test. Test. A good test. The test is test. The test. My tactical test. That test for $1 test. Work every test. Test. Another test. Be a test. Our test. Testing test. Testimonies. Did tested? I'm tested. You're tested. Testing. I'm tested. Be tested. Test. Be tested. Test. I'm testing. We're test. I'm test. Test. We're just testing. We're test. My testing. I'm testing. You. Are you test? I'm testing. I'm test. Just buy it up. I'm test. Just testing. There's test. I was just testing. I'm testing. Additional testing. Mechanic test. Be test. Test is test. For test. Be test. I'm test. Testable testing. Just testing. I'm testing. Test. Freud test. Testing. Test. I'm test. Just test. Be test. I'm test. We're test. I'm test. Be test. Testly be test. Just test. The test be testing. I'm test. No. Tests. Speed. The test. Just test. Tests. As tests. These tests. Really test. Really test. Some tests. Tetanus. The tether. Raven tethered. Vidi tethers. Tetranodon. Tetrapod. You tetrapod. Tetrapods. Tetris. No, Tetris. Tetrispheres. Teuthe. Texan. Oh, Texas. Texas. My favorite text. Flavor text. The text.
Flavor text. Be a text.
Ooh. Text or text.
The text. Flavor text.
The technical text. That's a text. I'll text. The text. Your text. Text.
Flavor text.
Text. I text. Yeah. Cool text. Text.
Flavor text.
5 text. In text.
No text.
No text. The text. Text. Real text.
Flavor text.
The text. No text. Over text. The text. The text. 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 No text. Real text. No text.
The text base.
A textbook. Never text. Dexterity. Folks text. Equal text. It is text. Other text.
As textural.
The text. Texture.
It's texture.
Normal texture. Text. Text. The texture. Cave texture.
Other text.
Updated text.
Appreciate texture.
New text.
Different texture.
Text. The text. Textures.
Texturizer.
And TFRX. Thalassophobia. Thalassophobia. Thalia. Lemon. Harder than, worse than, harder than, other than, stronger than, hero than,
Worse than,
better than, faster than,
here,
better than, more than, stronger than, challenging than, I think that, better than, other than, the more than longer than rather than better than more than longer than cooler than so the more than the film the image longer than more than more than double the easier the other that faster the build harder the longer the more than rather the thing the word better than more than stronger than other than stronger than better than stronger than less powerful than the better than moats the faster the harder than longer than longer than it's easier than
Direction that are the
order the thinking that better than faster than either the faster the
G time the
clear the
more than
first the better the higher the better the stronger the faster the longer the better the faster the lower the upper the later the better the more the bigger the less better than stronger the bigger the better the tick stronger the so the more the better the person harder the health of the that's the best harder than more the way the other better the more the better place the more the closer the then other more than full the worse the more the easier the more the harder the thinking the full better than full better the harder the more the longer the better more the longer the faster the better the better more that's louder better than rather than house this better the easier the better the less the harder the less the thinner the
first thing the stronger the more than
so the less the lower the big the stronger the better the more the closer the
table
the more the oh the image the better the further the bigger the longer the later the lower the off the more the better the more thinner better than
less than more than
better
cooler than more than
other than stronger than better than going the better than lower the more the higher back the other less the
you're the apple that I'm the
longer the better the higher the less the full the better the more the the change the level the better than
sexy leader that
rather than stronger than more than better than faster than more than better than just better than more than it's the
sure patient the more than better than
the image the longer the situation the place the closer the cooler the it's the cooling the better the attack the better the more the less the higher the defensive the options the
better than more higher the less the more the faster the
better the more the better the fused the more the
P
the further the more the blue the voices the jewel the better the stronger the higher the longer the guard the higher the things the faster the better the better hit the stronger the more the stronger the more the harder this lower the harder the better the thing the bigger the more the better the
more than better
better the more the bigger the more the longer the larger the caden the
friends the other than
harder the other than more the here than bigger that's the better than the dive stronger than more than other than way than here more than faster than lower than faster than better than there's more than more than faster than the more than longer than better than oh there's more than better than invincible the better than the less than spot the better than the back the longer than him the lower than other than more than longer than the more the more better than longer the lower the faster than better than your close the sir faster the stir the better than the longer the more the more the other than stir better than spot the later that's full rather than more the first the better than longer it's the faster than the use the lower the noise that's rather than more than longer the lower the less the higher the better the better the better the other than stronger the points the better than day the first the often the better the longer the affected then the longer the first the closer the better than more the easier the more the less the thing the voice less the more the easier the so the better than more that the more the easier more than fear the more the faster the more than other than more that's the more than active the better than further than more than early the less than more than meters better than more than less than more less than more than faster the harder bad the longer the smaller the less the further the slower go the faster the farther better the near the worse the harder the murder you the fear the faster the better the more the better the more the simple the better the further then so the character better, the harder, the worse, which the hence better than more than stronger than which the other than which the all the stronger the more the person G the better the more the right dangerous the taller the well not other the faster the other skill that are lower the
missions that more the less the longer
the longer than
the fewer the other
better the better the older the better the more the better the more the higher the better the less the other than fun faster than so there's the rather the more the stronger the more the old the other than more the higher the
Longer.
the double doesn't that more than
kind the taller the
Other than
faster the stronger the stronger the plunging faster the mission the worse than thing the Mario the more than less the harder the active the more the better the higher the easier the better the which the longer the better the longer the better the other the it's the harder the faster the better the harder the faster the sting the more the longer the count the longer the more the fewer the harder the better the more the that's looking the more the faster the worse the more the longer the punching the more the means the more the longer the later the one the sooner the better the faster the mission the sting the faster the less the higher the harder the sooner the longer the more long the more the longer the hotter the health the more the fight the chin better the down the longer the different that's the lower things the better the grace the less the the cold better than faster the more the king oh then less the better the older the old higher than full the better than harder than better than easier than worse the
More there, the Twitter.
dream the full the easier than the faster the fear faster the more oh the more the better than the print the more the less the better the higher the other the further the larger the first the bleed the more the longer the higher the ding the easier the greater the longer the better the face the longer the harder the better than tax the more the better the flex the other the longer the worse the shape the more the less the other the more the thinner the now the harder the health the longer the better the now the more the thing the harder the now other the less the better the more doing ramp better the first better the health P the addition the more the earlier the better the now better the longer the you just see the than more the other the more the better the higher the more the further the less the more the for the dead than the season aliens other than more than stronger the higher the further the better the more the faster the longer the order being easier the more the faster the better the more the better the out of the cat the better the true the voice the longer the more the better that's the way that's the higher than forgiveness the lower the more the later the further the longer than start the other than better the taller the other the this the other the more the less the stealth the under the easier the clear the less the easier the order the bigger the art the sleep the more the thought the energize the yes the day the stronger the also the base full the day the shouldn't or the higher the better the faster the less the image the better the other the older the full than faster the other than more the harder the better the other the further the more the loss that's it more other than the bigger the kingdom the more the longer the better the more the better than if it's the faster the later the other than the abilities the spot the less the certain more the other than the lower the other the more than less the that way the position the more the ever the worse the better the position the better the way the one the faster the games the more the faster the more the better the out the faster besides the earlier the full the image the rated other than more the clear the more than that's other than better than the image the more the better the more faster the more the more the app the image the more faster the other than the specific the is free then other the more than other than more than lower than harder than more than likely than the addition than that the longer than the longer than more than print the addition more than better the bot the better the viewers the other the jazz the self the best the style the better the less the less the easier the longer the more than Doug the easier the less the more than better the better than so the more than maintenance, better than, other than, more than, full than, better than, fun, than, better than,
other than, more than,
faster than, now, better than, more than, younger than, more than, younger than, closer than, stir than, zero than, more than, different than, better than, more, better, now, more than, addition than, more than, deeper than, better than, closer than, longer than, buddy, more than, faster than, more than, stronger than, the morning than, so than, other than, faster than, more than, other than, less, harder than, tricky than, other than, faster than, more than, further than, more than, better than, up than, time, more than, further than, older than, jewel, spot than, other than, fun than, quicker than, better than, harder than, bring, than, self than, way, useful than, dear than, closer than, plunging than, less than, spot than, better than, longer than, better than, other than, stir than, less than, more, that, better than, live than, easier than, more than, harder than, other than, deeper than, image than, faster than, closer than, stronger than, longer than, other than, better than, safe, harder than, sir, harder than, better than, sir, faster than, rest than, longer than, whip than, longer than, other than, more, stronger than, higher than, higher, better than, different than, earlier than, better than, more than, dangerous, better than, more than, less than, better than, less than, more than, fewer than, spot than, better than, less than, few than, more than, a, more than, better than, further than, is, I'm the, more than, more than, faster than, earlier than, less than, better than, ship, then, better than, other than, better than, better than, faster than, less than, better than, distance than, other than, less than, less than, better than, be than, more than, all, further than, stronger than, better than, more than, more than, more than, other than, better than, more than, less, stronger than, a, power, faster than, nicer than, taller than, more than, better than, faster than, more than, further than, faster than, better than, more than, doable than, more than, less than, way, than, worse than, longer than, later than, effort than, weapon than, more than, better than, faster than, longer than, less than, better than, faster than, dead than, more than, better than, dead than, shots than, other than, better than, punching that's the, Thanatos, oh, Thanatos,
Servant of the house.
Thanatos, or Thanatos, Thanatos, a Thane? Thane. Thing. No thing. This. This thing. Relations. Relations. Oh. Hey. That's. Oh. Well, patience. Oh. Oh. Thanks. Thanks. Said thank. Thank. Oh, thank. But thanks. Thank. Also thank. On. Relations. Thank. So thank.
This must be the Duke's vault.
Yep. Thank. Yep. And thank. 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 Thanks. So thank. Oh, thank. Thank. See, thank. Thank. Oh, the. Okay. Thanks. Thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Thank full. Thank
Dr. Hypatia Adamire
Oh. Thank no thank very oh and say thank oh thank 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 oh thank there's oh thank thank ooh oh thank then
Thank you, sir. Go right.
Thank you. Thank. Oh. 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 Thank. Oh. Thank. Also thank. 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 Oh. Thank. 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 Oh. Thank. 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 Try. Also thank. Thank. And thank. And thank. Thank. That thank. Yes. Thank. Nico. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 And thank. And thank. 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 And thank. Thank. Yes. Fuck. This. These. Thank. Thank. This. Thank. 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 And thank. 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 Thing. Oh, thank.
None other than those in the
Thanks. Thank. Oh, oh. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Thank. Thanks. Thank. Oh, thank. Thank. Hate!
With the city's wisest citizens unscathed.
Dust is reeking.
Baby. So thank.
You'll accept this offer.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Relations. Thank. Relations.
How could anyone ever forgive us?
Thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Thank. Thank you. Thank. Roll. Thank. No. Yeah.
That's enough.
So thank. Thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. And thank. Oh, thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Thank you. Okay. Thank. 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 No. And thank. But thank. And thank. And thank. Thanks. There's. Thank for things. Oh yes. Thank. Oh. And thank. Relations. Thank. Say thank. Okay. Oh. Thanks. And they say.
Blame for Delilah's bitterness? No.
Thanks. Good. Thanks. So thank. Really? And thank. Thank. So thank. Thank. And thank. Oh, and thank. Thanks. Thank. Thank. Down. Thank. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 Oh, thank. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 All right. Oh. Thank. Oh. Thank. Oh. Thank. Oh. Oh. Thank. 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 Also, thank. Thank. Important. Thank. Thank.
Lifetimes, and eventually all bridges tumble down.
But thank. 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 Oh, thank you. Thank. 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 Yes. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Oh, thank you. No thanks. Thank. And thanks.
It won't.
Found?
Let's see what you've got. I used to work in the mine.
My name's Mindy Blanchard. And
Thanks. Thanks.
So many clever devices.
You think?
Thank. Stuff. Thank. Thanking. Oh, thank. Yes. Thank. Thank. Hope. No, thank. Right? Thank. Say thank. Yes. Then stairs. Stairs. Say thank. There. Thank. Thank. Wrong. Thank. Oh, thank.
You just shut that.
Oh, thank. Thank. Whew.
Somehow,
And thank. 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 Yes. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 Drink. Thanks.
Tenants are mighty. That much is certain. But I'm positive we can win. Not intend to let.
Thank. Oh, thank.
Accepts the sack. Boy.
Oh, good. Thank. Gracious. Oh, thank.
Loving their own people. West and west. Back. Now.
Thanks.
Stand aside, soldier. Their nose off. I signaled our
If you want this embassy,
later. And what? Thank. Oh, and thank. Oh, please. Thank. Congratulations. Thank you. Please. Thank. Okay. Thanks. It's. And thank. Oh, thank. Thank. No. Thank. And thank. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Thank you. Thank you. Thank. 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 Welcome. Thank. Thank. Oh, thank. Ah. Ah. Thank. Oh, thank. This. Thanking. Thank. But thank. Oh, thank. Thanks. So thank. Oh, thank. Oh. Thank. Thanks. Balls. Thank. And thanks. Thank. 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 Four. Thank. Oh. Thank. Thanks. Thank. 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 Yes, thank.
Is getting this one to become
Thank-
more of that will lead them to domination.
Oh. Thank you.
Says it has
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. That. Fine. Thank you. Special thing. So thank. Oh, thank.
Do I
Oh,
get?
thank. No, thank. Oh, thanks.
Keeps everybody occupied now.
So thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thanks. So. Thank. Thank. Oh. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Go. Thanks. Thank. And thank. Thank. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. No, thank. Thank. Thanks. Thank. Dog. Oh. Oh, so thank. Thank. Thanks. Thank. Thank. Whoop. Oh. Thank. Also, thank you. Thank. No thank. 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 Thanks. Thank. And thank. And thank. Thanks. Thanks. Thank. 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 Also, and thank. So thank. That's and thank. So thank. Good. Thank. And thank. Thank.
Vegetables in today's meal.
Oh. Thank. Thanks. Thank. Oh, thank. But thank. Thank. No, thank. Okay. Thank. And thank. And thank. 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 No thank. And thank. And thank. And thank. 17. Thank. 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 And thank. Oh. And thank. 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 Ooh, thank, oh, thank, thanks. 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 No thanks. Whew. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Ah. Thank. Thank. Ash. Thank. Thanks. Thank. 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 Yes. This. Thank. 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 Birthday, oh. Thanks. Oh. Thank. Jesus. Thank. 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 Maybe. Thanks. Oh, thanks. That's thank. No, thank.
Possibly having finding her up in the Actually take me.
Congratulations. Please, and thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Good. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Oh, thank. Thank. Yeah. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 Day. Thank. Relations. Thank. So thank.
Check security myself. Watch this area.
Go. Okay. Bing. Thank. Anyway, thanks. Whatever. Thank you.
Announcements come from. Hard. Thank seriously
Marvelous.
Describing and that thing did Six. There. Oh, thanks. also thank and thank and thank and thank and thank thank. Yes. Thank. Thanks. Thank. Right. Thank. These. Thanks.
I've updated your map.
Thank. Oh, thank. 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 Thanks. Thank. Thank. Thanks. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Oh, thank. And thanks. Thank. Thank. Yes. Yeah.
Wouldn't get to say.
So thank. Thank. Oh. Oh, thank. 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 Thank.
That's true and fine. A wise way to.
Thanks. Thank. 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 Absolutely thank. 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 And thank. 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 Thanks. Thank. 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 That's Betty. Say thank, but thank. Oh, thank that. Thank, right? Thank. Right. And thank. Also thank. Oh, thank. And thank. Fair thank. Thank him. Thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Thank. Oh. Oh, thank. No, thank. 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 Thank day. Thank. Thank.
The bedchambers of Prince Zagreus lie.
Okay.
Story. One. And thank. Then thank. Thank.
Company man woke me up.
Well, thank. No. No, thank.
Who are you? Why are you?
Get one thing.
You change your mind.
Let us know what you find. And it transforms.
And so just thank Oh, thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Thanks. Thank. Thank. Thanks. 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 Thank. 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 Oh, thank. Thank. And thank. Thank.
I appreciate your concern, Cortana, but it's
Oh, thank. Thank. And thank. 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 And thank. Thank. And thanks. Thank. Thank. Oh, thank. Thank.
It was Martin's.
Thank. Also, thank. Thanks. Thank. That's. That's. Thank. 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 And thank. And thank. 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 Oh, thank. Thank. Also, thank you. Oh, thank. Thank you. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 And thank. 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 Congratulations. Thank. Thank. Probably. Thank. 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 And thank. Oh, thanks. Thank. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 Thank you. Thank. 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 And thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 No thank. 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 Nerd. Thanks. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. There. Thank. Whew. Thank. And thank. Thank. Oh. Thanks. Thank. 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 And thank. Okay. Thank. 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 Oh. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Thanks. Thank. 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 Oh, thank you. Thank. 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 Like heavens. Thanks. Thank. Thank you. Thank. Thank. And thank. 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 And thanks. 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 Thank. 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 And thank. 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 That's one thing. Thank. 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 And thank. 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 And thank. 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 Thanks. Thank. There's thank. Thank. And thank. 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 Thanks. Oh. Thank. Thank. Ball. Thank. Got it. Thank.
About competing for eternal pride and glory and all that.
Thank. Oh, thank. 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 Oh, thank. Thank. Okay.
I'm out here. I can still hardly believe it.
That follow.
There this. Their attack. These. Thank. Folks. And thank. Thank. And hey. And thank. Thanks. Hello. Oh, thank. No, thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. So, thank. 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 Ellie. Thank. Oh, so thank. Thank. Hey. Thank. 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 Oh. Thank. 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 Thanks. Oh. Thanks. Good. Thanks. Thanks. 17. Thanks. 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 No. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks. And thank. Prison. Just think. On. Thing.
Corvo. Assassination is dark.
Stay. Journey. Good. This thing. Thank. 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 Oh. Thank. Oh. This. Thank. 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 And thank day. Thank so. Thank this. Oh. Thank nothing. Thank.
Spare my life.
Congratulations, Corvo. We're nervous. Your work is done.
Thanks. Thank.
They'll tear you apart.
And whew. Thank. And thank. Plus, they go. Thanks. Oh, thank. Whew. Thanks. Patience. Say nothing. Good.
Great war came upon us as we were on our way to worship.
Corvo.
Dracula. And thank. Thank. Let's thank. 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 Thanks. Thank. Oh, thank. Thank. And thank. 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 Ooh. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. Oh. Thank. 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 And thank. Oh, thank. 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 Oh, thank. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 Just thank. Oh, thanks. Oh, thank. Thanks. Thank. Thank. Oh, thanks. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 So thank. Thanks. Thank. Thank. Thanks. Thank. 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 Thanks. Thanks. Thank. 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 Whew. First thing. Oh. That thing. Oh. Yes. Thanks. Thank. Thank. And thank. 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 Oh. Thank. Thank. Oh, thank you. Thank. What? Thank. 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 And thank. Thank. And thank. Oh. Thank. And thank. 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 Thanks. Thank. That thing. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Oh. Thank. 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 There's the thing and thing. There's things. So thank. Thank. Oh. And thank. Thank. Oh. Thank. 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 And thank. 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 Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. 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 So thank. Thank. And thank. And thank. 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 Oh, thank. Oh. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Oh, thanks. Thank. And thank. Thank. Thank goodness. Thank you, Radex, and oh, thanks. Thank. 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 RN. Hoping. Thank. 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 Thanks. Thank. 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 Thank you. Thank. Big thank. Thank. Oh. And thanking. Thank. Boy, done. Please. Thanks. Hey. Thank. Style. Oh, thanks. Thank. 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 Thanks. Thanks. Thank. Say thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank off. Yeah, thank. 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 Thanks. Thank. Thank. Oh. Thank. Oh, thank. Hi. Thank. Thank. Oh, thank. They
You're always welcome here, Your Royal Majesty.
Stun negated.
Immediately. No thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Thank. Thanks. Patience. Thank. Oh, thank. Nice. Thank. Sure. Thank you. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 That's cool. Thank. 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 But thank. Oh. No thank. But thank. No thank. Thank. No thank. Thank. Thanks. Ah. No thank. Thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. Unbelievable. Thank. No thank. Thank. Anyway, 9. Yes. No thank. There. Oh. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 Huge thing. Oh, thank. Oh. Thing. Thing. Oh, thank. Thankfully. Thank. 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 Thanks. Sorry. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. And thank. No thank. Oh, thank. 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 Okay. Out. Sanctuary. Thank. And thank. Thank. Thanks. And thank. Man. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Thank. And thank. Oh. Thank. And thank. 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 Oh, thank. Ah. and then thank so thank oh thank and thank apps oh thank oh Phil, thanks, say thanks
That's that sniper fellow. Works in the dinosaur, right?
and thank
Careful. They got spies.
And thanks. And thanks. Oh, thank. Thank. Whew, thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Yes, thank. Thank. Oh, thank. Thanks. But they. Yes, thank. Oh, thank. Thank.
Yours, just as it's stated in your.
Thank. Oh.
Frequencies to USG Ishimura.
They. Eats. Thanks. Yes,
This will all be over soon.
oh, no, Thank. Move. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. Thanks. 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 Thanks.
Things do over time.
Thanks. Oh, thank. Base. But thank you, thank there, thanks, thanks, and thank.
Keep her by title, but yet I'm very grateful that I have.
Thanks. Thank. Fantastic.
Territory.
$200. Thank.
We should pay.
Okay. Oh. Thanks.
I pray for your success.
Thank you. And thank stuff. Finder. Spinner. Thank sleep. Thing.
My match.
Thank. Oh. Thank. Oh, okay. Things. Today. And thank her. And take. So. Thank you. Thank which they cool. Forward. The stick. Folks, so things.
Making this.
Oh, okay. That. Thank. And thank. Thanks. And thank. On this. Thank. And thank. Thanks. Thanks.
Sinners plucked from hell to do God's
Oh,
doing.
No, why?
Starship Frontier, this is United Colony Security.
Thanks, one of love.
Thank wit. Thank you. Thank oh thank see thank thanks. Woo! Bye.
Here come the fireworks.
Looks like the PCAs.
Yes,
Mine's in the settled systems. Joined up with Deimos when I was just 17 as a mining gopher. Go for this, go so we can harvest it.
Huge. Thank five. Water or must.
Other signs of life.
Look,
Here's the data slate.
And,
Robot certs and
but they there's signs achievable. They think
You're not ready.
Thanks, nation, thanks, 36, thank cents. There's thank dollars.
So 10 cents. And those thank face thank but then thank
United Colonies.
and thank those things. Thanks. And they absolutely. Oh, 30 cents. No thanks. Thanks. Amazing. Dollars. Thanks. But thanks. So thank you. Thank you.
Playing manual. Hope you find it useful.
I'll take a look at it.
Thank you. Sharp thing, but again, thank you. Also thank. Yes. Sorry.
Side until the end.
Fantastic. Three. Oh, thanks, Day. Thanks. Thanks. No, thanks. So.
That was
Thanks. Thanks. Good. Thank. Thank. And thank. 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 Say thank. Thank.
step inside.
Thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Oh. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 Oh. And thank. 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 Oh. Thank.
Result.
Thank. Thank. Please, thank. 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 Stuff. Thank. Thank. Thank.
Beat it.
Oh. Thank. Thank. Oh. Thank. Thank. I'll stay. Thank. Thank. Done. Thank. Thank.
Favor. I assume
Thank.
it is.
Thank. 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 Relations. Thanks. So thank. Thanks. Go. Thank. 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 Oh. Thank. Thank. Thank you. Thank. And folks. Thank. Cool. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. Very
Revealing the
big.
definite suspension of business.
Thank. They are difficult. Thank you. Thank. 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 Whew. Thanks. Thank. Whew. Thank. Thank. Whew. Thank. 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 Hey. This. Thank. This. Day. Thank. 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 And thank. 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 Oh, thank. Thanks. So thank. Thank. Oh. Thank.
Leaves, I'll chop.
And six things. Thank. Thank. Oh. Then. Oh, thank. 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 No thank. 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 Yes. Thank. 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 That. Thanks. Yesterday. And thanks. Thanks. Ah, fine. Thank.
Those locations on your map.
Thank. No thank. Okay. Thank your help. Phew.
How many of your dogs must I kill?
Well, say thank. Let's say. Sentinel. Thank. Thank. Oh, thank. Okay. Oh. Okay. And boss. No thank. Ready? Time. Like. Think. No thank. No thank. Thank. Here. Thank. And. Thank. No thank. And thank. Please. Thank. 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 Of. Thank. Oh. Thank. 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 Oh. Thank. 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 Fact. Thank. Thank. Also thank. Thank. And thank. 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 No thank. No thank. 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 Dude. Thank. 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 Thanks. Thanks. Thank. Thank. Good. Thank. Thanks. Thank. Thank. Thanks. Thanks. Thank you. Thank. Thanks. Thank. 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 Thanks. Oh, thank. 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 Oh. Thank. 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 Good. Thank. 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 No. Fantastic. Thank. 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 Thanks. Thank. 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 Oh. Thank. 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 Maybe. Thank. 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 Does.
No. Prevent.
Good. Also thank. Thank. Thanks. Thank. 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 Enough! It's fantastic. Whew. Whew. Thank. Whew. Say thank, but thank. No thank. Thanks. Thank. Oh. Use. Thank. Good. Thanks, lady. Oh. Thank. Thank. Thanks. Thank. One. Thank. Thing. Thank. 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 Okay. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Thanks. No thank. 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 Thanks. Third. Thanks.
We need your help.
Thanks. Oh, thanks. Thanks. And thank.
I'd heard tell of a tarnished hood.
Thank. No, thank. Oh, thank. Hey. Thanks. Thank. 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 Allie. Oh. Thank. Oh, thank. Plus. Thank. Still. Whew. Get in stish. Hey. Thanks. Thanks. Thank. Oh. Thank. Oh, thank. No. Thank. Thinking. And thank. Oh. And thank. Thank. Hey, good. Image. Thanks. Thank. Yes. Thank for thank and thank yeah. But thank oh thank oh oh thank this. Oh, thank. Thank. No.
I want to see the future that you choose.
Wow, thank.
Main system activating combat.
Oh. Oh, and thank. Also thank. And thank. Oh, probably. Thank. 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 On. Thank. Oh, thanks. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 And thank. No. Thank. Oh, thank. God. Turn. What? Thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. 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 No. So thank. 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 Woo! Thank. Thank. Yes. Thank. 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 Please. Thank you. Thank. 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 Alright. Thank. 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 Bad. Thank. 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 Oh, thank. Oh, thank.
Truly. That's wonderful news.
Indeed. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 Thanks. Thanks. So thanks. Thanks. Thank. 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 Wow.
Until they're done.
Thank. 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 Oh, oh, thank. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 Thanks. Thank. 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 Good. Thank. 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 Yes. And thank. No. Thank. Hello. Thank. Thank. Hey. Hey. Woo! Thank. Oh. Thanks. Woo. Thank. Thank. Thank.
Bound.
Then. Thank. Thank. Woo! Thank. God. Thank. 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 This is T. Where?
After coming into contact with the gloom drifting through these caverns.
No thanks. Thank you. Thanks. Thank. Oh. Thank. Yes, I go. Thank. Good. Thank. Thanks. Okay. Thanks. Thank. Thanks.
The target AC must be nearby.
Whoa, describing sounds. Thanks. Fantastic.
Life forms may have acquired. Life on this planet grows in
Thanks.
noble toil of spirit. Folks. And think that Fuck!
The Bok, the demi-human.
Thank No thing. Oh, thank. Thank you.
Has also taken a crack at the wall. Only
And or thing. Dang! Oh! Fantastic. Thanks. Oh. Thanks. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. Oh, thank. Whew. Thank. Ah. Thank. Oh, thank. Thank. Oh, thank. Thank. So thank. 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 Oh, it's an infection. Thanks. Thank. Oh! Thank. Oh. Hello. Hello. Abby. Woo!
All the tasty meat. Rediscover who I am.
Of death. Netta was revived in the present day. In the first Bayonetta game, she clapped.
Baby. Hey. Important. Vision. Thank you. Back. Perfect. Ridiculous. Both things. Oh. Thank. Ooh. Thank. Oh, thank. Hey. Thank. Thanks. Thanks. Cool.
Granola.
Thank. Wild. Oh, thank. And thank you. Thank you.
What?
And thank. 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 Oh. Thank. 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 So thank. 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 That. Thank. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 Thank the thank 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 moi fortunate thank thanks thank thank and thank thank there. There. Yeah. Thank. I think. Thank. 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 Oh, thanks. Thanks. I did. Right. Please, thanks again. Thanks. 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 Thank. Thank. Ah. Thank you. Thank. Read. Thank. Thank. Oh, thank. Thank. No, thank. 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 And thank. 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 Oh, thank. 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 And thank. Thanks, thank. 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 Oh. Oh, thank. Absolutely. Thankful. Thank you. Thank you. Say thanks and thank again. Thank. Oh, thanks. Great. Thank. And thanks. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Thank. Oh, thank. Thank. When? Thank. Thanks. Oh. Thank you. Thanks. Man. So thank. Well, thank. Is good. Please thank. Thanks. Thank. There. Please thank us. Oh, thank. Oh. Thank. Sad. Thank. Thank folks. No thank. Oh. Thank. Oh. And thank. One. Thank. Thank. Oh. Thank. Ah. Thank. Oh, thank. But thank. 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 And thank. Thank. So thank. 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 Over. Thank.
And welcome to the House of Vanini.
Persistent little rabbit, aren't you?
Analyzing systems. Enemy detected.
Thanks. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Thank. That. Rise. Thank. Okay. Thank. Oh, thank. And thank. And thank. 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 No, thank. But thank. 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 Thank us. Thank. Many thanks. Thank whole again. Truly thank. But thank. Thanks. Thanks. Thank. Oh. Thank. Thanks. Died. Followers. Oh, thank you. Finished. And thank. Thank. Off. Thank. And thank. So thank. All. Thank. Today. Stick. Thank. Oh. Thank. Oh, thank. Oh! Thank you. Also, thank. Thanks. No, thank. Thanks. Oh, thank. Thank you too. Thanks. Whoosh. Oh. This. Thanks, please. Thanks.
Text of our roster. We would be grateful were you to aid us.
Alright, oh, thank. Thank. Say something. Now. And say. Whew. Say. And say. And say. Say. And say. And say. Say. And say. And say. Thank day. Thank you. Thank now. Yes, thank. Interesting. Oh. Thank you. Thank. These. Thanks. And there. Connect. Okay. No. Oh, there. Thanks. Sound. Thank.
Leave me be. It's pathetic.
Ooh, thank. Oh, thank. Oh, thank. Thank. Oh. Thank. And thank. 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 Thank.
Oh, trespasser.
Thank. 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 So.
Oh. First, Fronga Gwis, Den Stoba.
Third. One. Break. Thanks. Oh, so thinking. So thank. Whew. Thank.
Suppose
Thank. Please. Thank. Thanks. Great. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks. Nine. Saves. Thanks. Fog. Thank. That was Thank. And thank. Thank. Right. Thank. Oh, and thank. Rene Descartes or There's like
the demigods. Then please.
Child. And thank you very much.
Reader, he's here for a reason. A mostly empty bottle of glue.
For a divine dragon.
Oh. Things. Oh, he's saying it's okay. Boy. Oh. Thank. Thank. So. Thank. Hey. Send. Thank. Thanks. Okay. That thing. Okay. Oh, thank. Whew. Thank. There. Go. Thank. They have deteriorated. Oh, thank. They should thank. Oh. Woo! Mister. Thank. Oh, thanks. Oh! Thank. Oh. Thank. Oh.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. Let me back up again. Don't worry, and try not to breathe in the smoke.
Thank.
You really have to stop worrying.
Please. Thanks. Fixed. Oh, did Thank. And
To thee here. Please accept this.
Oh, thank. Thank you. Surprisingly. Thank. Whew. Thank. Oh, thank. 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 Thank you. Being thank. So thank. Very thankful. Very thank. So thankful. Very thank. I'm so thank. Very thank. Be thank. Be thank. How thank. Good. Thank. Be thank. So thankful. Very thank. Thank. So thank. But thankfully. Thank me. Thank me. Thanking. So thanks. Thanks. All you.
I was hoping for a pony, but
Bullets. Thanks. 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 No thanks. Thanks. No. Thanks.
thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks. Whew, thanks. Thanks. He just looking out for me. Thanks.
Raven.
Thanks.
Go get your rest, 621.
Thanks.
An ale if we had anything decent around.
Thanks.
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 I appreciate
Oh, thanks. 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 Demon, thanks. Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. It's like. Thanks. Oh, thanks.
Embrace the absurdity of frantic minigames.
Thanks.
The hunting to me.
Thanks.
Items.
Thanks.
See at no additional cost.
Thanks.
She'll fight to protect the world from the sun. And another Umbra witch, Jean.
Thanks. Thanks. How? Thanks. Thanks. Thank you. Thank. Thanks. 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 So thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Oh. Thanks. 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 And thanks. 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 Yeah. Thanks. 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 Thanks.
I always was an admirer.
Wow, thanks. My thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Oh. Thanks. 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 Oh. Thanks. 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 And thanks. 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 Dying. Thanks, but no thanks. 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 Thanks.
He sulks upon his supple bedroom.
Thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 And thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Thanks. And thanks. And thanks. And thanks.
You handle that net like you've never done.
Thanks. 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 Thanks.
Good morning, Morgan.
Thanks. 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 And thanks. 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 Oh. Lady. Thanks. 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 Oh. Thanks. 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 And thanks. Thanks. And thanks. 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 Soon. Thanks. 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 Thank you. Thanks. 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 Thanks and thanks. 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 Oh. No thanks. 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 Oh, thanks.
Really?
Thanks. 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 I should thanks. Oh. Thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 Oh! Thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Thanks.
And go about your business.
Thanks. Oh, thanks. No thanks. And thanks. 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 And thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Roll. Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Oh.
You're not alone down there, okay? Here.
Thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 No thanks. 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 So.
Hello.
Thanks.
Guys. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. Thanks.
Thank. All thank.
Thanks. 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 No thanks. 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 Say thanks. 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 Say thanks. Thanks. No thanks. 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 Thanks.
I travel.
Thanks. Thanks. Oh. Thanks. Oh, thanks. Say thanks. 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 No, thanks. 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 Ah, thanks. 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 Thank you. Okay. Thanks. 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 There. Thanks. 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 Hey, thanks. 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 Thank. Thanks. Thank. 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 Thanks. 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 No thanks. Okay. Thank. Thanks. Say thank. Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Thank. 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 Thanks. 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 Thank. Thanks. 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 Thank. Thank. Thanks. And thanks. 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 Thanks and thanks. 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 Thanks, folks. Thanks. 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 That's. Thanks. 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 But thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 Thank. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks all. Thanks. 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 But thanks. But thanks. But thanks. 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 Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks. Well, thanks. 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 Time. Thanks. 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 All thanks. 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 Yeah, thanks. 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 Thanks and thanks. 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 Thanks.
In life and in death, we give.
Thanks. 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 So thanks. 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 Thank. Thanks. Thank. Pitiful. Thanks. 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 Alright. Thanks. 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 Good. Thanks. 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 Bye. Thanks. 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 Thank you. Thank. 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 Thanks. 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 Thanks.
See you around.
Thanks. All. Thanks. 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 Space. Thanks. Space. Thanks. Thanks.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks. 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 Thanks.
Off my chest.
Thanks. Thanks.
But with the disciples and all.
Thanks. Thanks. Nation. Thanks. Absolutely. Thanks. 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 Not thanks. 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 Big thanks. 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 And thanks. 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 Thanks.
Have I seen two?
Thank. Folks. Thank. Oh. Like thanks. 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 Thank. Bye. Thanks
For helping with the fireworks.
Thanks.
When I finished on my end.
Thanks.
When I finished on my end.
Thanks. 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 So thanks. 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 Okay. Thanks. 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 Oh. Thanks. 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 Hey, thanks. 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 Wonderful. Thanks. 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 Okay. Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. And thanks. And thanks. And thank. Difficulty. Special thing. Thank. Thanks. 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 Folks. Thanks. 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 Folks. Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Oh. Thanks. 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 Thanking. Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. But thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Thanks. Yep. Thanks. 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 And thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 So thanks. 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 And thanks. Thanks. But thanks. 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 Yeah, thanks. 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 Folks. Thanks. Say thanks. Say thanks. Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Well, thanks. 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 No thanks. No thanks. Oh. Thanks. 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 No thanks. 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 Oh. Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Well, thanks. Hey, thanks. Thanks. Thank. 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 Thanks. 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 Thank you. Thanks. 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 And thanks. Thanks.
I am Lydia, at your service.
Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Please, thanks. 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 Bye. Thanks. 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 Hey. Thanks. 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 All. Thank. Thank. Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Thanks. Thanks, but thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Thanks.
Resilience as this deserves reward.
Thanks. Thanks. Well, thanks. 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 And thanks. Thanks. Oh. Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Oh. Thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. Anyway, thanks. Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 And thanks. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. Thanks. But okay. Thanks. Thanks. But thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Bye. Thanks. Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. And thanks. Oh, thanks. Up. Thanks.
Prove yourself.
Thanks. Great to know. Thanks. Thanks. And thanks. Thanks, sir. Thanks.
Chris promises to do exactly that in his own way.
Thanks.
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 Vengeance on you, nephew.
Sounds like progress to me.
Thanks.
Pleasant voyage up in Asphodel.
Thanks.
Hide out there, huh? Well, don't be sad though. Pretty much everybody dies sometime.
Thanks.
What would happen if...
Okay. Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 Sir. Thanks. Also thank. Thanks. 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 But. Thanks. 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 Hey, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 Thanks.
Watch your ass.
Oh, thanks. 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 And thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. And thanks. 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 Bye. Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 And thanks. 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 Thanks.
Keep at it like you have been, and I bet we'll all be hanging out up here in no time flat. I'm with you.
Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 And thanks. 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 Oh. Thanks. 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 Oh. Thanks. 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 No thanks. No thanks. 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 Oh. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
But let's keep it that way for now. All right?
Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 No thanks. 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 So thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
Make like fish. You...
Thanks. 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 It's.
Recall when we first met? You should. Your work with the students was
Thanks.
remarkable.
Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
Change them.
Thanks. 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 Thanks.
Don't you care, our mate?
Thanks. 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 Thanks.
As much as I might try, they're better not to tempt me just in case.
Thanks. 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 Thanks.
Next you fight up there.
Thanks. 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 Thanks today. Thanks. 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 So. Thanks. And thanks. Thanks. And thanks. And thanks. 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 Hello. Thanks. 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 Thanks.
There, huh? Well, that's too bad.
Thanks. 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 No thanks. thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 Thank you. Thanks.
Or who knows nothing save frontal attacks.
Thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. Thanks, son. Thank more. Thanks. 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 Thanks and thanks. Thanks and thanks. 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 Oh. Thanks. 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 Oh. Thanks. 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 Dying. Thanks. 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 Oh, thanks. 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 And thanks. Thanks. And thanks. Thanks. No thanks. 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 Also thanks. Thanks. Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. 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 And thanks. Thanks. Thanksgiving. 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 For Thanksgiving. Ending thanks. From Thanksgiving. Bing thanks. Lovely Thanksgiving. Thanks. Every Thanksgiving. After thanks. Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving. Thanks. After Thanksgiving. Here thanks is Thanksgiving. Keep fans better than assurance. The Raja of Thardus. 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 The Ria. Or Tharja. Darlanton with that. Hit that. Of that. Yeah. On that. Even was that. And that. For that. Dattling. They. That. Be. That. About that. About that. About that. Do that. About that. About that. About that. Oh. Oh. See that. See that. About that. That. The that fact that and that from that for the one out the think that thought that is that for that do that that for that day that I know that that means that and that member that is that member that so that means that else that assume that maybe that lady that is after that root that looking that nice that quit that stop that nice like that or that not that no. Remember that I'll give that guy that under that kill that well that is that do that is that of that do that where that find that about that glad that two the pin that do that again that thing that say that's not that bell but is that use that is that like that do that is that do that thing that stuff that places that do that for that convince the time that for that do that is that was that in that thing other than that about that? Oh, that moving that to that one that start that force that level that give that do that. Deserved that like that or do that. Back that do that. So that he's that by that. Things that think that deserved that about that here that do that. Feeling that grit. Things that do that things that survived that. Think that remember that behind that sing that thought them's that but then that lady that all that things that lucky that considered that things after that things that know that back that for that like that by that do that glad that of that know that prove that up to that acting that on that to that deserve that give that thing that believe that terrible that for that see that into that from that things that thing for that on that eat that do that was the for that I said eat that about that see that is that to that and that teaching that and that is that now they bring that reading that about that use that doing that and of that by that do that on that love that into that did that one making that do that know that and that that's that by that pay that us that think that see that like that do that hope about that ask that is that that hope that the thing that do that have that get the sure that about that do that things that say that about that million the word that's after that survived that actually that is that coat that because then that coat that lies the stuff about that open it go on the is that do that there that on that expecting that like that Now that games, but all that. That's hitting that, roll that, block that, over that. When they doing that, do that. Obviously, that into that, in that, for that, in that, on that. But then the things, using that, use that for that, doing that. Hope that use that, take that, no. Then that, do that, like that, do that, with that, it's the, remember that, feature that, remember that, do that, just the name that, what's that? Things that did the, here's the, expecting that, anything about that, grade that, oh, into that, angles that are the, that, and some that, like that, need that, got that, about that, like that, and then to that, something that's taken, so that thing about that, with that, hopefully that, maybe that stuff that, who needs that, right? That, be the here, into that, thing that do that, instead that get that, need that, do that, and that addition, like that. What's that? Do that, about that, for that, folks. Stop that! So that, take that, of that, over that, love that, no, like that, do that, be that, as the great, did that, expect that, or that, do that, like that. And that do that thing that fix that, doing that, doing that. Sure that have that, got that, carry the, need that, oh that, do that, oh that, take that, imagine that, sure that, you're the one that, go do the thing that, take the so that hurts. I hate, that is the, it means to really assume that promise things that's doing that. Do that, tend to, that, so that, about that. About that, and that. Okay. Like that thing, that things. That beat that. Attack that. Oh, that maybe that for that. All that. Seems.
We're not far from the cargo launcher.
About that. For that. That. Do that. Understand that. That doesn't matter. Oh, that thing. They shouldn't have how that. Into that. For that. Of that. And that. Oh, that. I'm out that thing. With that. About that. For that. Sure that about that. Hate that. Hoping that say that for that. Anything that yeah, say that. But that so that do that here the do that. Wait, that's of that because that oh need that. Take that get that. Cool. Here the way that they show the like that. Think that is that sure that no. That we'll get with that. Doors that save that page like that. Is that using that? I figured that. Recognize the you that do that. Leave. Else do that. Make that all that. That's the down to there. Into that end. Not that is like that. Like that. So that. Now that doing that. Do that. Into that. Do that. About that. On that. About that also sentence that is that to give that a fact that moving that is that think that know that think that clear know that clear is that lots of the them about that just clear that of that with that of this do that thinking that is that all about that simply hear that now that we does that understand that is that in that with that time that sorry that break that thing about that. If that. You're not afraid of anything, are you? Expecting that. And that's and nothing that. Now that's. Name that thing that. Good to do that. And that. On that. All that. Underneath that. Now then to that. Know that. Through the earrings on. Do that. Or that. To that. Tools. That is that stuff that play. That names that. Like that. And that. Then to that. Means that. Here. The vibe that. Things that. Monsters that do that. Is that. Sure that do that. Do that for of that thing. Stop that. Not to that spot doing that. Right, do that. Then that I'm saying that. Deserve that. Love that. Hear that. Doing that. Realizing that. Love that. Do that. Is that? So that. Get that. That. Mention that. I'm about that. So that. Room these. Whatever that for that. Do that. Hate that. Love that. If that, say that, use that, do that, ends. That boy, that is that. Ow! Know that. Kill that, escape, and that. Investment. That, say that. Do that. Through that. That. Hey. Have that. The do that. Full, do that. Things that firmed back to the ammo, that, about that. Putting that, like that, of that. But that's that, yeah, the thing that's that, about that. Say that, finishing that. That. Oh, that, open that, at that. Of that. That. Is that about that? And that. Modify that. Of that. Like that. Doing that. Do that. Stop that. Stop that. Of that. Done that. Of that. Probably that. Do that. Of that. Pair that. Face that. No. This. Who did that? Likely. Sure. The.
Enough.
That. For that.
Almost there.
Just about that. Put that. Woo. Getting the. See that. Did it? Nope. That's that. Like that. That. They pressed. No, with that. No, that. Love that. Do that. Clean that. Do that. Made that. Do that. Remember that. Like that. Like that. Does that?
Also have my dad's memories.
Kill that thing that sucks to do that. And. Use that. No, that'll that. That into that. To that. To that. Do that. Hit that. Doing that. That's the been about that. Here, that'll find that. Expecting that. To that. Just that. Great. That is that. Is that. Wait, that. Do that. That. And that. That. Find that thing. That. Glad that done that. All that. That. Back to that. Passes that. Of that. Assuming the start that. That. Catches that. Suspicion that. Regret that. Old. Face about that. Get that. Is that. Get that. Like that. Thing that. After that. 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 About that. Do that. Do that. Finish that. Do that. Item. Into that. Do that. Thing that. Do that. Have that. That. Have that. About that. Building that. Thing that. Oh, that. That. Is that. Want that. Quit that. Served that. That. Open that. Open that. That. It's that. Against that. Not that. Want that. Bring that. Bring that. Moves the. No, that. About that. Things that. Doing that. Rise against that. But that. Of that. That. Like that. About that. About that. Put that one. That does. That me that said that. Said that. 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 After that. Have that thing that is that. Finish that. Of that. Things that. That. Not that. Do that. Read that for that. Things that and that. About that. Of that. Read that. Sure. That one. That. 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 Got that. Eat that. That. Do that. How are that? Do that. Do that. Do that. Think that. Or that. Take that with that. About that. Not that. Do that. Handle that. Into that. Hold that. Then to that. That. Like that. Bring them. With that. Love that. With that. Do that. Do that. Grateful that. Back to the power that. Do that. Funny that. Need that. Add the. Keep that. Do that. That. That's up to the ender. The happy. All that. From that. Need that. Give that. Thing that's. That'll leave these. The one that doing that. I saw that. Thing that will that. Game that'll take that. Do that. Do that. That. Doomed to that. Doomed to that. Stop that. Trainer that. Do that. Doing that. That. Stop that. Do that. Do that. Of that. Things that. Eat that. That. Like that. On that. With that. Peter. For that. Sure that. About that. See that. Understand that. About that. Survived that. Sure that. Sorry that. Do that. Sorry that. About that. Why that. About that. About that. Like that. That. About that. Hoping that. Teams that. Do that. Send that. Like that. All that. Eat about that. Like that. Want that. That. Like that. Say that. With that. About that. Do that. Yes. About that. About that. Do that. Like that. That. Something that. Done that. That. Like that. Like that. That. Not. Back to the. I hope that about that. Do that. Oh, that do that. Think that lies that intersection. Got that. Lies that. And that. So that didn't. No, that sure that I'm on that moves stuff with it. Do that. Do that. Is that? Think that canceled that without that. That everything. That. Think that. Now that. See that. Is that? Ooh, enough. Afraid that. Say that. Sure that. Hope that. Like that. That. Love that. Believe. Sure. Do that. Act things with that. About that. Up to the. Do that. I know that. Know that. Prefer that. Theories. That. Say that. Certain. Come on, that. Do that. Say that. Like that. That. Back to that. Remember that. Like that. About that. For that. Get that. That. For that. Know that. Guys like that. Have that. Do that. Send to that. There. The. Do that. Games. Like. Games that do that. Is that. Of that. Like that. Do that. Oh no. That's that. Bar that. Need that. For that. Try that. Do that. Anyway. That. That. Do that. Want that. Of that. Sure that. 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 Want that. Just all right. That. Do that. Like that. Give that. Being that. That. Off that. Give that. Do that. About that. About that. Just handle that. That's that. Good at do that. Like that. Sure that. Use that. Use that. About that. For that. For that. Thanks. Like that. That. You did. That. Not that. Do that. Doing that. Get that into that. From that. Do that. Glad doing that. Do that. See that. For that. Drive that. Drive that. Does the song that. Out that. Like that. Do that. Is that? Is that? Do that. Oh. After that. Oh, like that. See that. Use that. Do that. About that. Like that. Like that. Situation of the face that. For that.
Need that.
Remember that. So that. Now that. Put that. Oh, do that. Now.
Take that. Push that.
Oh, put that. Does that jump that? Back to the. See, I see the back. Does that do that? See that. Up that. Use that. Get that. Go that. Do that. Got that. Through that. Oh, that is. I know the maneuver. Try that. That. Do that. Do that. Know that about that. And that. Do that. Of that. On that. About that. Do that. On that. About that. Oh, that. Like that. That. Chuck that. Do that. Do that. No. That. That. Need everything that was that. But that thing making that for that.
Passes that. There's that. Breathe thoughts. That is that. Do that. Story that. So that. Do that. I think that explains the board. That. Things that from that thing. No, that. Ones they that. The one that. Things that. That. Touch that. Ones that. Step.
That. Do that. Do that. Do that. Back that. Okay. That's. Know that for that. Like that. Do that. Now that.
Of that and that.
Like that. That for that. I'm denying that. Check that. Of that. Do that. Up that. But that. Do that. Do that. Back to the of that. Like that. Done that. Now for that. Me that. 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 Doing that. Me that. That thing that works like that. Like that. Hope that enough. Hope things that want that. Anything. Find that. That fits. Place that. Isn't that about that? Get that. Do that. Now that. Fix that. Agree doing that. Is that about that? Does say that? Oh, I'm not happy that. Do that. Do that. Lose that. Believe. Try that. Trying that. Do that. I thought that. Oh, wait. Need that. Understand that. Say that. So that. Change that. That. Change that. Oh. Say that. Read that. Love that. Feeling them about that. Hope the. Only that. Have that. Requirement. Check that. Say that. Do that. Know that. Like that. That. Lucky. That. About that. About that. Something that. I feel that. Of that. That is that. Would that associated that and that bits for that about that. Fix that. Hang the line into that. Doing that. That. That is that. Nor the. Know that. Whoever that about that. That of that. Hope that. Come on. Do that. Feature. Now that to that. Get that about that. Was that? Now check that. That. That's that. That. Of that. For that. So that does do that. What does that? I'm not like that. Feeling the move. That. Down that. That did that. Things that made that. Do that. But like now the race the hope that afraid that. Oh that. Oh that. Is that pins there? Oh that. Kick that. Have that. Deserve that. All that. Doing that. Like that. That dooms. That's that. Bars. That. Seeing that. So like that be that. That. And that. Done that. Punch that. Empires about that game that was that. Is that the one that's that makes is that like that? Hopefully that game to have that about that. By that games that of that. Announce definitely that. Remember that? Remember that? Play that like that game that was of that. That's up. That. Considering that. To that. Say that. About that. See that. Use that. Admit that. Like that.
Launches on Nintendo Switch. Summer 2023.
Yeah, love that. Love that.
Hard-hitting part.
Like that. PG for that. About that. About that. Of that. Like that. Fully that. One that. Come on. That's that. Got the hand that. Or that. Do that. Hope they think that. That. Expected that. Expected that. Going that. See that. Done that. Know that. But that. Man. Hope that. That. Like that. It's that. Things that. Doing that. To that. Use that. Forward. Doing that.
Military that.
Do that. That. Rolling that. Leave the thing that. That desk. Well, is that. Like that. Hope that. Do that. Ah. With that. Oh, is that or that? Quit that. Lots. Is that? Get that. Kill that. Hopefully that. That. Activate that. Of that. Oh, about that.
Employee that like that. Lost the bag in the. He's
doing that. Go that. In that. That. Doing that. Is that?
Done that. In that.
Eyes that love that. For the one that about that.
And that. I'm that. And that. Friends. The trio that says the work that bosses. That. Oh, that is
that. But wish that is that wish that of that, but that wish that is the know that means that okay, that meant the text of that. Also the that touch that dude of that. That towards the how the act that know that where that accept that thing that tells them use that for that face that in that fact that is that about that wait that do that check that zoom say that leave that agree that love that sometimes that is for that want that I that about that is that something of that like that things use that or that for no I do that into that thing that charisma maybe that stairs that sure that if that tries not that people that sure that is that not the that into that in that with that acts them two things that accept that in that is that funny that any that like that oh that fish that with that here about that now that need that what was that putting that get that quit that that do that hope that got the about that need that is that with that into that all that with that of that quit that I hate that sucks into that by that nice that do that accepts that more do that hope that obviously thought wish that happy that is that but that is that face like that where that's not that no that oh that is this that not that possible that realize that I do that into that field have that be that times did that it build that there's the that because that have that thing that be that for that using that oh do that know that like that is that with that is that expect that with that do that no ever that know that build have that about that tight for that with that do that have that take that now that I'm bring that and that is that I have that is that love the that's that for that when that say that with that say that was that for that no do that do that love that do that no that use that get that with that up that jump that for that does that doing that is that do that hope that is that you that in that be that in that hope feeling that me that was armor that get that say that use that with that do that doom that have that with that does that use that go that do that change that that me that like that about that of that that about that get that about that put that do that yes I need that each who's that swimming was your favorite activity I know that found that with that is that do that is what's that for that about that good about that that's like that makes that sure that see that be that see that about that know that when do that make that fix that do that got that say that thinking that do that leave that doom that turns do that if that do that or the top that do that not that close that annoying that now this is that whatever that whoa that's like that try that do that oh that all from that thing that put that do that by that do that thing that leave that do that watch that take that forget that know that what is that about that do that stop that do that have that believe that about that stop that dooms that something that for that into that hear that drive that into that get that about that like that with that have that do that about that knowing that whatever that know the key that about that do that feel that with that not that on that do that on that blocks of like that and about that read that love that oh and that do that program oh that hope that deserved that into that create that sure that like that well that do that like that aim the using that revive that for that throw that all that put that touch that that deserved that oh that like that enjoy that doing deserve that things the thing that do that act things that do that take that know that because that oh that's take that and that doing that and love that here's that but I do that with that do that of that did that hear that in that about that accept that things that find that all that is that ignore that that's that say that get that remember that light that's Eat that use of that. Why that? About that. Now that know that want that is that like that here that Mars expecting that into that. Let that sometimes I love that. Want that? Ah, that would mean the thing that glad that do that. By that into that. Has it that done that? Could that be that and that's thing that now that about that. Feeling that know that about that. Like that, do that. About that. Love that. Do that. Like that. Do that for that. So that. Do that. Doing that. Sure. There's that. Make that. That. On that. What's that? What's that? That's that. Recognize that. Oh, recognize that. That. Do that. There's that. Kill that. Trolls. Do that. Go. The bird. Like that. Hold that. In that. Say that. Glad that was the other plane. Like that. That. Doing that. Got wasting that. But it's that. Know that. Make that. Love that. Goes that. About that. Touch that. Do that. Of that. Except of that. Way that do that. Of that. Sure. The. That. Thing that do that. Do that. What's that? Do that. Got that. How that? So that. What that. And that. See that. Doing that. Love that. Of that. Of that. Get that. Get that. Take that. Is that? Like that. Take that. Have that. Use that. About that. Like that. Everyone that. Caught that. Things that. Well, that. Do that. No, then to that. Is that? It's in the. Do that to that. That. Where that is that. Do that. Right? Like that. Was that in that for that? Oh, that's that. Like that. Like that. Love that. Love that. Say that. Isn't that? Why is that about that? Come on, to that. To that. Proof that. Take that on that. Do that. Of that. The movie that ends. There are the ender. Figure that out. That. About that. About that. Do that. Was that language? That. For that. Do that. I did that. Know that. Be that. Is that? Remember that. Do that. Was that something? That's that. Do that. Fight that. About that. Get that. Do that. Over that. Was that? Yes. God, that. Fight that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Be the game. Got that. Say that. Say that. God, that. Keep that. Keep that. Keep that. Of that. Need that. With that. Zooming. With that. Stop that. Do that. Need that. Need that. See that. With that. That. Do that. That. Cool. That. Oh, that. Do that. Keep that. Oh, that. Oh. Not leave. That. Did that. That. With that. About that. Just. Need that. Need that. Need that. Need that. With that. For that. Want that. Want that. Keep that. From that. Get that. From that. What that. Of that. Out. Yeah, that's affecting that. Want that. Ooh, that. Ooh, that was the. For that. And that. That. Or that. So that. Like that. Some that. Say the thing that. Is that. Say that. Like that. Oh, that's the. Try that. And that. Do that image.
And it's that G that turned that. And it's that quality that and that for that what that one that get that thing that oh the notice states that
survived that. Not that. Doom. That. Money that
thing that fix that the BF that and that
did that. Whoa, that's the good that. You're that. No, that's will bring the that doom that pigs. That put that do that. Sure that during that. That of the thing that put that. Stop that. Stop that. Trainer that important. Set that put that zooming the think that is that on the Jolie that potentially. Oh, that's that. Have that. Put that text about that. Figure that. To that. So, come on. Come on. To that. Come on. That. Say that. That is that always the set that game that to that is race that like that. Like that. Like do that. That. Now that dreams that to that is that the songs the power that be that like that stuff that show that browse that like that do that like that so that to accept that is that denying that that's that of that get that or that say that was that because that the considering that is that or that is the thing that is that idea that sure that that into that like that thing that is that like that do the ones that are the things that that. See that? Sure, the stepped. Or the step in that. Put that into that. There's the stepped. That's that here. The stuff that knowing that. And that between that. Now that I have that handle that wrong that decided that do that into that. Vessels that's that do that thing that or that design that do that green that ink that colors that for that race that show that ink that here that back that something that or the thing that having that like that and that thing that not the ones that cross that or something that like that accepted that is that is that not that say that or that I'm the thing that heard that about that heard that knows that that's like that leave the that keep that means to leave the put that thing that something that measures that is that he's the except the leave that made that and that here that here's the name that do that. So I mean be that is that that's that did that the clear that's that something that me there's that it's that boy wait the clear that do that now that do that the doing that I say that like that type like that thing that is that journey that make that through that and that make that held by that things that ying that want that now that is that member the do that the, not that be that like that bugs like that jar the and that jar that out that apps that does that like that and then I need that so that the sick that now that like that something that's for that boss that keep that sure that change that sure that is that in that got that about that do that there's that sure that do that to differences the fact that did that change that about that want that like that do that so that like do that no that about that ooh this is that mirror this is the need about that this is like that is that give that after do that right that like got that and that whether that things that about that do things this is stuff that things that with that and that stuff that do that about that best about that get that quit that is that regret that read the sick that up things that six things that was like that see that is it true that not the true that not that true the sing that no that do that about that like that is that hair than that with that like that about that true that all that in the bed that true that combine that true all that making that of that album that about that all that so that what that right that thing that affecting that something that so that themes about that is if that of that got the music that like that so that about that is that all that is the that do that fight that split that and do that sure that like that is that just that fact that have that the dish act all that and that and that look at that and like that do that so that oh is that about that do that is that do that no that means get that be the but that is that fix that because that has that thing that is that fix that was thing that get that thing that true enjoy that do that now like that that on that by that tomorrow that about that sleep that like that get that pressed that box the things the pants the stuff that work that in that dream that's that doing that hear the that is that old the through that stuff that do that trade the for that thing that leave that do that do that about that not that do that is that own that that's that hating that for that leave that so that like that something that of that that says do that always hate that like that that correct then that got that know the one that bought the thing that fixed in the could that deleted that got that about that we said that three oh anything that less than that about that oh I thought the two that stood the things that think that remember that not that oh then that stop that for that good all that read about that for that and assuming that for that imagine that hoping that fix that know that is the point that do that certainly that go that seems is that the cherry that claims that on that maybe that on that is that no that's the symptoms does that be that herbs that's the dead that is the time that proof that leave the bugs and that like that is that have that that means think that'll that do that know that do that about that means do that means that about that times about that things know that has do that about that means that know that then that got that do we think that think that of that figure that about that is that stuff that pulls the member like that leave do that for that oh that do that about that do that thing that oh that not that do that like that is that lies the tip that ensures that get down on that of that when that like that Oh, that. Sure, that's of that for that. That. About that. Hurry, that. I'm glad that's to that. That is that do. Need that of that. Remember that slept. This. Of that. Of that. That. Of that. Say that. Me that. Like that. Of that. That. Hate that. About that. Of that. Of that. Do that. That. Apparently thinking that of that to say that. Oh my god, that was that. Do that for that. Now that. Now that times the maybe that to that. About that. Do that. Remember that. Do that. Of that. Down to that. Do that. Not that. Not that. Hey, that. Is that means that not on that. Not that. But that means life. Oh, I hate that. Things that. Wow, that. Things that. Now that. Of the. Saying that. That. Not that. Potential. That. Full. That's from the. That. Right about that. Doing that. Oh, that's about that. Like that. That's about that. I was the one that had that. Ruins that. That's out. That. Not that. Use that. Use that. There. And now the thing that doing that. Is that do that? Miser. That. Do that. About that. About that. About that. About that. All that. Look that. Fix that. Kill that. Toss that. Things that with that. Do that. Everyone that. Now that. That thing. Do that. Have that. Love that. Love that. Love that. Like that. Love that. Love that. That is the yesterday. That. Oh. Do that. Is the do that. About that. About that. Or. That. Put that. Put that. Sorry. That. Not that. Is that. Oh, that, do that, that, for that, to that, sure that's that, is that, that, skip that, oh, the matches that, do that, of that, if that, using that, not that, about that, from there, and the bond that, sure the good, that, how that, prize, the, need that, buy that, so, not that it's that, died, that, that, prize, that's the, fully that, do that, into that, for that, I want that, is that, do that, after the, love that, need that, love that, oh, that, do that, sure that's, back that, sing that, leave, all that, turn to the of that, do that, X the T, all the, sure about that, got that thing like that,
about that, for that, characters that, that shows that, do that, oh, that does, that reflects that, do the thing that, with that, doing that, now that, for that,
do that, and, like that, need that, undecided, that, was that, that, for that, and that, leave that, that, about that, characters, that, wars, that, and that action, that, foe, that, relation, that, you, that, do that, like that. About that feeling the consequences that but that know the intelligence that want that do that so that is that after that axology that aid that is that one that do that mean that do that oh that do that ooh quests fix that that for that check that means that do that with that ending that of that see the enemies that if that's doing that that that's that leave that hear that leave that did that say that know the things that do that ish act the right that do that like that. Hey, guess that maybe that's something. Take the step to the like that. Steps to the backs. Now the under the in the boy that is that like that. And that worried that on that like that. Go that. Doing that. Finish that. Thought that is that for that. Hey, that time. That. Bring that up. Enough that do that for that and that keep that do that now will that do that means that that's if it's day that sure that means that no the bird the ancient elder that is that found the core that is that should see that as the with that okay that but I dream that do that now that hope that eat that leave that there's the bull that tickle the it's the energy that infinitely that exact and that sure the assume that do that now that has that changed that the nation that do that not the to that figure that so that song that do that hear that against them that mute that sure that do that is that like that now that got do that it's this do that see that has that do that next that's the thing that that's that not that tough that change that stairs
was that proved no that is that used that with that me that is that proved that except where that terms is that be the clear that
not that not that the fortunate that like that to that
keep that is that Brian tickling that suits that or the hey that
not that
is that clear that
about that not that no like that sure show that sure that do that think that
do that
sure that just that about that do that just down that way assume the sorry but that do that get that see the do that by that for that nice game Fact about that. No, that. It's the fact that kids that play that. That to that. That against the. That's that. That. Like that. Fact that. Say that. Please get that. About that. And that. Zoom. Is that. Use that. Is that. See that. To that. Fly that. Sure that think that. Use that. Power that. Like that. Do that. Sting that. So that. Stand the dice. Do that. Head that. To that. Not that. So that. Done that. Serve that. Was me the. Full. Like that. Not that thing that really that. That for that. Remember this songs about that. No, it really isn't do that. Shouldn't have. Getting that's the crank that it's about that. Base that about that. That. Whatever that. About that. Of that. Do that. Those are the be that on that. Do that. Figure that. Say the about that. Do that. About that. Do that. About that. Hear this. Do that. About that. At that. Say that. Do that. Me this. Of that. Like that. Things that. Know that. Do that. Understand that. Not that. Know that. Like that. Do that. Saying that. Is that. From that. Is that. Do that. Watch that. Know that. Up that. Or the message that. Do that. To that. Read that. So that. Do. The past that. So. That. That. Stop that. About that. For that. Or the. That. Deserve that. Deserve that. Announce that. Hoping. Take that through that. Leave that. Cut that, quit that, that on places that not that need that for that. Okay, that do that about that. Do that. Back to all that. And that. Do that is the read that. Okay, that. Quit that. Do that. Carry that. That. Do that. Like that. And that. Not that thing. That. Do that. Down that. Do that. Doing that is that. Do that. About that. Doing that. Do that. About that. Do that. Do that. From that. Leave that. Take that. Even that. Background. That. About that. For that. That. So that. Now that I got that about that, through that, use that, the, include that, want that, like that, want that, got down, that, about that, like that, me, I'm that, see that, just not do that, but that, about that, area, oh, things that use that, doing that, be that, about that, do that, love that, unbelievable, the rounds, do that. See the do that. Remember that. Where that. See the know that. Do that. About that. During that. About that. Glad. Want that. Is that. Put them about that. Do that. Do that. Is that. Is that. Do that. Been that. About that. Build. Figure that. Do that. Is that for that? So. The game. They're the hard thing. Do that. Love that. Love that. Love that. About that, do that, about that, do that, about that, about that, about that, about that, should it, that, be that, is the bell. Glad that it's there, that, oh, that, if that, oh, that, of that, oh, that, want that, and that, after that, so that, do that, one, like that, like that, into that, like that, where the, do that, now that, about that, like that, that, container, that is the step, that, of that, like that, appreciate that, did that, some of that, see that, appreciate that, how that, and then getting the bad that stop that whatever that do that did that do that I know that for that whatever that for that not that stop that or the observe that using that yeah then give me thinking that travel that density that stop that pull that the know that power that not that just thing that like that way that do that is the additions that glad that now that I'm use that something that will about that coming that ever that complete that to that do that to that read that is that the thing that's on that remember that is that only that got the things that build that to that stuff remember that do that acts the thing that know that that was that make that agree that for that you gotta have that agree do that of that higher that through that leave that have that through things see that text that have that I thought that not that words the appreciate that about that get that place that for that the thing that quit that about that is that about that do that about that got to leave that or the whatever that do that Gabe's from that hit the not that the move the possible the moves the fact that one combination that Does that do that? Oops. That technically that. Feels remember that? That. Just that. I was like, not that. Try that. Anyway, that's true. That. Like that. Not that. The cool like that. Keeping that all that for that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. For that. Do that. Stop that. That kills the tactilize the ignore that. That happy. The glad that in that is the hope that do that by that doing that. Using remember the. Doing that for that. Do that. Do that. Aim the all that. That. Think that for that. I'm the west. The things that doing that. Doing that. That is that know that be that remember that like that. Nice that go like that for that like that. Round that. Is that do that? Keep that do that. Since the night that into that about that have that not that does that that warp that not that do that did that do that do that actually that knowing that about that think bosses that remember that do that that do that about that not that is that need that do that quality that and that lies this that do that about that of that is that do that only that was that root and that's the remember that was that was that much that done that into that thing that aims that now you're that is that that one that aims that got that do that into that for that not that one into that technically that stuff that got that one back to the that hit that doing that just that there love that ending the think that using that thing that for that on that do that that check was that this is the no that no that like that no that not that did that on that snapping that how that I know that need that sure that right that oh that and that revived that boy quickly love that flex that want that us like want that with that oh. Yo thing do that thought that I did yep good to do that that's that skip that is that about that and then that take that of that or the flex that and that on that that on that just that about that love that do that for the how that is the good that no try that like that do that into that thing that's that into that about that is that over that from that to that from that do that on them say that about that sure do that you're that no that is that for that man oh that into that enough that to that that need that now are they about that making that do that love that this thing that here love that just that be the clear difference that love that do that now that after that like that outfits love that about that after that for that about that not the souls those that do that love the that thing that is the doing that do that for that recognizing that about that like that about that what's that things that code the on that is that thing that for that like that because that glad that be the equilibrium about that program that pray that even that's the under that making that need that for the do that for that about that things God the things that leave that yes not about that for that do that during that glad that stop that guys that do that grab that did that hear the good that need that to do that through that like that on that getting the glad that be that for that oh. With that do that thing that is that I think that change that is that now the imagine that have that one like that things Throw that. Get that. Like that. Do that. Do that. Leave that. Do that. Bring that. Oh, that did that. That remember? About that. About that. That is that like that. About that. Oh. So that is that like that. I can't believe be that. That. Bring that. Like that. Do that. Oh, about that. Got that. Using that. Spot. Flip that. Oh, forget that. Do that. About that. For that. About that. About that. From that. You're that. Into that. Doing that. But that. About that. Attack. About that. Of that. Of that. Bring about that. Like that. About that. About that. About that. That. About that. Did that. Leave them. Whew. About that. Doing that. By that. Leave them like that. Leave that. Exciting. Most the think. All that. Not that. On that. And remember that. Say that. About that. I'm that. Wait that. Get that. Like that. Forget that. That will. So that I'm the. Is that seems that through that. Not that. Sometimes that. Sometimes that. To that. To that. To that. Not that. Do that. Key. To that side of the. Possible. The code. Like that. Through the team. Right. That. Got that. That. Like that. Is that. Do that. Oh. Is that. That. Sometimes that. Doing that. And that. And that. Maybe that sells the key. That. Do that. What's that? So that. That. Crypto. That. Have that. Whoever they do that. Things that. Like that for that. But that did that. Glad that happened. I think that about that. Get that. Remembering that. That fighting. Nice. Get that. No, the thing that is that without during that on that end. Let's hate that for that because into that hits nor that glad of the do that. That about that is that LC that like that into that one that the to that oh that. Because that boy, that's it. That's that. Not that. Bring that. About that. From that is that. Doing that. Say the thing that functions that. That. Then that. Of that. Glad that. Of the. Is that why? Yeah. Do that. For that. Is the. Do that. About that. Think that out. That was that. That like that. Agree that there. Things I believe that. Does that love that? Love that. With that. Into that. That. Aw. That. Kill that. Got that thing. That. Whoo. Remember them. That. Try that. Get that. Fight that. Go that. Go that. Getting the. Leave that. Said that. That means something. That. Use that like that. Do that. Got that. Say that. Is that. So. Not that. Is that. So do that. Do that. Add the mean that of that for that. Do that. Move the. Just that step to that. I don't like the words that. That. Oh, do that. Oh, that's. Do that. Stop that. Is that do that? Doing that. It's like environment that doomed that. Love that. Done that wrong. Do that. Did that. Leave by that here. Do that. Do that. Is that? Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Because that. That about that. For that. That's all. Again. That. Do that. Sure. That. About that part. That. Do that. Know that. On. Like that. Is that open that by that? Now that why that. Do that. Find that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Want that. Want that. Ending that. Do that. Get that. Is that doing that? Oh, how that agrees. Ending that. Oh, that. Get that. Did that. To that. Once that. Learn that. That. Just that. Get that. Feel the. Sure that. Just that. Sure that. Oven that. Know that. Doing that. On that. Now get that. Know that. If that positions. Just that. Just that. Just that. Just that. About that. Get that. Saw that. Like that. Swim that. About that. That. Stand that. Information. That. Nope. About that. There's that. Honestly, that. Ah. What that into that? There's the since. What that? Where that? No, that. That's still that. People that do that. Is that what that thing that would that drive that? From that. I'll take that about that. Oh, about that. Do that. Go that. Have that. I want that. Maybe that. Remember that. That over that. And that. Use that. That's that. About that. When that. About that. Art that. Remember that. Do that. That. Not that. That. About that. Do that. About that. After that. Have that. Doing that. We're thinking that. Like that. That's difficult. Remember that. So that. For that. Do that. About that. Just like that. That. About that. Do that. Do that.
Aries.
Bitch. Now that of that. Stuff that. That. Face that thing. That. From that. Do that. Take that. 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 Things like that. Like that. Got that of that. That English. Watch that. That. Watch that. Watch that. Do that. Eating that. Use that. Do that. Ability. It's a bolt. That. Do that. Do that. Do that. Hey. King that. They appreciate that. Fortunate than that. Just hear that ability. Dream about that. Yeah, do that. About that. Do that. Have that. Leave the. Just do that. Do that. That. Do that. Not that. Just between that. Times I appreciate that. That. Just the way. That's thing that need that. Do that. Further that. Now the. With that. Stop that. Help that. Stop that. There the that. And that. The themes that is the things. Through that. Was that. Me that. Do that. Yeah, that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Hear the remember that. Read that. Do that. Love that. About that. Make. The fuel that stands. Is that behind that? See that? That. Got to do that. Getting. That's that. No, back to that. Doing that. And not that. Hear this. That. Hear the. And something that. Like that. Do that. Yeah, that's that. That. Like that. Is that about that? To that. Or that. For that. That. License. Remember that. Doing the. That's. That. Is that. Saw that. About that. About that. Like that. Yeah. Just do that. Choose that. About that. Do that. Like that. About that. Because about that. And prove the love that. Not that. All that. So things that use that. If that do that. Oh. Do that. Not that. Do that. Is that really the toast? The toast. The warp that. Me that. Oh, love that. Think the grid. Maybe that would.
About that.
Funny. Glad that. Do that. Or. The person that do that. Do that. Do that. Well, that. About that. Even that. Leave the orders. Then that. Which that is the. With that. Yeah, that. Leave the. That. Possible that figured that. There. About that. By that. No, that. About that. With that. Say that about that. About that. Yes, do that loud. See that. See that. Things that. Line the. That. About that. Say that. Get that. Doing. That. Leave the. Do that. Know that. Know that. Know that. And possible. I mean, do that. So that from that is that all that for power that check that dead. That watch that about there. That for that is that on that. I think that is that love to see that. Say that obviously. Want that something actions that do that. This is for that. That. See that. See that. See that. Done. That is the during that. But that I need that.
No more than they already.
Doing that. Oh, that do that. Way that is that like that for that. I think that funny that is.
Across the Colorado.
I forgot the odds about that. Appreciate that. See that. That. Need that. Need that. Way that for that. Leave the odds for that. Use that for the thing that.
All right.
Mean that about that. Hold that day. For that. No, that ever that. But that and that. I think that about that stuff that use that. That assume that's in that's in. All that is that. Is that. Do that. About that. Press that. Word. Got that. Done the. That's that. That. Doing that. Doing that. That. That day that used to that know about that makes the do that. There's the. That is that doing that. High likelihood that fire the or the see that how that is that. So that leave me that think that do that about that. Saying that about that. Say that do that. That. Who that is that? Cause that's the keep that. That's that. There. About that. No, that is the that about that. Time for that. Stop with that. That thing. That. Take that. Move that. Throw that. Attack that. That. I've accepted that. Split that. About that. Do that. Do that. That times that fine. You that believe that. All the. That. Is that nice for that. Right. Is that. Oh. And that. Oh. That. Get that. Put that back. Quit that. Stop that. Do that. Through that. Enter that. About that. 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 Is that. 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 Do that. Like. Best. Do that. Now look at that. Love the.
Pretty good.
That means the thing. Do that. Do that. About that. Doing that. About that. That is that close to this. That is that. Twitter the game that like that. About that. Sing that. Take that. So that's do that. Do that. Forgot the that. That
means that.
Glad that play that. Get that. Do that. Broke that. 5 to that. Do that. Do that. Is that for that? That is that. See that. Get that. Keep that. Do that. Is that. 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 Now do that. Do that. Is that about that? That's the door. Do that because that back that some is that no that insist that of that that is that stand of that like that ocean the minute that about that boy back that do that no that time the not that that forms all that like that work the no the that things the fire about that with that get that about that know that get that is that. And about that, so that like that. Try that, know that, do that, know that, well that, like that, farm, love that, pulling that about that, thing, about that, do that, not doing that, about that, be about that, equip that, hear that, what that, get that, does that, do that, love that, like that, for that, do that, here, kill that, be that, necessarily that, do that, and that's that, if that, through the. No. But that's that. Ooh, whatever that. That. About that. With that. Do that. For that. Do that. Got that.
Cheers.
About that. So just read that. Use that for that. For that. About that. What that is that. Is that. Doing that. Do that. Whatever that. Whoa. That. Covered the for that. Do that. Eating that. Sure. So get that and that. And that's that. Self. That. Check that. Is that. Bring that. About that. Means to do that. About that. With that. That is the though. Like that. About that. No. That. Next thing. Think that. Be about that. That is that. About that. Of that. Also the like that. Do that. That is that. That thing. Done the do that. Was that. That and that. Bring that. Do that. Hey. That. And that, stop that, done the, like that, design that, do that, wow, remember that, without saying that, like that, of that, well, that means that, now that by the oceans, get, use that, that's not true, that, I love that, got that, about that, seen that, that, like that, times that, is that, buddy, that is that, leave the, got that, change that, bring that, name that, the things, with that, love them to that, like that, remembering that, use that self, that, use that, do that, do that, with that, like that, back to change that, now that, about that, of that, where that, oh, that, which that, say that, about that, know that, wherever that, like that, I'm that thing, enough, about that, here's that, things in that, like that, tip the files, now the, from that, oh, that, I think that, of that, when the, that's the, got that. Next movie set with that amazing best. That check that me that. Oh, that. Do that. Of that. That. See that. Time that. Done that. That. Not the now the dream. Without the animation. Do that. Games. That's that. Got that. Show. Got the. Do that. Night. The pants for that. Oh that. Got that. Thing that's that. That. Do that. Do that. Stop that. Obviously do that. About that. Right, that. Enjoy that. Just that. With that. With that. Zoom that. For that. Definitely that. Oh, that. Share. Play that. Bots. Yeah. Do that. Read that. For that. For that. Not that. For that. Hour. Go to that flashlight. That. Doing that, grab the that, get that is whatever that if that I'm not doing that people that expecting that how that okay that to that noticed that got that shot of that by that going that see that having that get that accepts that that's get that thing think that about that with that, like that. Consider that by that. Fight that question. That. Get that. Was that thinking that? To that. Do that. Enough about that. Right. Even the fight that. Thinking that. The chance that now the area that is the things that leave the stuff that. About that. Need that. Get that. Seeing that. Then ask the. During that. Try that. Say then things that. Hey, that means the because do that. Do that. Drive that. That. To that. People, for that, not that, do that, for that, that, have that, All that about that. And that. Do that. Drive that. Did that. Things that change that. Do that. Fight that. That. About that. That. There's that. Since the is that okay? That be the that things is it probably that do that that actually get the oh that's all the no that now the round thins the that's that do that is that I'm the that about that everyone have that good is about that through that do that like that like that. Whew, that, have that, want that, but that, figure that, do that, is that, do that, eat the, do that, do that, sing that with that, oh, that, appreciate that, about that, this, all that, do that, use that, do that, make that, for that, or the, do that on that. Hear that. Get that. Play the. Oh, do that. Oh, and on that. Boy, know that. But that thing that like that and that. Whatever that. Things that know that's that. On that. That. Do that. Room that. Get that. All the. That. Things that. Or the thing. Place the. Is that like that? Is that hold up? Touch that. That. Take that. That. Here. That. Up. That. Is that. Was that. Was that. Make that. Make that with that. About that. 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 The floor that. Spoon. Then do that. That. Do that. Do that. Do that. About that. Do that. Something that do that. Do that. About that. About that. Things. The ones that bring that. Do that. Do that. And that. About that. That. About that. But that lucky. That or that or that. That. That with that. Have that. Bring that. About that. Like that. Do that. That see that. See that does that. Back that on that. But that monitors. Now that where the for that is that of that is that doing that. Weapons about that. These the do that. Do that. Doing that. About that. Do that. Is the game. Remember that with that. Into that. About that. From that. Is that. And that thing about that. Get that. Here's the thing that supplies the through the house from that stack. The arms the oh like that thing that about that. The not that over the hey the sure that. Want that. I'm that's that of that. About that, on that, oh that, into that, is that, like that, is that. Oh, fuck that. Do that. Turns that. That's all that. Like that. Do that. About that. Into that, like that, and that. That is the. Do that. Like that. Under that. Under that. Under that. Oh, that. About that. I didn't not appreciate that. Not that. On the play that. That. Accent to that. Not that. Do that. Over that. Bye. Even that. Was that? Of that. Of that. From that. Stream that. I'm. For that. So the end. That's that. It's through that. That. Above that. Say that. That. Do that. Me doing that. Up that. Things that. That. Oh, that. Why is this that? I'm to that. Above that. Oh, that. All that. Open that. Smack that. Back to that. Not that. People that. That. On that. On that. Like that. Folks say that. Oh, does that make that? Are you right? That. Oh, leave that. Throw that for that and that. Nail that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Don't hold it by that. About that. That. Do that. Get that. And that. That. Health that. And that. Do that. Bring that. Remember that. Through that. Break that. Sure that from that of that. Not that. See that now that. Sure that. That. Do that. Do that. Is that? Do that. Do that of. That. Obviously that one. That. Sure that. Sure that I'm that. It forgot to prove that. That. Keep that. Do that. Do that. Obviously that. Have that. Leave that. Leave that. Remember that. Fix that. Hood. That. Does that. Do that. Side that. Is that. And that. For that. Phones that. Like that. Got that. Do that. Like that. Getting that. Do that. Remembering the shit. This. That shit that made that. That shit that begins. That's the game that. That with that. Into that. That's ending the game that. That. Because that. Do that. Is that. Do that. Good. That. That's that. Let that. Lords. All that. Do that. About that. About that. Power thing. Please. Through. That. Say that. Into that. Or that. That. Of the. That. So that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Things for that. Bring the. Remember that. One that. That. Things up that. Say that. Like that. That. But that's the trap that us. And nothing that. Not that. That, take that was that by that like that. Here the do that with that. Things about that like that. Just that. Look at that. That is the about that. I thought doing that for that. I deserve that. Guys through that. Next that like that. Outside. Get that. Got that. Get that. Do that. Get that. Flip that. Just like that. That. Pull that. And that. And that. Star that. And that. On that. On that. Or the. I think they appreciate that. That's quests. Through the. Leave the but that like that. Love the not love that. Now about that like that. Leave the that's that. Expect that something that if that. Suddenly that. He's then that say that shit that. At that about that. Stated doubles that jump. Amazing this. The shot of the leave that. But that of that appreciate that. Was that imagine the that appreciate that. Do that. Hope that get that. Sure there's the remembering that that. See that? That question the below that. Do that. There's that. See the bad. Get that. Take that. Reach that. Obviously that. For that. Do that. Potatoes. That. Did that. Oh, and that. Take that. Keep that. Alright. Now the character. That. Will that. Use that. Is that used that? Have that. Have that. That for that. Oh, that. About that. No. The. That. Do that. Do that. Up that. About that. That. For that. Did that. For that, do that. By that, to that. Okay? Do that. Break that out. That thing. On that. Do. That. Leave that. Put that power into that. Into that. This that. Into that. No, the eyes them to that. Heard that. They. The that. Sure, the people. The fight. To that. Now the eyes like that. That. To that. Of that. Like that. To that. Press that. Press that. Get the power. Do that. Leave the. That. Say that. About that. Do that. Like that. Say that. Anything about that. About that. About that. Could that. Did that. Want that. Wish that. See that. Know that. Love that. Into that. Want that. Now that. Glad that. To that. For that. Just that. Just that. And that. Action. Aggressive. Does that. Think that. Like that. Know that. Know that. With that. For that. Know that. Do that. And that. Took that. Want that. Get that. Appreciate that. Exist that. Appreciate that. That. Realize that. Realize that. Stop that. Use that. With that. With that. Off that. With that. Got the thought to do that. Visualize that. Wish the. Noticed the. Do that. Yes. Get that. Get that. Thing that. By that. Is that. See that. Certain. That's through that. Obviously that. Quit that. Think that. Follow that. Is that. That. Exploring that. Doing that like that. The fact that. Quit that. Quit that. Quit that. Take that. Take that. All that. All that. Do that. Or that. That. Pressed. The. That. And that. The pick that. To that. Is that. Do that. Like that. Break that. That. Do that. Leave the action from that side. That. Or that. Or the air. Than that. Things that. Do that. Air. That was that. That was that. Was that. That. Aim the. That's thing. That thing of something that. Buy that. Do that. Know that. Know that. Did that. Get that. That. Thing that. With that. You didn't even hear that. Do that. Do that. Do that. About that. Actually, that. Remember the. Pop that. Like that. Up that. There. That. That bombs that or with the discussion the cycle that get that into that oh get that for that not that like the song the six rival that I think that yesterday that's that zoom that to that that's the following that to that feeling that about that say that objects all that by that and that open them to that like that for that doing that now that that is that shooting that with that or that about that. Oh, use that, doing that. Got that. Do that. Tried that. Love that. Excellent. So, lost them. Does that about that? Oh, fuck that. That's that. Do that now. That. Take that. Thing that. Is that. Is that. Maybe lost that. About that. Fight that. Oh, the thing that said. But after that, about that, I see that. Like that. Did that work? Do that now? That's the. And with that. I think the thing that keep that now. Now through that one that least. like that. Sorry, do that. Robots. Oh, the behind that. What's that? Not that of the with that thing that's right. That made that have that. Do that. That. Do that. Remember the mins that do that. Through that. Remember that. Remember that. Turns that. That. About that. Love that. Is whatever that. Whatever that. Like that. Know that. Thing that. Do that. Appreciate that. Now that. That like that. Nah. That have that. Do that. Have. That hovering. That. Well, usually that. Know that. With that. Specifically. That. In that. Exploring that. Like that. About that. On that. Part that. Now. To that. That. With that. After that. Want that. That. I'm so happy that I didn't do that. Believe that I've that. Touch that. Know the thing. That means that glad that I admit that. Get that. Okay? Do that. Do that. Do that. That turns the thing that I did all that. All that about that. Do that. That be. Do that. Near the. Find the. Sure the. That. That. Sure the. Don't shoot that about that. Getting them to do that. The point that. Books yesterday. Oh, that thing. That pins the stuff that comes the like that. Like that. Or that. With that. Like that. Okay, that. Something. Like that. Now do that. If that there, the under that. Wish that. Hope things that eat that. That for that. Expecting that. Hope. Expecting that. Make that. Oh, that. Oh, stop using that. Give that. Although that. Oh, that. Weird. About that. Or that. That one that thing that do that. Without here. Really that spot the figuring that oh that under that this is the hit that behind that and that do that me that get that me that love that to that from that space explore that like that know that is that creates the, get that like that maybe doing that hope after that love that like that doing that sure that needed to get that off that get that love that do that is but that essentially that or that agreed in that thing that nice do that I did that now that if you're into that analysis that using that charge that builds that of the image that does that oh the that there that people getting like that it's that just like that about that doing that is that deal except that and that room here's that of that room that about that from that of that with that means the top that one that of that yeah okay think that glad that bring that this that with that stop that like that do that thanks for that love that for that not that do that more that do that realize the three that's that I guess that that's something that is after that check that no that does that is that done that I need that and that do that remembering about that is that in that way that they're never that apartment it's about that is that uniting that do that for that point that fight that say that throw that into that right team that lamb that needs to stand that do that stand the knee running that that's like that do that thing that do that about that and think that fish that do that because that do that want that drink that feeling that about that be that want that about that sure that grits that through that nice then that that about that here's the sure that Ellen that leave that in that lamb that into that is the do that put that need that and that okay? that but that does that do that equip that remember the doing that on that maybe like that hey that here's the thing that here that is the say that feels that exactly that maybe say that fight that and do that glad that does that about that do that use that things that see that do that now that what that does that reasons all those that of that and that with that know that about that sure the man that do that and that cool need that roll for that remember sometimes I figured that is that do that Get that shot. I need that. What is that? For that. With that. Plus that. Buy that. Just to do that. Okay. That. Where they need that shot. That's the deserve that place to be that. Realize that. Tax that robbed that race. And remember that level the thing. Whatever that with that activating that. Right, that use that. Need that. Hit that. That. Because that do that. Tap that. Says that. Then that loves the enough maids that claim that. Fling that. Are there. About that. Now the need for that. Forgot that scratching that was the doing that for that. Not that. Do that. There. Is the of that. Into that. Do that. Is that chord that. Is that or that? Is the for that. That in that. These are the that. That. About that. About that. Recognize that. Of that. Goes. Is that one? Do that. Axe. Do that. Help that. Now the like that. Doing that. Now are they like that? No, now that you just that. Do that. Bring. Drive that. Now the one that I said that not that way. That now the that. Now like that. Here the now the thing that do that and that room from that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Here there's that. That's that. Oh. That. Stop that. Do that. Like that. Thought. Oh, that. No. That's the. Announce. What that. That. Be that. Do those. That thing. So then that. Now that turns the that turns the that is the doing that. Doing that. What's that? Means the get that. Not that. Take that. Going that. Be that. Read that. Now that's that. Of that. That for that. That's that. That's. Well, by that. See that. Now that during that. Teach that. Know that. What's that day? That. Me that. About that. Was that. About that. Things that change that. Know that. With that. Now that. Hope that. Was about that. Be that. Claims that balls. See that? Yes, I like that. Sure, that balls. Now that is that. Got that. Killing that. Do that. Get that. That. That was that. That remember that. That. Killing that. Say that. Way that. That's that. Stop that. About that. Because that makes it. Stop that. Stop that. Is that. I think of that. Using the game. Getting that. Feeling that. We're. Stepping that. Extension that. Things that believe that. And that. Of that. Whatever that or that. Out that. Do that. Need that. Stop that. Believe that. That. But that not that. That do that. Obviously, that whole. The hoping that's the now the beginning through that. Forget that. Obviously that. On that maze. Yeah. In that. Now in that doing that. Hate that. Want that. Hate that. It was the. That is that. Do that. Stop that. About that. Because that's having that. Dying that. What's that? Hope the read. And the hands. Brought that. Why? From that to that. Like that. Like that. Both to that. Like that. Do that. Understand that. After. Accept that. And that here. That's that. You think that thing that. Thing that. That. Know that. You think that. Button. Love that. Anything that like that. Order that beneath it. Leaders. Announce that. Oh, that's that. Just put that about that, respect that, of the take that, now that about that, fix that, of that, anything else that, page that, put that for that, something to that, add the sharp, about that, put that, shake that, under that, here that, into that, and that, go that, about that, dude, the respect that, play that, is that, to that, yes, no that, need that, place that you do that, the things that sure that, glad that, be that, wish that, why that, get that, yes. About that. About that. That means the end. Huh. On that. Got the now of that thing that is that one there. Expecting that. Remember the name that is the thing that all that was that. Whoa! That. Admit that. That is that thing that do that. Believe that. Expect that. Through that. Now. Know that. Do that. Remember that. Hey. What was that? Like that. He is that thing that on that. Is that hear that. Things that. How that and that's that. Get that. Make that one only that thing that about that. Not that. All that like that. About that. Get that. That's the everything that assume about that. No, that did that. And that got except the do that. Not that do that. If that is that have that is that I think that break that about that. Get that about that. Do that. Like that. Things that want that. It's that. Heard that. Get that. Got that about that. I love that. I love that. It's not that odd. Like that. That move that. Say that is the win that or that about that. Do that. Come on. Fight that. Like that. Realizing that switch that. Do that. Put that. Put that. About that. Can make that. Do that. Get that. Like that. Come on. That just does that remember that. Get that. Allow that. Doing that. The say that. Carry that. But that feature that keep that is after the sir that that. Love that. No, the hope that got the fact that is that does that like that. Out the door. The answer that's that of that never that is that trust that on that is that that about that loads and that like that is that why that guy that affected that I'm this that is not that is the that is that not that need that do that I remember for that feeling that now that means that that's so cool oh that do that really done of that. Like that! Glad that. Do that, make that, want that. Ignore that. Back to the with that. Eight. Then that's enough. Now of that. Beat that's that. That. How that for that. Thing that see that. That. Appreciate that. Nice things with that. Flip that. Take that. Is the time that actually say that. That. So that is that. Get that. Sure that. Got that. Out that. Use that. How that's. Beat that. That. Lots. That. Not that. That owns the. Who's that? Remember that? That's that! Want that. Remember that? If that's acting that, sure that. That acting, all that. Use that for that. Use that about that. Sure that one doing that and that and that. Doing that, that. Fish the that. Sure that. Stop. Into that. That. Grab that. 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 Drive that. Quit that. Quit that. Stop that. Kill the. Want that. Hat the. The devers. The. Like that. Doing that. Do that. Thing. Fixing that. By that. Have that. That. Because that stop that. Do that. Key that. Doing that. About that. Did that. Nord that. Nord. Do that. Got that. Do that. Do that. How's the drive that? Do that. Needed that. Or cut that to that. That. Like that. Nord this. Do that. Where that. Zash that. Over that. With that. Stop that. Want that. Want that. With that. With that. Stop that. Assume that. Well, for that thing that. Need that. Need that. About that. That or that. With that. About that. About that. Whatever that thing. That. Whatever that. That. Of that. Of that. Of that. That. Or the. About that. Sounds let that. Get that. Void. Want that. Of that. Love that means that. Do that. Love that. For that. Feel that. All that. About that. Now deserve that. Believe that. That. Know that. Nice. With that. Now that's. That means the leaps. Do that. Do that. Stop that. Did that. Do that. Have that. Use that. Deserve that. Deserve that. Instead of that. Remember that. Do that. Or the. Like that. Oh. Accept then that. Give that. Glad that open to that ability to now that. Do that. Together. That snack. The knack, that ice, hurt, that jumps, the opportunities, that's over, that do that, knowing that numbers, do that, play that like that. Cut that till that of that, play that, and that verse. Is a that about that, do that, make that, saw that, just is the nation things that to that, then that, know that hopes that is that, read those that, don't the, do that, or the say that things, that is that, though. I guess that and that about that off the internet though. Now that thank that doing that not that nice that in want that do that want that sorry that not that and that for that hope that so that is that keep that certain that of that get that by that do that by the way that quit that that hope that make that the going the pathway of that for that hear that add the fans thing that sure that overs the do that from that use that that means like that go for that now that like that thing that decided that going that like that love that that's to that was that and that thing that and that not that's remember the and that about that city because that doing that oh they're doing that love that do that is that deserved that and that hitting that oh that after that trade did that oh that that want that come on that and that all that do that come on for that less that that area that about that think to know the enough and that with that old think that's during that think that good for that is that stop that That is that. Things that doing that. Quit that, stop that. Fools. That is that. Up. Say that I'm that. And that's for that. Of that. Ignoring that. Fix that. Have that. Okay. Sure that. And that. That means that. This is the. Not that. Handle that. About that. Of that. Quit that. Quit that. Things that do that. Back that. Oh, stop that! Hold on. Oh, about that. Is that. Taking that. Take that. For that. Word. That. Oh, stop that. So that's the pull like that. What that is that stuff that. Feel that. Oh, that. Do that like that. Is that that? No, that doing that. Do that. Is that that? Is that the sword? The feeling the words. Is that that? Stab that into that. Be that. Do that. That. Remember that. Take that. That. Is that the thing that completed that? L. That. Be that. Remember that. Oh. Forgot the of that. Use that. Down that. That one. That's. Not that. Do that. Whatever that. That. How that. That. Of that. Is that. That. Like the. That. How that's the. For that. Do that. Do that. No. That. Knowing that. Do that. Do that. Sound that. Do that. Hear that. Know that. Out that. Oh. That. Do that. Is that. Through that. Hear that. Out that. Do that. Now the. Hit that. Hit that. Right. That. Into that. By that. Realizing that. That. Now that's possible. Now. That. Like that. Out that. Through that. From that. Do that. Do that. Getting that. Oh. That. Oh. Now that. That. For that. The thing that. That thing. Remember that. Love that. That. Do that. That. Like that means the. Do that. Was that? Do that. To that. What that means that. Place the bones. Learn. Love that. Until that. Do that way that. There. The. All. Want that. Doing that. Does that love that. About that. Do that. Wait, that is that about that. Thinking that's the one about that. Wait, do that. Be that. Clear the one that got that. About that. All that. Buttons the did that. Sure that knows that. So that is that sure that because that about that. Gotten that about that. Be that. Sorry. All this set. And that got that. Sing that. Maybe that. See that. And that for that. Do that. Do that. Expecting that. Do that. Do that. Doing that. Need that. Doing that. Hit that. Press that. Like that. Anything that know that with that. Do that. Got that. Like that. That. Take that. Other than that. About that. Use that. That. Do that. Do that. How does this that needs? Done that. Do that. That'll be that. Do that. Said that. So that. No, that I'll do that. Come on. About that. Is that? Expect that. Except that. Like that. Do that. About that. I'm the. Do that. By that. About that. That. Using that. Me that. Doing that. Having that. With that. Come on. That. That. With that. Do that. With that. With that. Then that. That. Have that. Into that. Jeans that. Like that. Back that. By that. Oh, that. About that. Like that. Like that. Got that. About that. Do that. Sticker. That. Do that, like that. Nice that. Do that. Say that. Play that. Cool. Know that. Oh, the knowing that's that. So that is that like that. This is that. Hope that is that stuff that is that. I'm that. I'm the. Sorry, do that. Sorry, that if is that of that. Mention that thing that exact. Thou. Of that. Of that. To pass that. Does that. Indeed. Know that. Go. Expecting that. Leave that. Think that or the
Residents that
that. Love that. About that.
It is to see you.
Huh? For saving us.
But on that. Now things that is that about that. Get that parent. Drive that to that. Admit that. Oh, that. Oh, that. Oh, that's the. Do that. Use that. Use that. Drive that. That's doing that. Do that. If that. Oh, that thing. Drive that. Getting them that. That is that. For that. Do that. Do that. Sorry, the step. Oh, do that. Do that. Do that. So that stuff that. How that. Do that. Like that. Need that. Be that. Do that. Act of that. Yes. Want that. Do that. Move that. Do that. Do that. Agree that. Do that. Act that. Do that. Read. From that. Did that. Did that. Do that. Own the things that. Do that. Of that. About that. Get that. Is that. Play that. Need that. Is that. Remember that. Ignore that. Ignore that. Is that need that thing that comes to be that here that is that like that thing that the things that bring the things that work that say that like that on that oh like that to that like that do that send that remember that like that I guess that'd be that leave that done that into that drive that all that to that but the action that say that haven't earned is that about that oh third that she that, maybe that about that, action about that, here that has that, if that, like that, be the, help get that, or this, and that, is that, anything that, build that, like that's that, of that, not that, say that, of the things, remember that, beat that, to that, doing that, think that, also that, of that, all that, no, think that, use that, about that, brown that, and remember that, who's that, and that, build that, push to do that, has that, think that, did that, touch that, or the something that, around that, who's the, like that, and that, is that. Does that do that? Do that? No, that. Do that. About that. With that. With that. Doing that. Tell the do that. Do that. Try the door. That. Is that. Bring that. Think about that. Things that is that. Do that. Like that. For that. The that. The mention. Whatever that. Arm. The. That is that. I'm sorry to hear that. That. About that. About that. About that. Sure. About that. About that. About that. About that. Things. Head. Stop that. Who's that? Why that? All the thing that with that on that. Born. Born. Oh, that was that time. That is that. Is that about that? Add to that. That of that. Dude, the man. That and that. Was that? Maybe that. Even that. Do that. About that. Of the. Do that. Drive that. Is that? Do that. That. Try that. Sing that. In that. That. For that. Is that. Everything that. About that way. The thing. Oh, that. Like that. For that. For those. That. Of that. Turn that. That. Continued that. Oh, that. About that. Thing. The packs. That. Where. That. Sing that. Do that. Know that. No, I know that. Not that. Try that. Take that. Take that. Do that. Do that. Is that? Quit that. Take that. Like that. That. About that. That. Doing that. Quit that. Go that. Like that. About that. Left. Turn to that. And then to that. About that. Think that. Know that. About that. Is it about that? That's the one that love that. About that. About that. That. About that. Aware that. Like that. Is that. Things that. Do them. Since I like that. I that. No, that like that. Played that. Beating that. That. Bring that. That's in doing that. Do that. Stop. So that. Games that. That. So that. That's that package. The dude. The know that on that. For that. Sometimes that's the stand. Build that. Put that. Do that. And the. Remember that. Through that. Through that. Do that. Leave that. Leave that. Said that. I did that. Considered that. Guy that imagined that. That. Do that. Afraid that. Pull that. Do that. Through that. That's that. Having that. Is that? Is that? Is that? Quit that. Quit that. Who's that? Like that. Worried that. Quit that. That. About that. Sorry. That. Is that doing that? And that. Like that. Like that. Is that? Do that. Jurist. Sure that. Now that lower the fight. Hope that. Like that. Try that. Like that. That. Do that. Do that. That's the. Oh, that. Do that. Use the set that. Woo! That game. And that. For that. Read that. That. Be that. Oh, that for that. Think that. Do that. Love that. Bring that. Have that thing. Sure that. Sure that for that. That was that. Now imagine that over that. Nice. Now that was that. Was that about that? Do that. There's that. Read the do that. Put that. Do that. For that. Leave it. That. Keeping that proof. Now the. Let's do that. Leave the like that. Trust that. Is that? And that. Do that. Anything that. Do that. Thing that. Be that. Do that. That. Oh that. Oh that. Move this. That. Just that. Has that. Of the. About that. Can you believe that? Be that. That. Have that. Or. Ignored that. Realize that. Do that. Go deserve to touch that. Nice about that. Use that. Use that. About that. Glad the. Ignore that. That I got that. Glad about that. Do that. Did that. Take that. Do that. Check that. Know that. About that. Go that. Found for that. Deserved that. Deserved that. But happy that. So that like that. That. And that for that. Glad that. Do that. Do that. Ooh. Glad about that. Glad about that. Own the. Do that. Done that. To that. Lead that. Do that. Whoever that. Maybe that. Do that. And that. Think that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Yes. Only that. Like that. With that. And right. That. Yeah. No. About that. The cheese. Now. Do the. Now. See. Whatever that come. There's the off that. No. That's toward that. Off that. Is that. That. Is that. Sure that. Say that. In. That. All that. Bring the character that of that. And off that. Three. Down that. I'm not afraid that. Done that. Let that. Kill that. Let that. Expecting that. Leave that. Do that. Maybe that. Says that. Opens them to that. That one that. Bring that for that. Said that. Needs that. Without about that. Sure that. To that. Right. That. Like that. Do that. Like that. But that. For now. That. For that. Get that. And that. About that. One that. If that. Do that. Do that. People that. That. Like that. Sure that. That. Things that. And that. Installations. That's do that. What that. Do that. That. Read that. Is that so that like that? That. Well. Then I did this. About that. Also does that. I'm saying. the companies that so that do that work than that things that people that nations that buy the game that something that take that have that things that means the time that means that hey that as the is that I did that know that is that for that done that or the ducks that algebra that like that keep that do that no have that look at that to that like that this is the start that off that I suppose that enough is that that says now that is that side that notice all that is that get that activate that so that feel that what that do that just that let's say that say that so that do that I'm not making that no that up that not there is that or after that but that just about that one's that specific that about that of that about the part that make that cycle that is that and keeping that the standard of that like that that's the that's like that that more that's yes by that for that say that like that then that done that with that do that equation just of that it's the now leave about that take that do that that like that into that do that do that nice sorry about that if that do that need that want that oh that or that's it okay that or over that about that of that now that's the on that to that that get that about that oh that is that did that actually I think that where that's is that sometimes that do that is that man that true hope that nine that buy that about that do that do that but that and the be that about that is the is the and that dodge that here thinking that use that round that whatever that dodge that and so that about that no the good back that of that about that thing here that thing that then that and that's that do that on that use that for that hope to know that ow sure that all that about that thing does that do that no that I think the good about that is that do that never do that get that quit that do that like that say the gens that know that do that remember that break that remember that through that like that out of that oh got that about that do that do that get that things that procure that do that to that saying that say that about that about that that make that thinking that is that DLC the creature the raid that zoom done that is that that through that that's the way that I'm that all that okay I'm gonna say do that like that for the do that like that way the zoom the count that have that for that some stuff in that all that do that is that about that do that count that do that back that remember that name the do that see that pull that that's that on that's about the know that about that up that under that because that is that and that that on that they say that bring that figure that is that he does that do that for that is that about that is that about that like that fire that day special that something that about that say yesterday that in that things that good for that do that effects do that about that things that assume see that about that is that remember that about that for that is that give that enough about that get the do that even about that figure that check that
included the
games play that is that will that think that be that throw that like that think that or that sorry that like that say that for that get the that for that me that about that play that say that say that have that eat that oh about that do that
into that no that's
that remembering that top that getting on that with that is that of that with that whatever that and that about that there's the stand the press the manage that sing that about that of that is that in that was the time that
now that time that I leave the section that means that imagine that nice that or that means that just that means the classes that now the thing that heroes that abilities that rolled
do that there's that is that remember that is that doing that he's Like that. Was that? Do that. Deserve that. Doing that. And that. Stuff. That. Do that. That. Set that. Do that. Do that. With that. On that. Like that. That was that thing that inside. Because that. Guess that. Like that. Not that. Yeah, that. You're that. That. Oh, that. 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 Not that. Do that. Means that. Come on. Do that. Sure. That. Is it now? That is. Grinding. Say that. Say that. Say that. With that. These. With that. Things. The apple. That. Come on. Drive that. That. Love that. About that. About that. About that. Love that. Eat that. That. Is that. Put that. About that. Area. That. Do that. Here. Step for that. Do that. Do that. Sort that. Now the creatures. That. Get that. About that. So that. Glad to do that. That. Do that. About that. Get that. Do that. Tree that. Take that for that. Do that. Or the hope that after that. Way that. About that. Do that. Sell that. Get that. Take that for that. Okay. Leave that. Happy that. Hold that. Self. About that. That. About that. Do that. Bring that. Oh. Got that. Blow that. Love that. Do that, sir. Like that. That's about that. Ammo that. Like that. That. Slow that. It's that. Is that. Have that. Sure that. Then that. Want that. Want that. Up that. Of that. Of that. Have that. Good. That. Is that. Know that. Something like that. Like that. Is that. Is that. What's that? Do that. Accept that. Deserve that. Deserve that. Remember that. Thought that. Remember that. Of that. But that. For that. Do that. Of that. They shouldn't. During that. About that. About that. Think that. Oh, that. What's in the. Do that. Do that. Love that. Remember that? That deserved that. Deserved that. But that. Toward the deserved that. That's that. Get that. Use that. Say that. That. Want that. Stop that. Hope dungeons. Fights. The fights. The. That. Do that. Leave that. Deserved that. Deserved that. Own. Get that. I thought that was the thing that means that. And that. Change that. Do that. Do that. Elevate. Do that. Else the that. Dungeon guys. Into this. The saying that. Pump that. Do that. With that. About that. Remember that. Stop that. Handle that. Doom that. Glad that. No. So that. Like that. To that. To that. Then that. About that. Wow. Do that. Do that. Do that. Doing that. After that. After that. That one like that. Is the. So that. Got that. Remember that. With that. That. Pokemon about that. Turn that. Live the Beast. The thing. The Beast. That was the. Down there. Get that. Get that. Think that. Into that. Hope that. Cool. That is that. Want that? Say that. Of that. Of that. 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 Think that. Of that thing. I don't want that. So that was the beat that on that. The things that are the think that. In that. Do that. Say that. Do that. Do that. Handle that. Against that. On that. That. Well. Please. That. Do that. That. Do that. Don't have that. Put that. Sure. That. Leave that. And that. On that. That. Keep that. Set. The. In the middle. That. Is the. Great. The. Proof. That. Do that. Say that. That little. You know that. That. About that. And that. Jones that. Of that. That. Fizzle the. That. That's. That doing that. Have that item. There's that. Get the. Oh. That. Leave the. Leave that. Or. Is that doing that? That's the getting that attack. That moves them like that, but that. Is the. That. Oh, that's that. That's so that. That's the. That spots the. With that. Whew. Points the. Hey. Of that. Of that. Is the. Dump that full. Thing that like that. Of that. Of that. Of that. Oh that. That. For that, know that, like that. Bring that, like that, that. Move that, like that. The deserve that. Enough, like that. That energy that with that, say that. That, like that. I did that. When things like that. Hope something that I'm not do that. Remember that. Just the sign that. Not that. Not that. Hear that. Need that. Need that. Is that? No, the full that of that. Oh, that. That. Need to think that. During that. Now that. Oh, is that? With that. Sure that. Like that. Do that. Like that. Do that. Do that. Stuff. Like that. Be that. Be that. About that. Remember that. That. Do that. From the that. Stuff. This. Did that? Is that right? That. About that. Respect that. About that. About that. Doing that. Doing that. Leave the UI. That. Now the. Presence. And that. That. Into that. I do that. No, things that sure that love that. So that fight that now love that. And that's that for that for that destroy that of that for that. No, that's that. That I need to put that team. Come on, that do that. No, that. Come on, the people that folks. Now that that has to be that. Got the shit. That order that got that. like that, then that, because that reads the shit that get that he's now the faster that think that than that Pokemon that hey that's about that and the losses that's about that true that and that do that yes that about that odds about that having that read the odds about that think that of that attack that you does that like that serve that on that stuff that do that things stuff that of that what is that fantastic that name for it that I fight that about that now that do that think about that do that and that oh that doing that is that odd add that into that like that was that be the board that just the one to that take that is doing that about that just knows could that is that I know that no the I think be that knows the gust that about that figure that hey that parts the truth stop that about that ow back longer than where's that do that who's that hear that all that hoping that just technique that rank that fence know that you stop that missing that's that what that is that now the base that's down to the say that is the know the things that area means that make that light that so the take that into that did that on that hey that instant know that adds that agree that that wish that there that thing that ends the point that do that is that take that say that think that do that back to the funny that way because that point that means that and that means that take that one to that is that for that and that for that do that about that things that block that do that from that shit that go that the thing the image but no be that like that is the thing that head that act that is that like that with that try that do that is try that need that like that with that before that finish that enough over that like that do that proof that do that with that like that things that do that get that now the thing that of that now is that imagine that do that now that but that with that do that with that with that to that do that like that because that get that stop that Pokemon lose that I want that and the about that do that like that football that impression that want that for that signet now from so the doing that like that so that do that with that so about that fix that hey about that for that through that and that hope that today that people that acted to that took that out that anything that stands that sing that was that lies that glad that is the list that verified that is that means that of that down that except the right that time about that of that say that were that is the demo that for that about that do that by that here's the right act done that and that leave the dots thing that I say that I that you like that of that for the so that leave the about that but after that for that with that about that only leave that do that right that I think that prove that from that say that exactly that see that yesterday do that these things that that's how that not that way that about that he because that kill the acts that do that. With that, drive that, dodge that, drive that, from that, drive that, lies, thing that, hit that, read the, is that. And games that, the game that, think that, using that, do that. Read the, is now that, doing that, patience that, being that, use that, like, imagine that, consider that, about that, for the spirit that, name that, one, oh, see that, for that, like, play that. That. Announce that. Oh. everything that get that. Do that. No, about that. Put that. Stop that. Pull. That. About that. With that. So that. Put that. Me. One. See that. Oh. About that. Need that. Onto that. Do that. Thing that is that. Use that. That. Do that. Of the first that. About that. Attach that. Do that. Wow. Recognize. That. Do that. Not that. Hope that. Do that. Do that. Get that. The things that. That is that. About that. Did that. Stop that. Handle that. Like that. Do that. Remember that. With that. With that. Why is the like that? Like that. Mean that. Does that things that? Is that up that? That. Fix that. That. Do that. To that. Is that. With that. Do that. So that. Feel that. About that. On that. Just did that. That. About that. Leave that. On that. About that. Like that. Was that? Was that to that? Is that about that? Up the. Like that. With that. Applies from that. Hope expect that. About that. Thing that true that like that. Like that. That. Be that. Just that. For that. Moves the. About that. Idea that. Think about that. Hope the idea. The thing that true that need. I don't need to do that. Control that. Then that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Trying to drive to the lines that. All that. Everyone that. Hope that. Yesterday. That. Say wish that and that. Get the for that. For that. Do that. Oh! Doing that. Like that. And when that is things that also said say that the room that is that is that now that is the that glad about that and then survive that check that say that see that agree that address that about that to that do that about that exact that is the glad that appreciate the act that about that expecting that glad that do that accept that about that make that considered that of that way that people that is that about that hours that like that of that pricing that is that do that have that all the organization that hope that see that do that thing that is to the or the that one that because after that check that is that right, that's that so then that makes the what that is that but that with that so that so that do that thing that do that for that about that is that for that about that is the way that so that doing that on that like that though you think that do that things that for that do that to that is that like that but that's that do that except that to that too. I could do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Figure that. Take that. Saying this things. Understand that about that. Do that. Is that something that by that? Where's that? Do that. Do that. Oh, that really. Do that. Technically, that mean that with that. Doing that. On that. That. Sure. Do that. Show the operation. Like that. Oh, the shade. The depth. Put that. The fact that shade that. That. Like that. So that. Doing that. Is that. Go that. Going that. That. About that. 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 Do that. Bring that. Games. To that. Into that. Like that. Not that. Like that, brother. What that? See that? Like that. Do that. That. People that about that. Do that. Is that about that? Now that was that like that? Love that. Oh. Deserve that. Deserve that.
Twist. Does that do that?
Like that. Like that. About that. About that. About that. Love that. Do that. Now that about that. That. See that. About that. By that.
Putting that date that is to that acts that someone that think that.
Wow. That. Whoa. Appreciate that.
Or knowledge that who that of the G me that means that that make that rising that make that in that all those that and that are that adding that where that
whatever that assuming that is of that have that games for that game that thing that figure that about that figure that so that games about that is remember that how that put that do that into that. That took that engine check that about that. Agree the thing that with that is it by that hopping that there that I did that do that and that give that health that touch that say thing that's quit that do that about that how that here's for that got that into that threaded that that is that like that with that to that games like that. Here's the part like that well that not that like that something that touch that accept that oh that no that feels that do that deserved that whatever that want that thing that appreciate that about that for that here. That into that like that do that for that want that deserved that do that about that Find that, whatever, that. First that. Oh, that, do that, right, do that. Sing that, search about that. Sing that, do that. Put that thing, do that, that fish. Of that, like that. Noid. Do that, do that, that's that, do that, put that, do that, of that. Just that times that stand. Is it, and that mean that, sure, that he realized that, well, that, where, that pressed, back with that, feed, those, like that, and that sleep. All that. Sometimes that ending that decided like that. Then done that. Is that about that? No. Is that decided that? Is that? Three is the face, the heart, the anything that's about that made that thing. Check that. I did. Take that. Do that. Like that. Now that one's decided like that. Remember that? Do that. Realizing that. Yeah. Instrument. Enter the. Is that simply that? Come on. Is that now the fail that? Like that. Why is it than that? Do that. Understand that. Help that. About that. Is that? Is that that? Think that. Eat that again. That. Do that. Fight that. Do that. Leave that. That. Back to the bells. The back to the. Over that with that. Oh, do that. Oh, give that. Do that. That. Let that. No, take that. Understanding that is the. About that. Of that. Get the. By that. From. The beat that. About that. Good. Like that. About that. Stop that. About that. Want that. Pull them from that. This is the. Hate that. About that. Remember. Who hoping into that. Back of that. Back the damn that. Get that. Use that like that. Use that. Yeah, I hate that. Leave the. About that. Things that. Map that. Specific that. From that. Is that. Is that. What? That. In that one. That. Alright. About that. City. About that. Take that. For that. For that. Is that. That was. For that. Act. Over that. Not that. Keep that. That. No, like that. And that. Need the cut. That. Use that. With that. Take that. And do that. Do that. That. Stop that. And that. And that. Take that. Do that. Say that. That. What? That's that. Mean that. That. For that. That. Do that. Let's do that. Say that. That's the vendor. Not that. Be that. Learn. The act. Sure that. Do that. Of that. Is that. Into that. Yes or do that. Make that. About that. Obviously that and that word. Is that where the prize. Love that. Is that saying stop that. Else like that for that and that. Touch that. Touch that. Be that. That. By that. About that. Do that. Not that. About that. Is that. Quit that. About that. If that. Say that. About that. One that's afraid that. Like that. About that. Of that needs that. That of that like that. Get that. Breathe. Do that. For that. Fish that for that. Like that. Get that. See that. Have that about that. For that. Eat this. Whoa! No, now the right of that. That's that. That. That's that. Things that. That's. That. Do that. Nor that. No that. That use that. In that. I'm that. Is that. That. Like that. Not like that. I've do that. Wow. That. And that. Trust that. Leave the face. Think that. After that. That's that. Think that. Now that. Where that. Now that. Now that. Through that. Get the nails. The nails that. That. Make that. Things that said that. By that. No. The finder. About that. About that. Is that about that? Use that. Use that. Oh, that's that. Use that. Do that. This thing that. More than that. Where's need that? But that. True that. I think that got that Pokemon. That's that. Things that. Is that thing that. Of the. Put that. Like that. Like that. For that. Do that. That be the. About that. Things that. That. Oh, that. Oh, that. Like that. Now that. Hope to do that. Killing that. Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Oh, of that. Who's that? Of that. Say that. That one. Up that. Alright, that. Hope that. Hated that. Exactly that. That. Do that. About that. That. Want that. Is that one that? Is that? It's that. Keep that thing. That. Understand that. That. Is that. Is that. Do that. Hack that. Have that. Things that. That. Is that. Is that. Hit. Do that. Of that. Is the. Top that. With that. Of that. Not that. That one that. With that. Serve these. Serve that. Serve that. Not that. About that. About that. About that. Read this. Like that. Of that. Started that. On that. Now this. Still expecting that. That. Oh, that like seems like that. hoping. Thing that to that over that for that. On stuff like that. Do that. Love that. That. Hear the thing that say that like that. This is the whatever that. Do that. That. Oh, be that. Was that quit that? That thing saved that and that. Wow. That thing. The image about that. That thing. Do that thing that. That is the that times that that get that do that all for that save that do that be that okay because that under that lies the about that on that that is the on that oh they survived that by that do that first that sure that on that dreams. Pop that, do that. Now that is the dreams, that's that. Say that, do that. Know that's the thing that dreams, that when that sure the dream. Oh, that's the things that for that, there's the phone, and that in that you wonder, have that, take that, with that. Is that for that, like that, is the that, do that, think the glad that move the, say that, about that, accident, use that, is that, do that, drive that, like that, turns that, do that, get a doodle. Is that do that longer that how got the shield that the game that be the one that assume the stuff that sure that know the fact that did that glad about that it's the depth they have that is that woo for that oh I don't know how means that for that positive means the pants that's dig that about that you about that now that mean that again the feeling that that's the back the remember that times that and there between that see that take that going next through that out that leaves does the that okay that tears is that what is that sure that is that brain about that I did that by that do that now that like that deserved that about that dodge that cross that about that through that about that it's the hit that stop that agree with that give that music that do that stuff that do that let's do that and that none of the do that hope that doomed with that thing that abilities that dreams that all that dream that do not enough to do that on that is that bring that by that handle that about that I'm leave that about that oh place the that about that do that about that do that quit that about that press the field about that by that about that of that have that bugs into that they're never gonna make that use that I and that now they hey that a place except that for that expect to handle that know that now that do that stop that now the stop that do that press that support that handle that doing that do that now that that's the sure that did that about that pull with that like that hope that with that do that does the leader doing that tries that about that did that about that do that because that do that I forgot that just that come that kid that just see that is that like that that now and the part that full that now the following that because that thing think then to that be that so that then celebrate them come on that get that have that get that plan into that hope that falls about that fact that means behind that do that means that hear it that means that say that something that at least that ones that of that there's the down that do that at least that that stirs there's that do that if that object that there's that about that make that that marry that work that message that do that followers got that with that do that like that give that really is that come on that is that respect that for that not that thing makes sure that come on done that but not, I'm gonna be prepping that this that about that handle that thing that do that moves into that of that about that know that like that of that of come on use that want that do that I'm about that imagine that got that with that come on using that forgot about that do that and that I with that of that wish that got to do that go like that means the fully that is about that sing that about that with that form that do that on that not that now that about that remember that was that Then that, say that. Good. Nice. That. Oh, that. Do that. Oh, that. It's in that. Oh, that. About that. Into that. Say that. For that. Into that. Yes. Like that. About that. That's that. That. Like that. Like that. That. Do that. Leave for the. No, that. That's the key. For that. For that. For that. Like that. So the. It's not about that. Is that? That. Sorry, then do that. Love that. Want that. There's the. That. Leave that. That. But fight that. Fight that. Killing the. Obviously not. Survived that. That's. That. Happy that is. Yeah, that's something that's sure that. Like the. That's the. Do that. Is that. Is the that. Not the.
There's that enough. There's that. And that shouldn't be that using that joke that earlier that videos. That's that. That and that.
It wasn't that thing.
Because getting that the names that joke the talent that know that shins that hear that.
Do that. Is that? Is that? Die that. About that. Head. Last. Thought that. Do that. Is that of that? Of that. Who's that? Is that? Do that. Thing. That. That. I'll touch that. Get that from that. Get that. Try that. Sure, is that? Zoom the. Is that? That? No, that. Think that. Take that. Of that. Remember that. Then that. Characters. That. Enemies. That. Promise that. Is that to that. To that. That. Do that. Into that. Touch that. That. To that. Asks that. Want that. Want that. Thing that. Break that. Although that. Eat that. Oh, doing that. After that. About that. For that. 5,000. About that. So that. That. Use that. After that. There's the.
And actors that.
About that. Do that. Glad that. All that. All that. About that. All that. Do that. Person that. Not that. Remember that. Say that. Say that. Less. Device that. Appreciate that. Doing that. That. Remember that. That was the. Get that. So that. Like that. Get that. Error. Come on. That. Does that. Is that of the. See that. Of that. Oh, I thought doing that. Or that. Is that. That. Doing that. Do that. Doing that. Keep that. Do that. Do that. Say that. If that around that pull that is about that. So that's the end of that thing that is that wolf. Of that fight that things that put that. Do that. Of that. That. Saw that. About that. Saw that. Or that.
No.
Take that. Take that. Take that. No. Do that. That. That means that it's prove. Help that. Saw that. For that. Wow. Oh that. Oh that. Not that. Not that. Oh, I'll admit that. Is that? Think that is that? Do that. On that. Eat that. Deserve that. I said that. Through that. Through that. Oh, that.
And that
is deserve that. Deserve that. Do that. Do that. Obviously that. Like that. Do that. Oh, thank you. All that. Not that. Hey. Things that about that. Breathe. Got the. That here. Things that here that turn to that. So that is the thing that do that. No, doing that. Everything that. Maybe that. That thing that. No, that about that. Firms about that. Figure that. Like that. Figure that. Remember that's that. Everything that. No, that. That is that. Is that. No, that thing that. Thought that. Think that. Was that. Sure. Is that. Thought. That's. Said about that. Is that. Thing that on. The thing that. Is that about that. About that. Think the thing that. That. Thought that. Thought. That. Oh. That is that. Saying that. Leave. Sorry. On that. Is that. Of that.
Say that. Full. Out. That. Like that. Remember that. That. That.
Aurelia, a Zonai, and these figures.
Doing that. Do that.
Later that. Of that. Recognizing that that these that go that studies the use that up that series that aim that all that is that is that a that's the aim that
that aims the. Oh, down that. Do that. Through that. Well, that on that. For that. Want that. Hope that. Stop that. Doing that. Like that. Idea that. Want that. Want that. Like that. Well, that. That. Take that. Now that between. For that. That. No, that. On that. That's that. About that. Swim that. Games that. About that. Do that. Ask the. Back the. About that. Either. Because that. Hate that. Is that. Fought that. Remember that. Pokemon. Come on, they that. Hope. On that. Do that. Sure that. On that. Into that. Sure that. Is that. That is that. Do that. Of that. Oops. About that. Like that. Do that. Hit him. Stop that. Me. That's the. Do that. Weird. Does that doing that? Now, use that. About that. Vest. Fix that. Do that. Do that. Hate that. Something that. Do that. Now that. Hope that. Obviously that. About that. About that. Fixing that. Because that. Do that. Pop that. Things that. Know that stuff that. Could that leave the check that. Is that in that is that know that? Is that use that join that? Use that use that. Is that assuming that know that you're means that know that thinking that way that name that
Words that now that here's that verse that states that there be those that needed something that
afraid that things about that
information that is that
could that think that sing about that means that
boy lies the take that consider that leave the take that means that is that
take that mac that to that do that what that say that and that about that I killed that thing owned the idea that do that remember that like that Friday that figure that out that is that annoying where that served that like that lost this is that after that do that zoom that into that except of that like that do that does that mean that about that so that means that well that now the zoom that do that is that did that for the notice that is that no that is that about that doing that about that and that I appreciate that. This is okay. The nice that like that. Add that. Come on, that. Having that. Not that. Keep that. About that. Thing that. Remember that. That. That means about that. Hard. Keep that. On that. Agreed. About that. Have that. That. Would that. Hear that. About that. Got that. Use that. Do that. Sure. Listed that. Do that. With that. People that. And that be that. That. Come on. Prefer that. Do that with that. Of that. And about that. On that. Moves the. Either that. Like that. For that, maybe that feeling that is that thing that do that. Is that for that? Is that from that? From that summer that. Yeah, I think that is that. Remember that. Get that. What that? Of that. Of that. Use that thing that by that. By that. Doing that. That
is that thing. That after that. Ours. That ours. Like that for that is the now that's that of that.
Yeah. This is the
boost that
even that. No that. All that. Leave. Is that
because after that but that is that if that and that experience the reminder that because that names the name that in the tree the people that doing that idea that fit that for that so they did that but that's meant that
now that's whatever that
and that the takes that thing cool that do that is that then that assume that do that
reading that thing about that with that do that like that hit that ink into that build that thing check that forget that with that where to do that of that into that doing that do that need that forgot about that thing done that know about that for that do that is that about that like that for that so that crank that fix that do that handle that about that know that stuff the hope say that figure that so that about that study that know that hope the fact about that do that and possible that oh then to that here by the further need that then that stop that see that of that got that for that do that for that and that and that say that want that on that keep that take that take that get that and that about that bringing that Dracula that so that for that or now that do that doing that love that doing that use that say that it's like that do that like that not that get that got that like that now that expecting that for that does that come on it's that inventory does that do that yes to that of that oh maybe that things that how that do that from the is that whatever that give the of the do that think that hear the of that see the of that here the thing that under that one leave that know that get that into that know the burn that that got that out that of that and that did that happy that imagine that sing that was that is that into that took care of that stones mentioned the things that does that quit that seeing that jump that do that about that I solved that of that about that that's that about that folks like that on that specific the on that is that do that that name that is that the all that for that about that this is the kill that what that for that know that get that like that from that catch that needs that is that question that no for that do that say that is that run that about that just the about that thought the Love that. Do that. Remember that. Forget them to that. With that. Sorry, not that. That is the right. That's. No, the always that. Give that. Root that arrived. That. Be the. That dream. That. I did love that. Hear that. That. Oh, that thing that. Arrived. That. Open it. That. Assume the. About that. Again. That. Do that. Into that. From that. Assume that survived that. Amazed that for that. Was that? So the things that. Is that? Say that. Myself. Then that. Does that? With that. With that. Take that. Let's do that. With that. Where into that? About that. Play that. Said about that. Not that. Games that. Love that. Read that. Will that be that idea that? Do that. Does that have? That. Read that. About that. Open. Check that. Stuff. Is that? No. Of that. No. The. Read that. Not that. Mean that about that. Moves the now. Moves the fact that do that. Think that like that. No. That. Sure. Do that. Moves the. Like that. Stop that. Of the. That. No, I know. Think that doing that. That. Is that. Stop that. Oh. That's the. That. Oh. That. Oh. That is. Is that? Oh no. Like that. For that. Is that? Is that assumed that? Is that? For that. Stop that. Apparently that. Shouldn't like that. People recognize that. About that. But that. They love the people. Okay. With that in that. Now that after that of that of. Possible to quit that. Shoot that on the. Need that. Curious. I know that is the of that. About that agreement that was about that sing that now that about that so about that will help that about that does that so that now be that spend that for that prize of that but that do that aim that do that take that stuff that get that things about that doing that hey that's after that trading that hey that about them about that of that and that those not that like that about that maybe that instant that ruin that about that civil that turns that do that need that do that to thing that keep that and that's the thing that about that is that make that and that and do that is that have that like that is that do that not that and that off that like that from that make that do that give that things like that sure the alien management the realization that here that do that about that maybe that is that do that now that for that like that with that means let's try that. Hope that on that bring that in that put that so that now that sure that do that much that and that's the carrot that's so you so that now that got that's so that and that sure that like that sure that that or that do that because that dream that the see that like that and that and that just to know that like that thing that things that do that means that is that about that so that do that the stuff that I just won that of that for that let that third that appreciate that need that using that is that or the s the know that need that. That means that is the phones. That means that do that. But that dream, dump that around. So that I think that now is that be that. Under the things that think that work that and that times that of that people that that means the way of that idea that is the dollar. Okay, that dream do that in something that boom the dream that from the or the thing that say that and that. Like that stuff that do that because that's something that is that with that. Alright, that is that that's bull that hope to think that assumed about that do that that I did do that ignore that bring that where that kill that do that after that watch that in that show that do that states that from that end of that about this doing that of that to that all that for that like that about that after that like that of that knowledge that be without that no go to that do that like that say that of that just after that for that no that oh that thing that I'm say that think that at the time that and that game of the now that killing that. Do that. Me that. Boy, that's the hope that. What that is that pieces that
that figure that shows things that for that explain that means that and that means that about that game that means that means about one that in is that
all that the cider that such that. Hey that that need that point that like that times I was like that time that say that with that it seems to do that about that. Oh, that on like that. Thing that do that like that start that breathe moving that like that stand the like that with that read the hope that they got that all that the one now the stuff that not that imagine that when they started that aimed the lead things that said that with that got the king that whatever that come on that and about that read the stand the hope that when that the that's that like the thing the thing that thing that for that do that that sure that on that about that with that then that do that it's the that things about that like that things that do that until times of that all that do that again then the stuff that like that funny that do that I read this that hope they do that from that oh this do that when like that into that think that into that love that into that love that needs that else that remember that people that are that where back to the help like that about that of that like that of the room that yeah, say that means that not like that you're doing that not that now that and there the think that tag that not that things that say that do that hate that one now that other that like that know that sure that tell them that move that say that by that do that or mention that do that or Matt now do that see that be that now that and that what that with that is that die and that bring that know that now that one that down that now that I did that all that either now that's the that sure that get that sure that it's like that like that whatever that it's the be the something that that and that do that is that do that do that oh about that sure that on that then that do that so that goes think that now that's so that's that like that and I think that is that assume that obviously now that about that say that remember that think that do that so the say that drops that want that sure like that or that sure about that even that like that so that about that room do that no that remember that like that saying that day that through the and that out do that like that see that know that see that about that see that about that so that thing that do that to that assumes that but that free that whatever that get that because that means under that I love that does that do that hope that is the do that drive that matching do that so that oh that hit that do that over that means about that hate that that's have that for that love that make that do that for that room from that so that okay do that love that stop that about that do that hate that admit that ooh love that with that love that times love that of that mention that Tuesday that do that thing that do that things because I do that shoot that about that of that be that because that about that give that pull the do that with that get that on that give that doing that thing like that bring that ever that bitch that this is the door that is that read all that is that know the things that stop that glad to put that stop that think that now think that you're the with that is the go down that with that stop that with that is it whatever that light that like that secrets out that where that is that and that like that because do that about that do that then that keep that look that is that does that with that listen that's the things that shows that like that's that of that idea about that do that act that one get that off that take that for that like that free that have that is that put that holes that try that I was worried that admit after that has that and that take that get that leave the thinking that know that leave the one that hope that oh that for that was that people in the actually after that you be that get that that's all that leave this about that, of that. Keep that on that. Beat that, do that, about that, fix that, deserve that, get that, have that. That's that. Oh, that thing that does that take that away that something that stop that. Against that. Say that do that. Whatever that about that. About that. The last about that. Stop that. Now the open that hope that stop that. About that list. Character that say that oh, after that is that about that. Because that one for that. One seems to attack that about that. Avoid about that. Sing. Well that do that. Was that? Stop that. Things the member that take that. And cheat that does that. About that. Doing that. Is that about that? Doing things think that like that. The door that accept that. Kicking through that room. About that. I said something that is that give that game that sure that do that. Driver that do that. About that. Play that. Give that. Do that thing that do that. Up. Like that. Take that. About that. Be that. As I get that. That. Now that I know that I want that. Love that. Terms the to that. There's the getting that. Use that. Take that and that. Prefer that. That for that. Do that. Say that. This is the things. Thing. There's thing. That. Use that. That.
So that anything that supply value. That means that now they're in opinion. That means that do that. The thing that was the and that's the thing that all the things that clear that like that. Appreciate that. L that supply that formula that results that supply that.
That. Oh, that. Accept that. Watch that. Keep that. Sure that. Do that. Got that. Do that. About that. About that. Did that for that. Did that. Do that. Accept. Survive that.
The game that.
Get that. Yeah, that. Using that. Move that member. Get that. As the below the here. Stop that. Do that. Oh, beat that. Use that. Do that. Use that. Ease. Also, the end of that for that. Oh, do that. Thing that information that know that to that with that. Maybe that do that. About that or that. Get the number that's
like that proved that pull that
times that are the thing that draw. Know that. See that. Doing that. Fight that. Doing that. Fight that. I'm feel that. Felt that. Do that. Fight that and that and that. Know that. Know that. I think that say that last time them's that do that sure that works them. Them's flickering that here. That thing. Them that. Oh, that because no. That possible to do that. So that with that that is that you that in that times the causing that figure that sorry is that say that lyrics out that live that so that if the crab that want that ish that now I can that hear that glad that do that of that thing them sure that of that for that know that say that stuff that's from that with that. No, that not that on that. It's like that potential. That's it was the gram. That's that long. That part of that. Her like that has that and those that are that could that's that okay. Explaining the that yeah the things that in that no that as the leave that make that that sing that sure that just that that see the thing to do that absolutely that thinks it's like that that like that doing that leave this that leave the with that about that that's the about that thing that does that mean that stop that both of those the no that is the that wow quit that leave that with that's the what's that if that is do that doing that or that use that do the sound that's that do that is that turns spot that like that on that 5 that on that do that be that give that like that of that assuming that
visit that people that always that wonderful that have that book that maintain that and that something that action and that
stolen that talk that something that here that oh that's that do that hope that
will that do that
going that good that I that that's they quit that do that eat that accept that
words that for that action that on that books that of that goes
let's do that
that books about that the anything that is that
oh that glad to talk that no that that's that I don't think that know that just that do that leave that so that is that seems thing that nice to say that wild wait what was that now that to that room cross that do that unlock that is that about that about that. Have that. All the feet that. About that. Be there. That. Beak that. That. Have that. About that. Leave the using that. That's of doing that. Say that. Have that. Number. That. My take that from down to that. I did accept. See that? Is that about that? That was say that. Hey, survive that. Shouldn't it? Oh, the that is that. Is that? Love that. Love that. Field. That is that. Specifically, that is that. No, that. Mention that. No, that. Mention that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Expect the types that. Is that? Haha. Wait about that. Wait about that. That is the about that. Like that. Whew. Back that. When that. Thinking about that. See that. So that of that. No, the thing that with that. That was the running that thing that is that here. The feed. Up that. What that. Put that behind that. Sorry. Through that. The expecting that. Come on. Love that. Do that like that. Third. But that leave the celebrity that dream that is that I'm so the number that no the third the thing that no that or did that means that it's that about that stuff that now that no that change that and that words that hey with that love that no that is that bring that relationships that leave that know that leave that appreciated that is that words that done that forget believe that that eat that really get that now that thing that do that it's that done that chord that here that is that in that prove that is the thing that to do that about that and that so that remember that like that stand that with that tell that do that does that do that hope that do that that's if that use that about that like that is the that set that like that out that stuff that about that for that all that object that stabilized about that of that not that. Like that. Just that. About that. Come on. About that. Click into that. Do that. Even that. About that. Now do that. Doing that. Do that. Be the into that. Touch that. Try that. Do that. For that. People that held it. The children that failed. I think that. Oh, that about that. Find that people that appreciate that. So that, with that is that episode. Then that got people that probably then feeling this. That think that of that. That. Into that. Do that. Say that. Can that. Do that. The thing that come. Something that idea that being that. Sure that. God. How that. Do that. That is that. Cheers them. That with that. That thing that doomed to think that use that. That's there. Do that. About that. Do that. Have that. Go that like that. Breathe with that. Use that with that. You'd think that I'm do that. Doing that. You do that. About that to that was up about that. No, that I mean do that. Oh, that's the profession that like that keeping that threat that think that drive that think that without that for that thing that do that because that no that's that pass that stop that no it's that get that that game's the how about that? Sure. That is what could that? Love that. Do that. Love that. Use that. Love that. Take that. Do that. Want that. Just leave that into that. Like that. And that. Stop that. Now the sense of that area. Sure. The think that thing that. Oh, that's that. Is that? Oh, the. Do that. Oh, the. Anyway, do that. Say that. Is that. And that's that. Of that. Is that. Saying that. Enjoy that. About that. Is the one that doing that. No, that are the thing God. That and that. No, the through those. That of that. So that do that. I'm think that. Do that. Sure that. And was that do that. Move. Read the actions. That was the say that. Got that. I think that the do that. That was about that. So that do that. Want that. Like that. Love that. Do that. That was the thing. That from that. Do that. Realize that of the fight that use that. Of that. That. Of that. Too. No, the ends that do that, doing that, that, leave the, ooh, that, from that, about that, no, that, see that, acting that, do that, find that, oh, that's that, or that, use that, oh, fish, that's that, about that, so that, 5 to that, power, the thing that, how that, try that, by that is the, boring that, doing that, trick, that, bring that, add that, wait, that, whoa, that, close, that, try that, take that from that, I'm feeling the, using that, things that, about that, so of that, like that, learn that, so that, learn that, part of that, try that, about that, be that, around that, do that, accept that, use that, and that, what's that, something that RPG, ooh, that one that seems to use about that, but that, the doom that, I bring that, shouldn't do that, like that, or that, like that, do that, back to that, need that, leave that, like that, one that, I'm assessing that. Is that, do that, for that, nor that, that's that, about that, is that for the, with that, of that, just like that, I did the feeling like that, do that, down that, stand that, forget that, about that, guy that, about that, is that, have the, that, is that, follow that from that, about that, ow, then that, still, love that, love that, take that, have that, need that, do that, about that, think that, do that, whatever that, that is the, do that, say that, do that, about that, because I do that, specific, that, about that, whatever that, I like to do that, try that, deserve that, oh, that, wish, that, ish, that, following that, and that, game that, say that, like that, things that, get that, not that, need, that, deserve, ways that, be that, about that, drive that, get that, the dash, the ability, that, say that, take that, and that moves that, about that, be that, love that, to that, do that, try that, because I'm times doing that, quit that, I did the that, want that, like that, deserve that, making that, thing, that, got that, is that, should I do that, about that, into that, is that, like that, look that, I love that, was that, just that, up that, is that, let that, oh, that's that, remember that, for that, say that, now then get that, about that, keep that, there's of this, about thing, but that, hey, want that, is that, saying that, do that, act that, figure that out, do that, not do that, read that, is that, about that, is that, no, say that, now that, with that, figure that, way that, things, glad that, thing that, want that, one, that, the bad day that on that and that have that needed that do that is that needs the that place about that hopefully that about that thing that with that needs the is that and that like that I'm glad through that because that's the done that oh they leave the like that about that when that and that game that the day that realized like that no that thing that not after that and that be the so that should all that on that game that realized about that. Is that good? That is that, but that's important. Versus the do that. Now things that do that of the doing that of that do that not that go that make that get that put that baller that love that get that and that's was that like that is that the reason that do that for that out that of that of that take that out that do that mention that out that do that odds that is that feeling that and that see that keep that have that do that use that for that guys that remember that on that appreciate that know that from that no that thing hey glad that when it's the know that and that forget that got eat that know that for that the settings that was that thing that actually that about that appreciate that remember that because that is the that got that and that that's that is the that's that was that doing that get that fix that into that do that doing that take that party know that is that is the end of that do that if it's that about that do it. Why don't I do that do that about that break that up that oh here's this that hope that oh that see that or the is that just that get that go that see that about that eat that to that stuff said that about that for that about that. Did that? No, do that into that Does that link that? Stop that. Link that and that. Or along that. Did that? Do that. Sure, the murder that with that. That and that. Leave that. Stop that. Get that. That like that. Want that. Let's leave that. Expecting that. That's. See that? Put that. But that. Do that. Like that. Like that. Through that. Do that. Got that. Have that. Through that. Got that. Ow. Have that. That. So now do that for that. Buy that. Do that. And that. Revive that. Take that. Quit that. Do that. Do that. About that. Tries the image that. Quit that. Nice. So glad that dig that. Remember that. That things that are glad that again do that. That's the about that feeling of that. Hitting that about that. Pictures there. That's that. About that. Now that I do that like that. Bones. Do that. Save that about that. Kill that. Try that about that. Remember that about that. Knowing that into that. Realize that. Reminder that be the motion. Imagine the do that. Is that where the do that ability that is that? Right. Not sure that glad to like that. Power that about that. For that. Do that. Not that. Till that. Quickly that. Take that. So that. Like that. Stop at me. Beat that on that stand. Maybe that is that for that about that. The that. Enjoy that. But that considering time that based on that. Not that. Do that. That. Leave that. Put that. Do that. Put that. Like that. Something that. But I that. Think so. Sure that. Like that. Cross that. Doing that about that. I did. Of that on that. Acting that. Have that. If that about that. Do that about that. For that. Right. That. After that. Sure that. Like something that of that. Realize that using that full that just saying that of the into that about that. About that. Do that about that. Thing that. Glad that with that and that. That. Do that. Saw that. Put tack. This. About that. Plus. Do that. Oh. About that. That. That is the that. Oh. No that. That. Thing that. Say that stuff. That's. It's not that I did the data of that. Say that put that of that do that. G. That was that about that. Sure that fix that. Data. How that that for that. Sometimes I that on that. Afraid to stop that. Into that. I've seen that. Say that do that. Of that. About that. Do that. Good about that. Is that. Do that. Do that. Do that. That. Of that. You that. Bring the creature. That's that. With that. 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 Here. Take that. About that. Leave that. About that. Quickly that. Any that play that. Hands. Something that. Of that. Take that. Do that. Hope that. Say that. Do that. About that. Back to that. Love that. That. Not that. About that. Sad. Love that. All that games. That. Worried that. Take that. Do that. How that. Sir. Remember that. Do that. Oh, the that. 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 About that. Do that. Work that. Over that. That's the thing. That thing. That. That. That was the. God, because that. How that doing that? See that? About that. The nice. Folks, that thing. Fix that for that. Get that. About that because I'm glad that done that. Got that. Have that thing that. The right that of the that. Oh, that. But that for that. Got that. Have that. 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 Ooh. Thing that. Done that. Check that. And then. About that. Get that. That's that. That's getting that. That. Yeah, done that. Do that. Get that. See that. Shoot that. That's that. Do that. That. And that bird. That's. And that was that for that. Rooms. That was that. Here's the other for that. Stay in that. Stay in the. That'd be the. Say the. Slappy. Take that. Back that up. That. Stop that. I'm the. Think that. Nice suck that. Oh, that. Assuming that. Oh, that about that. Not that. Like the. No, that is that. By that. Stand the. Says saying that. Well, that. Hear that. Okay, that. Grab that. Kill that. Kill that. Kill that. That. This. Hopefully. That. And that. And that. Stop that. Open the. That. back to that, then that. Go like that. Me, the or then. Sure, that. Think the things that. And that do that. Turns the thing that acts that. So that would like that. That and that. Through that. Explore that. Do that. That color? Is that maybe that? Not that thing. By that means stop that. That. By that. Just hit that thing about that. By the hey. Hit that. Glad that. Bump that. Hit that. Bump that. Through that. Through that. Not that. Aim for that thing. Aiming that for that. Have it that. Do that. Thanks. Hit that. Says that. Like that. Hit that. So that. Hey. By that. Like that. On that. On that. By that. Well, that. On that. That. Imagine that means that. Leave the. Try. About that. About that. Don't think about that. Be the power that. Is the stop that. Take that. Do that. Is the facts learns the number the anything the lock. The facts that facts that is that like that thing that. Do that about that. No, the facts that is that. That thing that is that. Do that. Realize that. Got that. Do that. With that. Here's the for that. Here's the to that. Hope this. Get that. Want that. Take that. About that. About that. Take that. Use that. About that. Do that. About that. Now the that. Do that. Use that. Use that. Let that. Do that. Act up again. That. Click that. Have that. Take that. Get that. Appreciate that. That I did act up because I appreciate that. Act that. Take that. Take that. Figure that. Now that with that. Remember that. That builds the. That. Do that. Was that out? That. Remember the live that. Through that. Because that did that. Just the that. Boom. The thing. That's the so. Believe that. Hope that I can do that. Now that is that thing that figure that. Seen that. That. Do that. Just that. Boy that. That. Right. Like that. Love that. And that. Like that. Oh, that. 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 Take that. Take that. Right into that. Feeling that. Do that. Play that. About that. About that. Game that. Do that. Do that. About that. Hope that. About that. Not that. Not that. Now that broke that. Amazing that. See that. Enough then to that. Into that. Want that. Want that. Of that. Of that. Instant to that. Remember. That to that. Get that. Do that. About that. Actually, that have that. Given that. Now the best that was that. Is that. It's the means. That and that. So that. About that. Like that. Kill that. That. About that. Do that. Of that. Show them like that. Remember that. And like that. About that. About that. For that. For that. Take that. Know that. Aim that. Keep that. Is that. Axe that. Boon that. Do that. And how that. Like that. For. Time after that. Hope. Up the. Oh, that. So that. That. Steps the king. Use that. Love that. So that means that. Yeah. Then that. Love that. Now that. Do that. On that. Have that. Shit. About that. Stop that. Oh. Do that. Is that. For that. Do that. Want that. For that. Someone that things enjoying that moment. Do that. Oh, do that. Acting that. Do that. There. Do that. Okay. Stones. About that. Do that. Do that. Done that. Remember that. People that. Love them. Saying that. Did that. For that. That. For that. Clip that. Clip that. Cut that. That. Forget that. Even that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. On that. From that. On that. Do that. Maybe that. Do that. Do that. Excellent. In that. Want that. 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 About that. Because that. For that. Not that. Do that. Done that. Done that. That is that stuff. Right. That. Sing that. About that. Great. The secret. Is that. Up that. Thinking that. Trade that. Do that. About that. About that. Need that. Did that. Like that. Of that. Get that. Break that. That. Glad that. Get that. Like that. Heal that. Do that. Like that. Hope that. That. Do that. That. Use that. Happy that. Use that. About that. That. Do. Taking that. Sick that. That. And that. Be that situation that. Prized. Through that. Like that. Like that. Treasure that. Accept that. Hear that for that. Applies that. Doing that. Hold that. Is that. Getting that. Remember that. Do that. Unbelievable. The things that. Do that. That. Do that. Downable. That's that. Broken that. Decibel that. The cross that. That. Break that. About that. Things that. With that. Do that. Do that. Is that. Remember that. That. Got that. That's. That. Say that. Now about that. Ask that. About that. Top that. Place to do that. Eat that. Love that. With that. When that is that. Accept the reasons that. Good. But now it's about that. Top that. Of the. Me expect that. Learn that. After that. Like that. Oh, that. Like that. Thing that. Eating that. Save that. Fight that. Oh, that. Not that creature that. That. After that. Accept that. That. Thinking. That. Doing that. That. Does that. Do that. Like that. Do that. Is the. Remember that roller that saw the. Do that. Not that. In that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. About that. that. Sorry, what that? Well, that's that. Oh, money. That. There's that.
You're very long.
Like that. Is that? Figured that is that work. That. Diced. Like that. Is that that? About that. Back about that. Hear that? The flooring. Good that. That. No. Need that. Like that. Things that. Why? Fix that. Get that. About that. Yes. About that. Not that I've that. Need that. Like that. Glad that. Seen that. Also that. Get that. Get that. Then know that. Do that. What's that? Hate that. Watch that. Oh, that. Do that. That instance. Bring. Of that. Explosion. That. Like that. That is that. That. Oh, that. Like that. About that. Like that. Are about that. Doing that. That was the. That. Do that. 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 Of that. That. Into that. Of that. Power that. Into that. Do that. Got the in the. Do that. Into me the. That. Nothing that just. I am not. That. Things the time that. Do that. About that. No, that. About that. What's that? Sorry, that. So that. Done that. Do that. Did that. Skill. That. Did that skill. Going that. Get that for that. Glad that. Thing that. It's the say that. Do that. Things that. Is that. Rest that. Make that. Is that. No. That. Like that. The monster that. That thing. Do that. Do that. Say that. Thing that. The game that. Try that. Was that. Deserve to that. Oh, love that. Say that. Remember that. Into that. Doing that. See that. Get that. Do that. Remember that. Do that. See that. Feels that. See that. No. Understand that. If you did that. Into that. On that. Cool. Back that. About that. At that. See that. Do that. About that. For that. About that. People. That. Be that. Do that. Like that. That. Do that. Thing that. Of the. That remembered. Into that. Do that. Power that. Whatever that. Oh, that. No. About that. That means that. That one. The track that. The afraid. The fact that. No. That. Do that. And the boy that on that. Break that. Idea that. Appreciate that. That was the. That's about that. Feeling about that. Like that. Thing that. About that. Like that. Past that. That. Lose them. Happy that. Remember that. Love that. Remember that. Keep that. Say that. Keep that. Remember that. Glad that. Cause that. Love that. That. Well, the bearing the truth. That I did the. Like that. Say that about that. Not that. Wait. Do that. Not that. For that. About that. Which that is that. Will that. Do that. To that. About that. Go that. Thing. That. Sure. That. Do that. I love that. Was that? Fans about that. About that. About that. Be. Love that. I'm the. Need that. About that. Please. Full. That. With that. That. Doing that. That dude. That. Yeah. That. Do that. Into that. Take that. Getting the. Recognizing that. Like that. Then me that. Maybe that. Like that. Catch that. Through that. Eyes that. Use that. Do that. Do that. Eyes that. Not that. Thing. Make that. Remember that. About that. Means that. Get that. Now that is that. Sir. That hair. That thing. Then that was that. About that. About that. Not that. That. Because that thing. Remember that. Do that. Ending that. Plan that. About that. Lock that. Oh, when that is. Remember that. Remember that. That's that. Means the guys that done that one about that. After that, under that. Deserved that. Deserved that. Pull the.
Gotta drop the ladder for Varl.
Drop that. Love that. Take that after that. Read that. For that. That. Heard. That about that? Like that. Do that. About that. Using that. And for that. And so anything that now that is that. Get that. Considering that. That. Like that. Not the be that room. Get that. Get that. Then. No, the now that. Doing that. Love that. That. Do that. Love that. Like that. Have that. Acting that. Surprise the means that known that. Did that. Do that. To that. Like that. Making that. Doing that. Is that the. Do that. I said like that. Act that. Is that. Remember that. Nice. Do that. Like that. Hope that. That. Do there. The energy. The. Oh. That. Do that. That. Do that. Nice. Missed the. See that. on that. Of that. Next, do that. Like that. Admit that. Just that. Say about that. With that. Like that. Like that. Like. Not that thing that. About that. Get that. That. Say that. That. Tax energy. Know that. Like that. Yes. Was. That. But. And that. The energy that stuff. That was the stuff that was in that. Do that. Or something that. Anything that. Do that. Just saying that with that. Do that. Put that. Put that under. That. Put that. Puts. Not that. Gets that. Remember the happy. Of that. Of that. About that. Just saying that. So that. That. Change that. Put that. Do that. Do that. And there's the beat. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Without that. That. Like that. Love that. With that. Do that. For that. About that. Say that. No that. Touch that. Have that. Like all that. Up. Down. Be the behind that. 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 Do that. And that. Made it. Getting that. Of that. See. Text that. About that. About that. Past that. Past that. About that. And I'm glad to do that. About that stuff that. For that. Do that. On that. About that. About that. Bring that. Do that. 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 Use that. Use that. Use that. Oh, that. Oh, that. That. Good. About that. Oh. Eat that. All that. That is. That. Oh. That. Is that. Open that. That. Need that. 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 Do that. That thing. That. Like that. Like that. Is that. Not that. Acting that. Do that. That. It's not that. Do that. There's nice. Like that. Of that. Remember that. About that. About that. No. That. Is that. Now that. Glad that doing that. That. Of that. That's the glad the element. The hope that. That. And then stop that. Do that. The one that. Blame that. Blame that. You're the. Turn that. Oh. For that. Pull that. For that. Oh. Deserved that. Getting that, but that, whatever that, remember that, about that. Earned that. So now is all that ways deserved that. I'm not. Not that enough. For the into that. About that. Was that about that? Getting special. Hope remembering that. Into that. Do that. Tax about that. Glad. Hope that. Not that. Read that. Make that. Do that. Huh. That is that. So that is that. Or that is. With that. Believe that for that. Like that. It's that. That. Do that. Because that. That. Now that is that. Not that. Sure. That's. That. When that's. To that. That. That was done that. Remember the about that. About that. That's now the read about that. From that. So that get that is that. Love that. And now do that. Wild. Don't do that. But that is thing. That. So that. Was that? Glad that. That. See that. With that on that. That. With that. About that. Made that. Sure. Take that. About that. Do that. Day. That means the breathe. I think that deserved that. Open that. Is the. About that. That. No, the scene that is that. Like that. And that. Did that. Appreciate that. Regret that. For that. And that. Do that. Because that. Do that. 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 So that. On that. Do that. If that. Pop that. Move that. Not that. On that. Ooh. That. Getting that. That is that. Do that. That. For that. Getting that. For the. No, I know. Quit that. Stop that. Into that. Because that. Through that. Dream that. Not that. Make that. Like that. Next that. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Goes the. Appreciate that. Do that. Dream that. Make that. About that. Point the. Drive that. Times the. Is that. Pulls the. No, that. That. Step in that. That's that. Hit that. Hit that. Love that. See the. In that. Things that. Oh, that's hard to get under that. Was that attached that thing that. The active of that. For that. Leave the. Take that. Pop that. See that. See the. Words on that. On that. The back that. Items that. That. Do that. Pop that. Pop that. Pop that. Pop that. Do that. Stand that. On that. Off that. That. Hit that. Is that. Now the ink. Ink. Quit that. Do that. Is that. Stir the. Stir the. Hit that. Hit that. That. Check that. Off. No. That. Do that. Do that. Not that. That. Not that. That. Change that. Change that. Not that. Do that. Do that. Think about that. No. About that. I set that. That. To that. Do that. No. That. Think that. Need that. Long that. Do that for that. So that. Got the act. That. Collect that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Panel through that. So that. Ooh, that of the that. But about that. Do that. Eat that. Saw that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Like that. Like that. Do that. Do that. About that. Like that. Put that. That's that. About that. That was eat that. About that. That. What's that? Select that. Not that. And that. Show that. Check that. That. Is that. Try that. Do that. I'm making that. Press that from that. That. Give that. Glad that was that. Keep that. Got that. Obviously, that. Where's that? No, to that. Glad that. Lucky that. Not that thing that. Get that. Do that. Oh, that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Judge that. Prize that. Grab that. That. Oh, that. Burns about that. To that. For that. No, that. Stop that. About that. Like that. Oh, that. About that. About that. That. Things. That. Do that. Stop that. All that. Doing that. And the. That tree is the. That. Have that's what. Back to the. Say that. The thing. That. Do that. Do that. Realizing that. Do that. Say that. Or just that. Say that. I'm not sure that. That. Things. The thing. Love that. Not that. Beat that. So that. That. By that. For that. Do that. Do that. God. That. Things. Even that. Love that. Glad to break that. Is that in that? In that. Now. I forget the. Do that. Get that. Remember that? Like that. Is that? For that. Like that. Being that. About that. How that. Is that? And from just that. That. Remember that? Like that. Let's like that. Like that. So that meant. Quit that. Quit that. Quit that. That. Open that. Doors. Leave the. Open that. Got that. Doing that. Hate that. That. See. I see that. That's afraid to thing that. Remember that. Do that. Using that. Do that. For that. With that. With that. From that. Time. Do that. Do that. Bring the go. Time the. Is that. Test that. This is the. The. Sort that. Is that. About that. For that. And that. And that. Everything. That's that. That's about that. Stop that. Nothing that. Is that. That. Like that. Quit that. Stop that. Is that. Except for that. Mention the. That. Say that. Like that. This is the stuff that. Like that. About that. About that. Thing that. Game. Now I'm thinking that. Is that. Wish that. Do that. Around that. About that. That. Back to the big thing about that. Pull that. That the thing that. Do that. Have that. About that. Change that. If that. Add that. Accept that. And that. And that. Do that. Appreciate that. For that. That. Certain about that. Place. That says that. Possible. That. Only that. Okay. Do that. Do that. Glad that. That was that. Do that. Assuming. Like that. Like that. Well, that thing. The thing. That keep that. That. Have that. No. Kid. That. Not that. That. Not that. And that. About that. That's that. That for that. Maybe that key. About that. About that. It. Love that. Helping all that. Assume that. About that. Is that now that? Do that. That. For that. Bring that. Stop that. Quit that. Stop that. Add the. If that. Stop that. For that. All that. All that. Do that. Stop that. That's that. Anything that's that. That. Is that especially that? Like that. It's that. Dive. Through that. Do that. Love that. The. Like that. Have that. Want that. Remember that. Do that. Is that about that? Know that? Know that? About that. About that. Take that. Using the thing that. Oh. That. The. Then that. That. Glad that. Expected that. About that. In that. For that. Wanting that. The features that. Sure that. Then that. Feeling that. Versus the. For that. Asked the. Doing that. Do that. Because that. Do that. Get that. Do that. Do that. For that. Game that. Play that. For that. Do that. Hope the. Feeling that. For that. With that. Expected that. That. Make that. Love that. Use that. Dragon that. Acts that. Does that. Thinking the day. The. About that. Got that. Fight that. For the shit. Into that. 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 No. I'm that. On that. About that. Leave it. Know that. That stuff that I mean that. 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 For that. Have that. I know. Is that. That. Do that. That. That's. Test that. Make that. Do that. No. Do that. Read the. Now the fight that. Thing that. Thing that's. That's that. Possible that. Possible that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Aim for that. Does that. For that. Down that. Now that I'm gonna do that by that. Love that. Get that. Do that. About that. Do that. With that. Before that. Use that. With that. Get that. For that. For that. About that. About that. About that. What is that? What is that? Is it? Stop that. Arms that. Feel that. No. That. Do that. Try that. Failed that. Using that. Older. Is the. Drive that. Not doing that. That. Kill that. Doing that. The. That. Does that. So doing that. Doing that. Go to the. For that. Time that. Not that. That. Does that. And that. Cause that. About that. Work that. Made that. Something about that. Break that. Nice. That leave the room. Stop that. Stop that. I'm in that. Leave that. Was that ice? That handle that. Handle that. Not that. Hit that. This is the. See that. Beat that. Leave the. That. The lit. The room. Things about that. About that. Remember that. Of that. That. Stop that. Maybe that. Recognize that. Appreciate that. Leave. That. News. That. Thing that. But that with that. Is that consider that game? Remember that. Got that. Got that. Stop that. Stop that. Did that. There. Oh. That short. Follow that. Like that. That scenario. With that. With that. Do that. Reach that. Do that. Do that. Got them. That. Got that. Quit that. Quit that. Not that. Doing that. Doing that. That. One that was that. Do that. Was that of that. About that. Do that. Before that. Do that. Doing that. Hope. They accept the game that words into that. About that. Do the thing that for that. Got that. Okay. Is that sure the thing that need that? Did he say that? Say so that. Does that for that? No, that say that. Yeah, that thing that realize like that. About that and that. Like that killed that. Give that. Do that. That. No, that. Where? Then to that. Do that. Making that. How that. About that. Assume that. They. Provide that. Tell that. Now that. Try that. Recognize that. Do that. Today. Into that. Funny. That. About that. Love that. That. Take that. Take that. Do that. About that. Is that? Cause that's the end of that. Sorry, that revived that. Revived that. Leave that. Add that. Buttons them. So do that. Self. That. Agree that. And that. Do that. After that. After that. That. About that. Things that. Say that. Do that. Revive that. Start that. See that. Was that. Was that. Was that. Is that. See that. No, but now look that. But that. Appreciate that. Sure that. Love that. And that thing that. Do that. Sure that. Thing that. Know that. That. Know that. Now that. Hitting that. That. Not that. No, the thinking that. And that about that. I know. About that. Here's that. About that. It's the. Do that. Believe that. As. Man, that. For that. With that. And turn. And the. I need that thing that. I need that. And that. The. Do that. Specific. Finish that. Is that. Do that. Do that. Do that. There's the. Well. That. That. Cause that. Do that. Quit that. Right? Fuel the. Things that. Not that. Full. But. Help that. Do that. Find that. Help that. Do that. Do that. Oh. Things into that. Over things. Yes, that. Do that. Into that. By that. Dude. Quit that. Stop that. That. Did that. When that. What if I do that? Do that. Into that. Hope that's. Of that. That. Thing that. Remember that. Try that. Try that. Leave the. Leave the. About that. The. By the lad that fully. Do that. The, now that doing that. Be. Like that. Say. On that. That thing that. Do that. On the. Give that about that. Give that. Say that all that in that. For that. Take that. Of that. Of that. Of that. Of that. Accepting that. That. That's all the thing that's set that. So do that. Do that. Then that. Of that. Have that. Check that out. That. Do that. For that. Do that. Doing that. About that. To that. To that. Here. No. That. For that. Ignore that. And that. About that. For that. Now that. Does that. Does that. For that. By the. That. Back to the. What's that? Getting that. Getting that. Into that. Take that. Remember the. That. About that. To that. That. Oh, the established that dream. What is that? For that game that was that. Do that. About that. About that. About that. Do that. Stop that. Be that. Like that. The thing that figure that. Need that. Getting the, with that. Do that. Do that. What's the? See that. That. Put that. Through that. Further that. Like that. Need that. For that. Mention that. And that means there. After that, that is that of that. Not that's the god that happy that I so that for that. Into that remember that do that. About that's over them and that cross that. Want that things that sing that thing that recognize that right that here. That's about that now. Remember that. Do that, do that. Oh that is that is that for the get that. Things that say that it's the time that is that is that is that. Stop that, stop that. Get that. Want that criticized. Save that. Is that? Was that? That is that. Set get that. Was that? Get that. Not that. Can't appreciate that. Said that. No, that. Of that. That. That is the ease. That. Make that. Want that. Floor that. After that. But that. Remember that means. And that. That. Hell. The thing that like that. That's the game of that instrument of that. That. Floor that. Do that. Through the. About that. Instead of that. Into that. Is that. Remember that. Leave that. About that. That. Is that. Instead that. Enjoy that. Hear that. That. Doing that. About that. Like that. Remember that. For that. To try that. And that. Consider that. About that. About that. When that is that. Figure that. Know that. Make that. Make that. To that. That. I appreciate that. Yeah. Take that. Want that. Like that. Kill that. Through there. Is the through that. Do that. Instead of that people that drive that. Appreciate that. Well, that stand that. That's. Dumps like that. Cause that and that. Let's on that. That. That being that miss. See that? Whatever that for that. Was that? Be that appreciate that for that. If that thing that sets remember that. Want that. Do that into that. Want that pressing there about that. Go that assume that all that about that. Oh, the next that. Get that. Do that. For that. Dodge that and that. So now that put that and that. Now that out that. Then leave that. Oh, that leave that. Do that. Here. Do that. Want that. Second that. I'm not doing that. And hopefully that things that take that. Do that. Is that? Want that. Need that. Do that. Now that on that. See that. That. Glad. That's that. Glad that has that. And that. Glad that. Is that? It's the beans that I get. It's the. That need do that. Be the one that green. Compare that to that. Now that's that. Now for that. Thing that get that. That thing that till that green. Tries the is that I feeling the extension. That get that. God. Tell me the thing about that. Get that now. That good to know that. Because that for that. Doing that. No, remember that. Down that. Do that. With that. About that. Is that? Need about that. Decibel. On that. For that shit. That. Have that. Stop that. Anything that. Need that. What's that? About that. Hell. That was that. I bought that thing that got that. Like that for that. That thing. Do that. Do that. Thing that. Like that. Want that. Remember that. See that. Than that. Expecting that for the year. Stop that. That like that. Is that like that? Just that. And the tipping that. That. Like that. Appreciate that. Sing the of that. Great that. Even that. Was that? Get it. Because does that about that. But that now that thing that and that. So that'll pee into that. On that. Do that and the thing that get that about that. Eight that going about that. See that. Watch that. That. Lished that. Whew. On that. Recognizing that during that use the water in that cycle that not that see that appreciate that realize that do that now that goes appreciate that do that remember that got that say see that time appreciate that shooter that there take that about that get that want that see that got that is that about that with us see that get that all during that December that by that so about that no that like that's like that is that what that about that feeling the like that's quit that forgot that except that like that's of that instead not that about that to do that what that about that thing that brings up in that want that was around the hour do that like that remember that do something that do that and that's for that of that's exactly that and that on that into that doing that there that appreciate that. So the food, anytime that say that he's about that, remembered about that, power, is that do that, afterward, do that, known that, I love that for that, that knows that be that, now that do that, now there's that, wait, oh, that hope that kept that, but that is sure that, about that, that important that on that sure about that like that is guns that on about that sure that of that on that it on that from that stop that get that by that accept that say that after that fight that hope that like that act toward that yeah do that that's that glad that got that included that and that but not get of that eat that of that get that that's the like that accept that aware that do that maybe that so that with that about that here remembering that get that of that about that up the leave that need that thing that's that one because that one's the do that sure from that that's the quit that is the that for that I'm the that on that for that something that held that doing that thing that do that do that love that doing that like that bigger and that is the game that all that, said that, give that, do that, only that, and right that, want that, take that. Do that, doing that, or do that, leave the, keep that, or thick, like that, doing that, sing that, do that, with that, aim the rest of it up, who do that, oh, that, self that, wanted that, leave that, not that, say that, leave the, like that, about that, less than that, up the, going in that, that, love that, having that, of that, position, time that's that, is that, remember that, is do that, now that you, that to that, not that, to the, whatever that, see that, for that, of that, that, about that, get that, do that, about that, through that, thing that, try that, through that, about that, do that, through that, now that, about that, now that, about that, is that image that, do that, way that, no, do that, that's that true, hit that, codes, kill that, say that, aim that, make that, getting that, alright, this, do that, put that, like that, no, that's that, like that, with that, like that, about that, good, that thing that's like that, with that, do that, give that, keep that, and that, do that, and the, that's that, though, now the thing, that's of that, get that, use that, of the, back down to that, thing, that, of the, instantly, get that, remember that, of that, all that, be, leave the, of that, all that, what that, that's that, doing that, handle that, about that, do that, all that, thing, that, is about that, for that, showing that, appreciate that, happy, that, glad, the tears, the thing, that, remember that, like that, was that, or the one, think that, have that, glad that, leave that, for that, on that, yes, that, feel that, is that, glad, about that, cause that, about that, of that, like that, about that, doing that, right, on that, get that, not that, have that, keep that, that's that, of the, appreciate that, know that, meet that, through that, liking that, to that, thing that, do that, about that, save that, attachment, on that, take that, in that, have that, give that, grab that, from that, do that, keep that, and that, do that, happy that, quit that, everything that, affecting that, guess that, like that, to that, even that, do that, back to that, through that, that, ever that, revived that, of that, is that, can rise the, do that, drop that, me that, I try that, cause more with that, do that, like that, you, hope the teams, do that, like that, into that, do that, does that, back to that, and that, get that, about that, do that, doing that, do that, for, use that, thing that, get that, okay, let's not cook that with that, think that, quit that, for the joy that, like that, it's, that, for that, survive that, do that, down, like that, happy about that, for that, want that, do that, there, on that, survive that, do that, blink that, did that, did that, was that, about that, try that, accept the, find that, with that, and that, nor do that, heart, do that, back that, about that, nation, I love the spec that, about that, oh, that is that, like that, hey, thing, that is, I'm into that, and that, one, from that, like that, got that, on that, appreciate that, something that, on the, glad that, sure that, appreciate that, because that means that, into that, was that, need that, know that, about that, do that, with that, about that, do that, know that, about that, heard back that, sure, the facts of the, know that is that, enemy is that, of that, do that, there's the, like that, about that, how, was that, about that, now that, thing, things, with that, remember that, thing, like that, realize that, for that, do that, know that, into that, you're that, is that, that's that, move that, run that, watch that, of that, with that, not that, sometimes that, on that, admit that, on that, all that, and that, of that, making that, oh, get that, but that, use that, is the, do that, one day, that, sometimes that, about that, except, try that, do that, for that, so that, from that thing, that, is about that, see that, seen that, power that, about that, sure that, reading the, that, like that, be the, about that, the, Oh, that thing that far. That's that about that fish. That is the do that. Not that about that. One that than that. Appreciate that. Like that. Remember that? Is that where that something about that? Or the x that about that again to like that. That all that's that. Kilometers that. Whatever that figure that a. That like that. Fish that. Fish that. That thing that. Do that. That is that though. That is that. Is that? Remember that? Do that. Is that into that? Of that? Do that. Do that. Areas. That here. That. Yeah. Know that. Oh, that's the because that thing that need that. Sure, I don't get that. I want that of that. At the end, doing that for that. Do that. Is that the room that toward that? Is like because that. I love issue that I got the of that have that the throw that appreciate that too. Drink that that eat that on that. That is that. Good that says the eat that on the means that row that do that for that of the who's that I got to do that about that that knowing that is that hope that on that does that say that remember that hope that set about that do that see that for that like that turns the think that about that consider that that things like that like that now that got about that created that does that want that into that things that know that I did the remember that things but about that. Oh, the lose that. I does that and that. Do that. Remember that. Pitch that. So that. Thing that. That made that organization do that. Eat that. Of that. Do that. That means here. Got that. So that. Is that for that? Do that. That. Eek. Add that. Blur. Do that. But do that. To that. To that. Put that. Float. That's that. Realize that, understand that, like that. Now the stuff that like that have that, so I'm for that, not that way that acts the day about that. See that, appreciate that. See that, know that at that about that. Speaks like that. Do that. That now that I know that now that I want that do that. Fine. That about that. That. Sing that. About that. 50. Sure that all that is that. That is that. By that. About that. Thing that say that. Doing that, do that, thing that. Mention that one that lost that attributes that herself. That's so that means that on that. That's figure that. Love that. Now that of that now the thing that I think to do that. Now there's that about that, but not that. Remember that. Of that. Stop that. Acting that. Not that. That to that of that. Take that, forget that, know that, of that, about that, about that. Survived that. Apparently that. Take that. Do that, know that, subscribe to that, announcing for that. Like that. Does that. That and that. Through that, but that did that. Still the that turns this thing that and that or that here. Say that one. Press that. That thing that I'd make that do that. Then remove that. Then to that thing that I dumped that without that for that steak that remember that I've done to that. I think towards the I like that by that filming with that through that. The fact that like that. Oh. That. You're at that whatever that do that. Did like that now that but that do that of that. Would that remember that. Say that guys that go giving up this Zach. That's not that cool. Do that. So think that thing that's that. Hate on that. Got do that. Of that. With that. Love that. I'm that means the sign that like that. Like that. Of that power. Do that. Want that. All that. Stop that. That's that about that. And that. Not that. Through that, thinking that get that during that thing, stop that, done that. Options, not that. Do that, like that. Oh, is the thing that was that into that. I'm into that. Stop that. Do that. Stop that. Is that? Stop that. Just that. I want that. Have that. About that. Is that? Technically that, cross that, for that, is that, check that. Do that. Change that. I love that. Do that. Is that, put that, doing that. Hang that. The thing that, about that, and then let that, do that. Do that. For that. Always in the way that, that's, and that for that, all that, the thing that, that, too. Explore that. Oh, do that. Stop that. Examine that. About that. I guess that's love that. That. Doing that. All that. Something about that. That. For that. Thing that. Love that. Love that. Need that. Like that. Be the. Read that. Like that. Great. Do that. Get that. And that. Like that. Doing that. That. I think that. Get that. That. Do that. Need that. That. Need that. Need that. That. Get that. Stop that. Was that two? The games instead. That after that. Feel time that on that. Do that. That. Nice. There. The desk. Not that. Oh. That. Ooh. That. That. Oh. That. Just about that. Anything that. Even that. They form. Do the. But that. Need that. That. Forget that. About that. Do that. And then do that. There. That. Bring that. Expecting that. Oh. So that. Do that. Do that. Oh. That. Hold it out. That. On. That. Take that. Yeah. That. There. That. The thing that for that. Appreciate. Love that. Say that. Want that. Click that. Want that. Like that. Muscles. Is the. That. About that. About that. Say that. Do that. All that. That. Say. That. Say that. Did that. Did that. Go that. One that. Get that. Is that that? Because that. Because that. Appreciate that. That was that. Was that. Break that. Quit that. Want that. Affect that. Like that. And that. That. Like that. Sells the top that. Here the. Do that. Sure that everyone enough. That, do that, about that, and that, ignore that, do that, and that, feel that. Ooh. Oh, that's about that. Use that. Oh, that, do that, think that, and that, do that. Save that for that. Whew. Yeah, that, for that. Now that prize, know that. Stop that, like that. Deserved that. Yeah, I guess that is that. Love that. That. Do that. Things that is the way that enjoy that. Add that. Is the that thing that is that take? Is that use that so that about that with that like that do that get that stuff get that like that never that do that like that deserves that about that like that is that because that was that. No, that is that. Remember that. Found that. And that. Is that game the sentence? I'll buy that. No, that deserve that. Do that. Hit that. Do that. For that. Get that. Thing. Agree with that. No, that. Did that. Check that. Cash. That. Do that. 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 Tax the that. With that. Sure. That. Want that. Yeah. That means that. You that. Is the. Know that. That said that. How that. That is the. Is that. That. Do that. Take that. Of time. Do that. Saw the. Think that found that. That. For that. Grab that. Think that about that. Me. Oh, that. Was did that. Want that. Want that. Add that. Eating that. Blocked that. About that. Shouldn't that pull that. About that. On that. Hear that. On that. Need that. Put that. Do that. Back to them. That. Get that. Missing that. Thing. That. Turn that. Get that. Remember that. Remember that. Like that. Hope that. That was that. Cause that's. Is the lab. That's that. Love that. Saying this, that. Is that. Lies about that. About that. Did that make that impression to do that? Have that. And did that. They move that. Things that lies like that. Calling that. Remember that. Think that. Be that. Was I eating that? But that. Ooh. Take that. Get that. Love that. Hell that. Obviously that. Like that. Take that. Like that. Is that. That. Is that. Do that. Figure that. This. That. Like that. Have that. Do that. Appreciate that. Say that. Play that. That. Say that. Do that. Sing that. Accepted them. Love that. Admit. About that. Mention that. About that. Stop that. If that not that is that true, that leaves the paper. The No, that. Do that in that. Quickly, that's in that. Now, do that. One, that. Do that. That. So that. Do that. Swap that. Realize that. Like that. Do that. Do that. That. About that. On that. Slice that. That. Not that. On the times the text that did that. Texting that. Like that. Oh, that. Of that. About that. Like that. Oh, that. Onto that. Want that. Do that. That. About that. To that. See that. That. Is it about that? I'm not something that will. That. Is it? Guess that. About that. About that. Is that? Do that. I also. Sure, that was the. Do that. Do that. Things like. That. Feel that. Be that. Is that? Get that. Show the. Grab that. That. In that. No. That's that. About that. Thinking that. That. And that. Be that. Like that. Like that. Be that. With that. Leave that. Do that. About that. Know that. That. To that. To that. Heard that. Like that. Like that. Like that. As if the thing that know that about that. About that. Now the is about that. There. That. About. That. Oh. Deserved that. Deserved that. Do that. Use that. Like that. Feeling that. Like that. Is that. With that. With that. With that. That. Means that now that does that. What that. Oh. If that thing being that. Now. About that. About that. Of that or the whole that. Now the now then that. Getting the that. Do that. The place through that. Not that. Also the. Admit that. Try that. Handle that. Do that. Or the. Use that. About that. Down to that. Into that. Appreciate that. Remember that. Enjoy that. Just that. Into that. Oh, believe that. Glad to get that. That's. About that. Like that. Feeling that. Go that. Love that. Did that. Doing that. Oh, that. Do that. Glad to listen. Do that. Like that. Do that. Beats the. Fight that. Deserved that. Deserved that. Deserved that. Deserved that. Have that. Is that more than that? That. Where that mirrors. Away. Do that. About that. Into that. About that. About that. By that. Stop that. From that. With that. That. Like that. For that. Lowering that. Up that. Into that. Love that. Is that the pulpit? Oh, that. That's. Is that. Like that. Or that. Stop that. That. Glad that. Guys, hope this. That's. Is that game that sure that no that do that maybe that is the those station that hope that here that put that is that up for that and that nice to this that hey that make that handable them things that more for that recognize and that during this third that convinced that on that was that yeah that of that that did that group the nose that did that was that set that maybe that's that ask that could that way to put that writing that. Done that. All that after that. Had that. Did that. Appreciate that. Know that. How that. Is that? Is that? Is that? That shouldn't about that. Want that. Be that. Get that. Want that. That about that. Prized. Quit that. Is that? About that. Now that is that way that like that. Well, that is that set with that. That doing that like that or that. Know that now that through that like that 5 things doing that. I like that. Using that. Had the lantern doing that. That one that. That with that, like that. Games that. Do that. Back to the that. Quit that. Quit that. Stop that. Like that. Stop that. Did that. Did that. About that. Of that. Want that. Drink that. Do that. That is the. Say the. Do that. Is that. Is that. Oh. That'll that. Now the lies the that. What's that? Well that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Pressed. Do that. It's that. So that. Hear that. Oh that. That ability about that. That is that. Is that. What that? Oh, I'm that. I have to go there for that. No, I know that. What's that? Shade that. Now for that, but that, do that, do that, for that, not that, not that, not that, do that, about that, for that, not that, do that, that, not that, on that. That one, that, that, do that, that, whatever that, assume that, do that, I got that, is that, about that. Try that. That's and that's the hoping that sucks. Wow, that need that. Don't stop that. That want that. That do that. About that. Even that. Try that. Cause that. Do that. Feel that. That. With that, attack the, about that, is that about that? Whoo! Have that. Do that. Now that I've done that. Good, lock that. Work that. Got that's it. Do that. For that. For that. Left that. Now the cover that. About that. Cover that. Now the. About that. About that. Do that. Do that. Is the. Do that. That. Out that. Is that. Is that. Heard that. Is that. Was that. There's this. That. Put that. And that. To that. Do that. That one that add. Make that. Do that. And on that. Doing that. Doing that. For that. For that. That's like that. What's that? Stop that. Yeah. Oh, that. About that. Known that. Yes. Do that. Heard that. Is that thing that? Oh, that way. That cutter. Way that. 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 Whatever that is. I love that. Take that. What's that? By that. Doing that. Or that. Nothing there for that. Thing that mean the back that. Let's that. Into that. Into that. Out that. Out that. Is the is that or that over that place that get that. But that did that. Use that. That instant on that. That. Sure. Whatever that. See that. With that. Do that. Just quit that. Closure. Doing that. That thing that. That. Here that means that sucks into that. Change that like that. Sure that remember that will sense that contain that and that is that. Think that is that. Oh, that love that. About that with that. Buying that. Self that does that. Into that about that than that. Some that that by the thing that get that is that out. Else by that. So get that. Do that. This. Not that. Thing that. Oh, that. That here. Amazing that. That is the or that. That no the vision. The coup the thing. No. Anything that do that in that. Failing that on that. On that. No, that do that. First is that do that. Make that nothing the one. The other. For that. Like that. That. Or want that. That do that. Not that. About that. All that. About that. Fix that. Thing that. Keep that. That. Is it that? Is not that. Is that through that? About that. That. Do that. And stuff. Have that. About that. On that. Times that. Through that. But not sure what that. Accept that. See that about that here. That through that get that. Want that. Did that that. About that thing about that. About that. Then that about that. That about that. Yeah, that about that. What was that? And now do that. That. Having that computer. Really that one. Like that. Yeah, with that way. The feel that spec that like that. Be that. That's against that thing. Ignore that. Love that. Leave. Do that. If that. Pop that. Back that. I'm not with that. Seen that. But then we're be nice. Whatever that is. Whatever that. Know that. And do that. Guy that. Do that. Like that. Between that. Do that. Got that. And that. Do that. Chamber. What's that? Do that. And now much for that. Further that. Regret that. Like that. On that. What was that? Do that. If that. Do that. Got the about that. That. Affecting the odd. Then that. As the thing. Slide did that. About that. On to that. Is that about that? All the leave the lines and read it. That. I love to see that. Do that. Leave. When that. Do that. Is that? Know that. Do that. Know that. What that. Is that? Is that? Is that? Know that. Doing that. Who that? Think that. Whom that. Remember that. Everything that's. Is that in that? Think that. Take that. Means that's. Guess that. Read that. And that. Is that? Know that? Because that's that. That prize like that with that for that that be that thing that let's go to that about that. Love that scene. The good to do that. Get the those that online. Know the door that or the glad to do that. Recognize that of that for that. Is that do that. That be the glad to do that. That. Use that. I'm that. Stop that. Stop that. Do that. Normally that's that. Or the saw the fortunate that on that and that for that. Want that. Want that. Back that. Hit that feeling that is point for that. Love that. Be that. What? Have that. Go that. Oh that. And that. Take that. About that. Hair the on the that. Want that. Take that. Get that. Is that on that? Have that. That. Hey that. That. Do that. About that. Kill that. They deserve that. Kill that. From the do that. Not that. Close that. That. About that. Do that. Do that. Thus. Was that. Murder the thing that enjoyed that. Prince that killed that. Alright. About that. Seems that do that. That is that. Well, that. Try that. I know that. For that. That. Now you know the all. Say that. To that. Need that. And that. Arm the. Now we're done. Put that. Stop that. Done that. Put that into that. Do. Get that. That game. The technique. Into that. Into that. Is that pieces that about that? Hey. Things that like that. Move the. By that world. Move the. I need that. Without that. I want that. For that. Doing that. Like that. Trick. That's full. Because that. The swords that. Took that. Love that. Me. That. Do that. About that. Get that. Oh, the earth. Imagine that. Into that. Do that. Like that. Does that do that? Now say that. Heard that. Can I do that? Now. Love that. Is that on that? That raid. Like that. Objects. Know that about that. To use that. Is that like that? Seems that. Why that is the. Get the expected. The things that are. The not that. To that. To that. Activate that. Thing. Think that. That. Stand. Do that. That. Think that. Like that. Does that say that? Is that I? Get that off. Say that. Is that now that? Now that me. Dialed. That. Getting. I keep forgetting like that. Take that. 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 World. Sure, that love that, do that, be that, manage that, so that, do that, is that, and that, like that, duration that, done that, except that, leave the net for that, love that, dude, that's nice the times I hope that, pray, hope that, awesome, do that, into that, about that, through that, leave the, leave that, hope that, have that, by that, so, that thing that, do that, but that feeling that, hope to the, not that, that emptied that, do that, like that, is that about that, of, that, cool. Do that like that. Past that. Here's the doors that with that. Into that. Spaces. Maybe that on that. Because that's that. About that. Doing that. To that. About that. With that. Anything that only that ever that thing that is that. With that. Is that what that is that? Is that. Cause that. And that. Nice back to the of that. Some that lies that hear that. Lies the people that kill that. Hearing that. Think that. All those. Right, then. Oh, that. Try that. Past that is that kill them or that lost them. Glad that won't that is that being the thing to that? Hope the hey that see that. Cool. See that is that. Do that. Hope that not that through that. That is that do that. No, that have that now that is that and that use that explore that eyes hope that spin. For that. Did that. With that. Turns that. For that. Got that. Glad that for that. Do that. Do that. About that. Saw that. Glad that. Do that. Glad that. About that. Glad that. First. Got that. To that. Do that. After that. Do that. Then that. Free. Do that. Got that. That. See that. With that. No that. Power. Sir. Oh. Sir. That. Say that. After that. An enemy. By that. That pulls this about that. Glad that. About that. Because that. Glad that. Sing that. Cause just that use that thing. Now that remember that. Now that appreciate that. Figure that about that. So that not that for that like that. Not that and that. Maybe that have that. Love that. Do that. Hit that. Like that. Made. Glad that the game that with that. Hear that. About that. Holding the except here. Then that. Game that like that. And that is the glad that about that. Oh, and the glad that is the and that shouldn't have that auto. They're doing that about that. Oh. About that. Stop that. Do that. And that. Do that. Want that. And if that hoping that not that. Not that. Again, I mean that. Do that. Like that. No, that is the hope that. Doing that. Sure that like that. No, that finds the. Finds the. Here. Did like that. Was that like that? Do that. Doing that. Do that. Possible that doors. Do that. Put them down. That. Doing that. Hope that. That. For that. No, that's that. Do that. About that. Get that. Here. Sure. No, that's cool. Yes. Do that. Hey, don't do that. Do that. Is it? Find that. Have that. That's that. For that. Where the have that. Have that. Oh. Load that. Does that like that plan? The thing. That. About that. Oh, and that. Is that. But that. Follow. That. Was that. That's that. Is the. Check that. No, that. If there's that. Like that. Yeah, that deserved that. That deserved that. Know that. Hold downing that now. Not that. Like that. That. thing. Oh, that's even that. Stop that. Do that. Into that. Using that. That to that. About that. Saying that. Not that dream. Back that served that. Stop that. Is that? Stop that. That's that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. About that. Get that and that. Do that. You did that. Miles. Is that do that for? Is that by that? But that. And that. Said like that. Old. Making that. Use that. Get that. That. Of that. And that. Oh, that's. Do that. Or the be that is that. Lock that. Get that. Get that. Do that. Do that. Get that. Blow that like that. See about that. Stop that. Not that. That. Does that. I didn't say more about that. Is whatever that. Something about that. Good. Do that. Like that. Into that. Doing that. Do that. That's. That's the. What was that? Stop that! Stop that! Bounce that about that. Fight that. And that spikes. The got the. Is that like that? For that. But break that. Stop. Get that. Aim that. Go that. That. Oh that. Sure about that. Do that. Is that? Did that? Is the. Oh that. Maybe hit that. About that. Hit that. Figure that. Is that? But that. No. That. Using that. Possible that. That. Like that. Or the. Possible about that. Whoever that of that. See that. Go down. Open pathway there. Number. Up that. Go that. By that. Aim that. That. Whoever that. Feeling that. That. Did that. First. Do that. Say that. From that. Agree. Do that. Like that. Having that. And that. Put that. Bug that. Get the about that. Through that. About that. Is that. Is that. Do that. Do that. Do that. And that. In that. With that. About that. Get that. Have that. Did that. Like that. About that. The one about that. Things that. That. Hit that. If that. Try that. This is the. Like that. Simple. The. Zoom. Have. Space the. That. That. For that. About that. Things that. Do that. Enemies. That's the. Back them. Do that. Well, that's simple. Do that. That. And mark that. That. Try that. Fix. This. That. Me. Like that. Like that. Like that. Is that? Oh. Hit that. Hit that. In September. Do that. Oh. So the. Getting. Eat that. Does that. Do that. Things. Does that. No, that. Good. With that, like that. Read that. Does that surely that do that? Is that oh that is the about that contain that. So I mean that do that thing that is that do that. Talk that specific that do that. Act that did that. Say that is the that here that. Where the baby that be that. Oh that means that. Handle that for that thing. The fight that about that. Call that. Killed that, absorb that thing that realized that. Like that, do that, back to the stand that. Realized the from that to that, pulls that, that things that press that on that. Going. Now that's from that, stop that. Now to get that, leave the so that that say that of that. Everything that see that well that doing that. Like that. Now that up base like that. Like that. Cause that way that the net that boy about that, stop that. Anything to do that. Blamed that. Where the oh that the oh that cracked that symbol the truth of that this is that oh that of that spot that of that make that on that do that like that with that utilize the iterate that got that on that do that for that that into that key about that things about that is that get that about that. In that, expecting that, hoping that's the one that's about that. Do the that on that. Is that? Which that says that. Keep that. Oh, that full. Now that's turns the that enough. That was that the with that like that do that on that. There that now the dream that doesn't go but that that of that. So that like that. That, wake that, like that, to that, learn specifically the material to know that. Sing that by that, and after that, playing that game that is doing that. That's that shit that I haven't seen that, it's the thing that's that. Keep that, do that, realize that, the action that is that, here's the, not that, to that, do that, about that, play that. With that, press that, and through that, stop that, did that, see that, is that, game. That's that. So that get that about It's all about that. Remember that. Oh, that. Think about that. Does that thing that. Expect that. Aim that. Do that. Eat that. Eat that. Mention that before. Realize that. Do that. Know that. Say that. Have that. And stuff in. That. For that. Do that. Know that. Know that. Have that. For that. Hurry that. Save bells. That. Much. Over that. That. Like that. Oh, and like that. Love that. Like that. Like that. That about that. Thing that. Find that. Means the truth. Do you think what else that is that? Feeling that thing. That thing that. Not that. Not feeling that. Thinking that. That. Through that. So that. Got that. That. Know that. Through that. Yeah. That. Here. That. 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 Emotions. About that. Do that. Those. Like that. Think that. And that. Just that. Cause that. Do that. Do that. Love that. Do that. Flex that. Do that. Do that. From that. In it. Except the. In it. God. What's the. That. Hit that. Stop that. For that. About that. All about that. Stands. When that you're ready to do that. Feeling that. About that. About that. Do that. Or that. Now. Take that. Do that. That. Have that. Here. Means after that. Figure that. Add that. With that. Add that. And that. So take that times that. Figure that. And. The thing that get like that. Again, that. About that. Folks that was that. Add that. Enjoy that. After that. Sing that point that.